switch the effects back on, Mark. Okay. That's it. That's the problem with me doing a check. There's a delay. Yeah, that's through, so we've got the right line. Great stuff. Cheers, mate. Thank you. After we were at 6 spaces.
Yeah, not bad.
I speak for 30 seconds. You won't hear anything but the effects.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of echo for now. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Who were the umps here at Churchy yesterday? Blackwell? Good crowd yesterday. I couldn't work out 2-5, maybe close to 3, maybe. That was my guess.
To go now, everybody. very good morning to you. That long wait for cricket ended yesterday, and for me, the perfect starting day, the perfect opening day. Runs, wickets up and down the country. The sun was shining, and it is again today. Terrific stuff. And centuries and fifers as well. But all of the action here on day 2 again can be found on BBC Sound, smart speakers, BBC Sports app, including the live text service as well. Here on Sports Extra, a very busy day. We've got the Grand National, of course, over on 5 Live later today, but we've got European Champions Cup Rugby Union, Toulon versus Saracens, later Premier League football with Crystal Palace versus Brighton. So we'll be popping in and out throughout the day, but we start here with cricket. It's Essex versus Surrey. The Day 2 commentary team is led by Don Topley and Mark Church.
And a very warm welcome to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford. It's sunny, it's day 2 as Kevin Howells introduced us, and it's beautiful, beautiful blue sky, sunshine, a verdant green turf around in front of us, and a very warm welcome to you all, wherever you're listening, in your car, if you're out shopping, or indeed in the garden, doing the gardening today, you're most welcome. The 5-minute bell has rung, and Essex will recommence this morning, having won the toss yesterday on 356 for 4. And at the crease it will be Matt Critchley, who is on 45, and with him is Michael Pepper, the Essex wicketkeeper, on 18. And my name is Don Topley. Mark Church is next to me. You were here on commentary all day yesterday. Did you enjoy it? And just give us a little bit of a précis.
I loved it, and as an opening day goes, it was an interesting opening day. Very good toss for Essex to win, and they made full use of a pitch that's very good to bat on. I thought Paul Walter played very nicely for his 95, opening the innings. The standout knock yesterday was that of Jordan Cox. It was a very well constructed innings yesterday from Jordan Cox. I thought Surrey bowled pretty well, but I think Surrey were at their best an hour after lunch yesterday, where they tied up the runs, because, as I say, had Surrey been really off it yesterday, Essex last night could have been another 150 on the board for 4 down, 500 for 4 at the end of day 1, and the game's away from you. Because I think on this pitch, you know, it's slow, it's good. But the interesting thing was, so Surrey took the new ball after 80 overs, 7 balls in with the new ball, something got spotted on the new ball, they changed it again, and they got that one to go a touch. So I think,
as in swing.
Got
just a bit
Kemar
nicer
Roach
to bowl
and Jordan
with.
Clark got just a little bit of swing. And this morning there are no clouds whatsoever. It's blue sky, it's warm. If they could get it to go again this morning, then that would be an interesting hour of cricket. But let's be brutally honest about this. If Essex aren't going past 500, 550 at some point, either they batted really badly or Surrey bowled exceptionally well, because Essex here now have to bat once in this game and put Surrey under pressure. So Surrey will have chatted about, right, here we go again. I think Jordan Clark was the standout bowler yesterday, going for just I wrote it down this morning, 2.76.
Miserly.
But that's what you need on this surface. You need, and that's what Roach and Jordan Clark did in that hour after lunch. But absolutely taking nothing away from Jordan Cox's innings. I think the most impressive, we all know he's got all the shots in the locker. We all know he's a great player to watch. But what impressed me was in that hour after lunch, he got his head down, he got through that spell, and then we started seeing the shots. So it was a very, very good innings yesterday from him. I thought Critchley looked in good touch. Pepper had his moments last night with that ball just swinging slightly. So I think, as I say, from a Surrey point of view, it's used this ball well this morning for the first half hour, 45 minutes, put a bit of pressure on. From an Essex point of view, it's do exactly what you did yesterday. Ideally, from an Essex point of view, you're still batting at tea today, and then you start thinking about, right, let's get them in there and have a bowl.
Well, if they're batting at tea, these two will have played very well, and the tail would have wagged as well. But it's going to be that miserly bowler that we talked about bit of Cumbrian rock that is Jordan Clark, who's going to open the proceedings from the Graham Gooch end. And he's going to be bowling to, I think it is Matt Critchley, with 2 slips waiting. And in comes Jordan Clark. In he comes, right arm over. This is played into the offside. It finds a gap. It races away across the long square here, and it runs across the boundary for 4 at deep extra cover. That's a lovely timing shot, Mark Church, first ball.
Well, it's a lovely way to start your day, isn't it? Just leant on it, did Critchley, and it's whistled off to the extra cover boundary for 4.
He
So
must have had some lovely throwdowns this morning to do that.
absolutely, and it's a nice bat he's got in his hands, because he just touched that and it's absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. So very, very nice start for Matt Critchley this morning.
So Clark ready, gets into his run, in he comes, running in, and bowls outside off stump. The ball barely carries through to a former Essex cricketer, and Ben Folkes, who's keeping wicket. Interesting times for Ben Folkes, because I read quite a nice article about him the other day. It must be quite difficult for him, having been sort of jettisoned really from England cricket, because I still believe he is the best keeper about.
Yeah, I still believe you can get Folkes and Smith in the same team as well.
Clark, right arm over, bowls. This time Critchley closes the face and he plays it up. Mistimes it slightly, up to mid-on. There is no run. Wonderful crowd to open the championship here at Chelmsford yesterday. Brilliant.
Well, it was ideal, wasn't it? First day of the season, beautiful weather, 2 very good sides, catching up with all your old friends who you may not have seen for 6 months. You couldn't have asked for anything better. It had all the ingredients for a good crowd yesterday.
Can I say the county champions are in town? That makes a difference, as Clark bowls outside off stump. It's left alone by Critchley through to the keeper. Again, it hardly carried. It was around Folkes' bootlaces.
Yeah, and again, I think the nature of this pitch is shown by where Jamie Smith is stood and where Ryan Patel is stood. Smith is walking in, but is fairly close at mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, and Ryan Patel is pretty close in at cover as well.
Clark on his way in, bowling to Critchley again, outside off stump. A little bit better carry as the ball goes through to the keeper, outside off stump, and there is no run.
I do apologise, but I've just heard in your headlines it's the first ever 2-day juggling exhibition today in Essex.
Is that associated with the circus?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's an exhibition of juggling in Essex today, starting today, 2-day
New sport, new summer sport.
Very good.
Well, we'll see if we can find out a little bit more about that for you,
Oh,
Mr. Church.
no, I'm not that interested, but it's a nice thing.
Clark in, this time off the back foot. It's played off out to backward point, where it was very well fielded. No run, end of the over. So it's only cost Surrey just the first ball of the morning, and there was 4 runs. 360 for 4 is the score. We've had 1 over here at Chelmsford, and we've just had the solitary boundary off the very first ball, which was a cracking shot from Matt Critchley. He is on 49, Michael Pepper's on 18, but we've just had the 1 over and we haven't had any casualties. Essex are 360 for 4.
So it'll be Kemar Roach from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's going to start with a slip and a leg slip, which we saw him doing yesterday for Pepper. Then he's going to have the backward point, the cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and the long leg. Kemar Roach over the wicket he comes to Pepper, and he's up on a good length straight away, seeing if there is any swing there, and Pepper just pushes this one out towards cover, and fielding's done by Ryan Patel. Jordan Clark still going through his warm-ups down below us, having bowled the first over of the day. Yeah, Essex going along at 3.7 and over at the moment. But Jordan Clark's figures yesterday were outstanding without taking a wicket, as Kemar Roach is in and up on his toes goes Pepper, pushes this one down into the offside. Ryan Patel again is coming round from cover to do the fielding. Rory Burns, the captain, is up there shining the ball at mid-off under his white floppy sun hat. Couple of short sleeve sweaters out there. Ryan Patel in short sleeve sweater, Dominic Sibley in short sleeve sweater. Lots of sun cream being used today as Kemar Roach is in, and forward goes Pepper, playing this one out into the offside. And there is no run, but it is the most perfect day again. There is not a cloud in the sky today. You often say that, and it's not true, because there are a few white fluffy clouds, but today, absolutely no cloud whatsoever.
You can see all the plain trails, can't you? There's one going over the north side of Chelmsford right now, very, very high.
Roach over the wicket he comes to Pepper. Pepper forward again, good length delivery, getting it up there to see if there's any swing. It's almost as if someone's taken a big paintbrush and just got the blue paint out and gone across the ground.
Can you see the two planes? One's following the other now, over to the north.
Yes.
They're very high. That must be 38,000 feet. They're not coming into Stansted today, those lot.
No, they're not.
No.
A, they're going the wrong way, and B, they're going upwards. As in over the wicket once more is Roach, and Pepper forward he comes, plays this one back up the ground. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding.
I came down by train yesterday, and the weather was delightful. It was a little bit chillier this morning when I got into my car, but I must say, yesterday it was like, was it first day back at school, but it was like the fellowship. When I came off the train and walked across from the main station here at Chelmsford, just so many people were wishing each other a good morning and going to cricket.
Roach is in. First runs for Pepper of the day. Just pushes off the back foot through the covers. Off goes Ryan Patel in hot pursuit. We'll get this one inside the boundary rope. They'll stroll a couple of runs, and that will move Pepper on to 20. Essex move on to 362 for 4. Yeah, just in terms of batting points as well. So they've got another 12 overs of batting to go. For batting points, they're 38 runs away from a fourth, and 450 of course for maximum batting points, but I think this is more about get as many as you can and put Surrey under pressure with the ball in hand, because it's a good attack that Essex have. Porter, Cook, Snater, Harmer of course, might see a bit of Critchley as well, so it's a good attack against a good batting lineup for Surrey again.
Oh, Surrey champions. Everyone's going to say, can they do it a fourth time, having won 3 on the bounce? Quite incredible. I mean, I wasn't around, nor were you, but that was the Yorkshire team of, was it the 50s? Clark is in. There's a bit of a shout, but I have to say, inside edge first onto the pad, balloons out into the offside, no chance of a catch, so a dot ball, but a little bit more in that delivery there I sense from Jordan Clark, who really ran in and let the ball go. It wasn't a loosener.
Yeah, Yorkshire in the 60s, and then
60s,
of course
was it?
Surrey was 7 on the trot in the 50s, wasn't
Yes. Amazing to do that repeatedly. Clark in, and he bowls, and this that walks into the ball there does Critchley, walks by, just not quite taking enough of a step first up, and it overbalances, but nonetheless he's played it into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, and I think what's always interesting is Surrey know everybody's coming after them.
Yes.
But they look to improve every year, so they look to just keep that distance between themselves and everybody who's coming after them.
Clark is in. This is driven down the ground. He's gone for a run out, but Michael Pepper has got back into his ground in time, but it was a deflection from the bowler on his follow through. Maybe he meant to do that, but good bit of skill from Jordan Clark, and there is no run.
Yeah, and it was a good job that Pepper hadn't gone wandering there. So Pepper was aware of that ball coming back onto the stumps.
Excellent cricket, all-round cricket there. Clark Off he goes, coming down the hill from the Graham Gooch end. He bowls. This is driven into the offside. Good looking shot, but it's fielded, I think, by Ryan Patel at sort of extra cover.
Yeah, and I think talking to Gareth Batty last night, he was pleased with that 45 minutes, hour after lunch yesterday. And, as he said, it's not going to change much today. Pitch is not going to change much. Conditions are the same as yesterday.
Interesting as Clark comes in. It's short, it's a bouncer. It's a top edge, but it's gone over first slip. It's a well bowled, well directed delivery, but the batsman gets 4, slightly fortuitously, which brings up his 50. 50 for Matt Critchley. He raises his bat, but he's got a top edge over first slip for 4. So Critchley's 53 came in 107 balls. He'll be pleased with that. Essex will be pleased with that, and in particular Chris Silverwood. Silverwood spoke to me this morning, so I just said to him, it was a pretty slow wicket yesterday, and he went, yeah, it was, wasn't it? I said, do you think it might just quicken up day 2, day 3? And that's important to Essex, that is, as Clark bowls. But this time, it's not a bouncer, it's a directed ball to a Yorker, and it was dug out by Critchley for the end of the over, and the score is now 366 for 4. Critchley's on 53. Michael Pepper's about to face on 20, and Silverwood hopes that the wicket just quickens up a little bit. There doesn't appear to be a massive amount of guts in the wicket. It's slow, but if it does quicken up marginally quicker for Essex when they bowl, the impact or consequence of that is if the ball nibbles a little bit with a brand new ball, it might do it just quicker, which means you can get the edge.
Roach is in to Pepper. He plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, well, you'd expect it to, because it's been baking for however long. I think what we're saying is it's not going to break up, and if there is any turn, it'll be down to Harmer being such a good bowler that he can get it to turn on anything. But yes, you would expect it to a touch, in the fact that it's sort of been put in the oven for the last 3-4 days, hasn't it? As Roach is over the wicket to Pepper, and Pepper forward he comes. Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Another member of our commentary team, Kevin Howes from 5 Sports Extra, listen, he lives up in the north, and I'll be interested to know about what the weather's been like up here. Down in East Anglia, which Essex is part of it, listen, it is dry. We've
been
not
the driest March on record.
Has it really?
Yes.
Is that official now?
Yeah, well, that's what I saw a headline.
I certainly can suggest that with my garden.
As on the back foot goes Pepper, punches this one out into the offside. Round goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding.
Statistically, this is one of the driest county grounds in England. It is. Essex.
1.3 hectares.
What's
No,
that?
sorry,
What do you mean?
the outfield, it's 1.3 hectares.
Hectares. What's that in acres?
That's the question I asked yesterday.
Did you?
Yes, I did. We worked out it's the size of 3 football pitches.
An acre is close to a football pitch, isn't it? No?
I'm sure there is an acre close to the football pitch. As driving, once more, is Pepper up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So I think about 3 acres.
Right.
There you are. Is that? It's up there on the board.
Is it?
There you
Really?
are. Look,
Oh,
the square is 250 foot in length.
Right.
The total playing surface area is 1.6 hectares.
Right.
And the outfield is 1.3 hectares.
Oh, brilliant.
You see? And thank you to Oakley for that as well. That information. As over the wicket once again is Kemar Roach. This is pushed off the back foot by Pepper, and they will get a single as off goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. One more to Pepper. He moves on to 21. 367 for 4.
Oakley, that is quite a cool name, actually.
It is,
Oakley.
and he would know because he was on the ground staff.
There you
so
go.
he would know the dimensions of this ground and the hectareal
Great.
size of this ground at Chelmsford.
Very
So
good.
it's very good
Oakley,
information.
who's our new press officer?
Yeah, 11
here.
pitches, 16 practice pitches, and 5 bowl-through pitches. As Roach is over the wicket to Critchley, short, and Critchley waits and waits and waits for this, and then tugs it away into the leg side out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up a single, and that will bring up the 50 partnership as well. So 50 partnership for the 5th wicket, and a nice quiet start for Essex this morning here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Essex, BBC London, BBC Sport website, BBC Sports app, and of course on your smart speaker now. You can get us on a smart speaker, yes.
And the streaming service, which is becoming very popular, with the BBC commentary overlaid on it, which is a great privilege to be able to bring you the commentary here from the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford. Jordan Clark is going to start another over from the Graham Gooch end, which is the old-fashioned Hayes Close end, if you knew that, at Chelmsford, where the retirement flats are, and there's some maisonettes as well, as Clark is in with a slip and a gully. This is down the leg side, and it's going to run away. It's gone fine for 4 more runs to Matt Critchley. So he moves on to 54, or will it be 58? 58. We have 2 scoreboards here, diametrically opposite to each other, and to our left is the big, huge scoreboard here. Both are digital, but one is much, much bigger, and one goes quickly and one goes slowly. This is driven into mid-on. There is no run. Jordan Clark and Essex, I think, are quite... Jordan Clark and Surrey are quite happy to bowl quite straight.
Just to say, it's Fisher bowling.
Fisher's come on now, hasn't he? Yes.
Got his first wicket for Surrey yesterday.
And that was Fisher.
Brilliant catch from Ben Folkes down the leg side.
Down the leg side?
Yeah, fantastic catch. Off the glove of Walter, dived away. Feet made that catch from Ben Folkes.
Yes. Played 1 test, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He's in, he bowls, and this is played out to mid-on, or mid-wicket, where there is no run. Were you aware of his signing last year, you know?
Well, only when
it was announced.
It was announced, and I think it's a great signing for him and for Surrey.
Give us a bit more of a background of him and.
Well, he obviously picked up a lot of wickets for Yorkshire. Went on that England tour to the West Indies, played the Test, then got injured, and has sort of worked his way back into it.
Fisher in, bowls, is driven into the offside. Slight misfield, but I'm going to give him credit as he dived to his right to try and prevent the single, and they come back for a second through backward point. So good bit of cricket there, not a bad delivery, good shot, which was opening the face, allowing it to go square. It was a tremendous bit of fielding there at backward point, but Essex collect the 2.
But I think for him what it will be is that he will be able to get a bit of a rest at certain points of the season.
He bowls, Fisher does, and he fields well on his follow-through as it's driven back powerfully by Matt Critchley, but it's well fielded on the follow-through.
And with Surrey's bowling attack, that there'll be an opportunity for him to stay fresh. Whereas probably at Yorkshire, he ended up playing most games, didn't he?
Yeah.
And sort of didn't get much of a break. I think here they'll be able to keep him fresh in that sort of fast bowling rotation that they have.
We can talk about something about that at the end of this over. Fisher bowls. This is an LBW shout. May have been just going down. We're not behind the arm here at all. We're at sort of squarish third man, and that was deemed not out. End of the over, 374 for 4. The reason what I was going to mention to you is Essex. I spoke to Silverwood, and do you know, this particular game, he was picking from 15.
Right.
15. Dean Elgar
Yeah.
is in South Africa, where he's just witnessed the birth of his child. So he's on paternity leave. You've also got Shardul Thakur, who was withdrawn from his county contract here because he's been picked up in the IPL and doing nicely.
Kemo Roach it is, down below us from the Sir Alistair Cook end, outside edge from Pepper,
short.
and it hasn't carried to Ben Folkes. It's bounced probably a yard in front of him. And he almost took that on the half volley, but find the edge, and it doesn't get through to the keeper. So nicely bowled by Kemar Roach, but didn't get through to Ben Folkes, and Pepper just wanders down, and a little punch of gloves with Critchley.
So Essex are picking from 15. If you add Elgar and the overseas, he's obviously going to replace the overseas. He's hoping, I think, for an outright bowler. So 17 on the staff here at Chelmsford.
In over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this is turned into the leg side by Pepper, and they'll pick up a single. One more to Pepper. He'll move on to 22. Critchley comes back onto strike.
But bowling-wise, obviously Ben Allison, the all-rounder, has gone on a permanent deal to Worcester. But you've got Snater, Cook and Porter. Noah Thane is playing as the fourth seamer in here, and he's an undeveloped bowler. He's going to get better and better. He's very new to bowling.
Kemar Roach. Over the wicket he comes, and Critchley's covering up, playing this one back up the pitch, but it's a no ball from Kemar Roach.
So Essex are a little bit light, you know. If Cook got an England call-up, and I think there's a chance, I do honestly believe, then there's a lot of pressure on Essex in terms of they haven't got so many bowlers. In stark contrast, you talked about Fisher being given games off perhaps, but you've got Overton, Topley, you've got Jacks away, and Curran.
I mean, they're all playing for England, aren't they, over at the IPL? As forward goes the right-handed Critchley, plays this one back up the pitch,
and you've got a wide array of bowlers here at the Oval.
And I think they've got to, because
in modern day cricket,
in terms of, they know that they're going to lose players to franchise cricket and to international cricket, and that's where they've done it well in the last 3 years, because when they've gone, someone's always slotted in
and stepped up.
Yeah.
How many on the staff at Surrey? Would you be aware of that?
As Roach is in, and forward goes the right-handed Critchley, turns this one into the leg side. I would say.
You've got a list?
Yeah, I have. So,
you add them up.
but I'm just looking at who's just on a T20 contract, etc.
Yeah.
So I think I'm right in saying that from a championship point of view, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, this is live counting.
Yeah, go on, you count. I'll do
I'll do the end of the over, and then I'll count in between. As in over the wicket goes Roach, and this is punched off the back foot by Critchley up towards Rory Burns at mid-off, and there is no run. 22 minutes of play gone this morning, and Essex have moved on to 377 for 4. Elsewhere, Hampshire had a very good day yesterday. Yorkshire all out for 121, and Hampshire in reply are 172 for 5. So 172 for 5, as this one's tucked off his hip by Critchley down towards long leg. James Taylor down there does the fielding, and the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. End of the over, 378 for 4. So yes, Hampshire 172 for 5. Durham 370 for 9. 100 for Ackerman yesterday against Nottinghamshire, but the start has been delayed at Trent Bridge.
Oh, really?
So start delayed at Trent Bridge.
Bad light, or
I don't know. It just says start delayed. So
right.
It will be
Gosh,
one. It will be
maybe
one
they're
of,
waiting for Mr. Bracegirdle.
It could be that as well. Worcestershire at Taunton were all out for 154 yesterday. Somerset in reply 208 for 4.
As Fisher in bowls, Critchley plays up to mid-on, walks his shot again, and there is no run. Fisher, formerly of Yorkshire, has England to his name, something you can never take away. Gosh.
So yes, at Trent Bridge, Mr. Howes has just told me there was a sprinkler issue. Automatic sprinklers popped up and started sprinkling. So they've now they're drying it all out, and they'll be ready to go.
On the outfield, I trust.
Yes. So there you are, a sprinkler issue.
As Fisher comes in. This is driven into the offside. Good looking shot from Critchley.
Can happen
but
to us
Patel,
all. Don Topley, can happen to us all. Sussex,
have you-
400 for 5 against Warwickshire, with John Simpson, the captain, 126 not out. He
Leading.
has been terrific, hasn't
Yeah, since he's gone down there from Lords,
Absolutely
Middlesex.
terrific, John Simpson.
You know, probably could he have done a little bit more for England?
Yeah, I was delighted when he got that call up to the one-day side for that series.
Fisher, right arm over. This is a ball that's forced off the pads of Critchley, which goes to Dominic Sibley at, well, he's just behind at square leg. There is no run.
Because he's always been a terrific keeper and good batter. But I think that move and being the captain at Sussex has been great for both parties, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
it
Sussex
has.
go up first year, he's in charge, and he scores a load of runs, and now he's got 100 in the first game of the summer.
And of course, Ben Brown left Sussex to go to Hampshire
And he's now captain.
and doing well. Fisher, in he comes, bowls again. Fisher's bowling quite straight here. Critchley's forced this into the leg side, but I think it's Rory Burns who's fielding there at mid-wicket, and there was no run.
In
But
Division 2, just to do a quick update, Kent were all out for 231. Northamptonshire had a bit of a collapse, and they're now 130 for 8. Northamptonshire, that game at Wantage Road.
Darren Lehman back in English county cricket, formerly Yorkshire, now coaching Northants. Fisher bowls. This is played on the front foot by Critchley. Surrey are being very tight, this is good technical cricket here from Surrey to try and starve Essex of runs.
Yes, this is what we saw for that hour after lunch yesterday from Surrey. Glamorgan all out for 229. Leicestershire 99 for 1 in reply.
Fisher coming down the slope at Chelmsford. This is again a close face bat from a delivery that's pretty straight. Fisher's bowled very straight, wicket to wicket that over, trying to make Essex make a mistake, maybe play across the line of the ball, get an LBW. But listen, it was a decent over from Fisher, 378 for 4, with Critchley on 61, and with him Michael Pepper to face. He's on 22 not out.
Gloucestershire 222, Derbyshire in reply 152 for 2. So Derbyshire solid start to their reply there in Division 2. Kemar Roach to continue here at Chelmsford, coming over the wicket, and forward goes Pepper, turning into the leg side, playing around that front pad. Roach won't mind too much. And Middlesex yesterday all out for 260. Lancashire 78 without loss. Keaton Jennings 51, Michael Jones 17. And those are all your scores from elsewhere in divisions 1 and 2. Mr. Kevin Howes is going to take over from me at the end of this over, and then I'll start doing some counting at the back of the box. As we're getting a change in field here. Yeah, the leg slip's coming out, and Ollie Pope's going just in front of square on the leg side. So 2 in there. Now he's going to be a second mid-wicket here. So 2 catches at mid-wicket for Surrey. I think this is because of Pepper playing around that front pad. This was the way they got rid of Wesley yesterday. Just flicked one straight to Jamie Smith at mid-wicket as Kemar Roach is in. Pepper drives. That's a nice shot. Away through cover point. That's going to whistle away to the boundary rope for 4. Very nice shot. Got a big stride in there. Did Pepper, and then on the top of the bounce drove it handsomely through cover point for 4. 382 for 4. Now Essex, and Pepper moves on to 26.
Fantastic. Well, that was a goodish shot, played square of the wicket, square drive.
Yeah, beautifully timed by Michael Pepper. As Roach is into him, and Pepper forward. That squirts away into the leg side. He's almost stopping himself there, working around that front pad is Pepper, and that's why there are 2 men deposited at short mid-wicket catching. And he'll know they're there because as he makes his stance. You'll be seeing them out the corner of his left eye, Messrs Smith and Pope.
I have a lovely message here. I'll read this one
Oh.
at the end of the over.
As in over the wicket once again comes Roach. Shorter ball, flicked leg side off his hip by Pepper, and a good tumbling stop by Ollie Pope away to his right hand side. But yes, the crowd, there's just a nice hubbub about the place today. There's a nice hubbub, people catching up. Thank you to Don Topley as well, who's bought us some treats in this morning, hasn't he? Some Suffolk treats. Cheese.
The
Pork
very
pie,
best
pork
Scotch
pie,
eggs. The
Scotch eggs.
Scotch eggs are exquisite.
As in over the wicket goes Kemar Roach, and forward goes Pepper. Plays this one back up the pitch, and a freshly baked baguette.
Yeah, yeah, for a bit of duck pate.
Oh my goodness!
All right, yeah. All from Suffolk. Okay.
All from
The
Suffolk,
cheese,
including the baguette.
The cheese, it's called Redwalk, is from Bungay in Suffolk.
Bungay cheese with your baguette. As over the wicket once again goes Roach, and Pepper shot. Just back of a length, and he's up on his toes and just punches it beautifully through the covers for 4. 2 lovely shots in that over from Michael Pepper. He's looking in very good touch this morning. Pepper's 30, Critchley 61, 386 for 4. Few more words from Don Topley, and he'll be joined by Mr. Kevin Howes.
Thank you, Churchy. Lovely to be on air with you. Lovely to see you. You're looking well. He's grown a moustache. This is very much the battle of the moustaches here today, but he resembles like an Australian fast bowler from the 70s. Anyway, it's a very good morning to Kevin Howes from 5 Sports Extra, and it's going to be Matt Fisher on his way in bowling to Critchley. Critchley drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. Good morning, Kevin.
Very good morning to you. But if you describe Churchill like that, I mean, what about you? I mean, you for a long time you've been carrying this wonderful moustache.
Since the age of 9.
Well, exactly. So does that make you the look of a vintage
Walrus.
Australian bowler?
A walrus.
Well, no, because
An old
yours doesn't drop down on the side of the mouth quite like Churchill's does.
Fisher in bowls. This is played off the back foot, back up to mid-off. There is no run. I got a message. We've got a message
Yes,
through on
go
the
ahead. Yeah.
emails. Listen, there's a gentleman I know, and he said, Don, I'm watching the game with my son Frank, who's celebrating his 17th birthday today, and he's such a avid cricket fan that he's watching and supporting Essex against Surrey. Please, could you make his day and say hello from us in the commentary box? We will do that in a moment as Fisher bowls and is played into the leg side by Critchley. There is no run at mid-wicket. So a very happy birthday from all of us, Frank. We hope you have a tremendous season playing in just inside Suffolk with your club at Copdock or Ipswich and Old Eyes, and hope you do well there. Kevin is the father. Wait for this, Mr. Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin is
Yes.
my postman.
Kevin the postman.
Kevin the postman in the just inside Suffolk. This is driven, played with an open face bat, runs out to backward point where it is well fielded. There is no run. 386 for 4, but a 17-year-old cricketer
And was
is
his name,
watching
did
our
you say
game.
his name was Frank?
Frank.
Frank. Yeah. Happy birthday, Frank.
Wonderful.
It is. It is indeed.
He loves his cricket. Dad I often see, naturally, as a postman, but he always tells me how he's getting on and enjoying his cricket. Has played a bit of representative cricket at a young age, but he just enjoys the game of cricket. And he must be so excited as Fisher comes in and bowls, and it's forced Critchley back, played with a straight back up to mid-off. There is no run, 386 for 4, with Critchley on 61 and Michael Pepper on 30. No chances offered at the moment, but Surrey are bowling tight. Very tight. Don't want to give Essex anything here. Their plan of attack is to bowl wicket to wicket bowl at the sticks. One slip wide. This is a little straight, too straight, which is clipped out to square leg just in front on the boundary where they take us the single, 387 for 4. Someone like you, who's got the history you have within our game, within the media, radio in particular, you must get excited when March comes around with the planning, with everything that's involved in your job, maybe hotels, maybe travel, where you're going to go, department meetings with people further up the food chain about where you're going to go.
I'm not too sure as I've ever once enjoyed a meeting.
Oh, really?
I detest meetings.
Oh.
Unless there are more than just one or two of you. That's fine. I detest meetings. March, do you know, March, I think, is the longest of the months because it's within touching distance. And March can seem, I think, to feel like the longest. Clark here is going to bowl. Runs away from our commentary box end, has to cook end, and it's defended into the offside by Critchley, so there'll be no run, so the score still remains 387 for 4. But what do you started off by saying about being excited? Of course, yeah. But generally speaking,
like a daffodil in a tulip.
When's the time that I get? I suppose when it comes time for pulling out the bags, the kit bags, the travel bags from last year. That's when it really sort of strikes home, if you like. Down the lakeside, taken well by the keeper, folks. I mean, a heightened excitement a couple of years ago because I discovered a pretty much full bag of Werthers, which I'd packed away the previous September. Must have bought it at a cricket ground in the last round, and I forgot I had them. That was really... No, they were fine. They weren't on. Really? As somebody said on Blue Sky, on the social media platform, they say, at least it wasn't cheese you found. No, it wasn't. It was a nice packet of Werthers. But no, that's the moment, and that only happened, well, sort of Monday or Tuesday this week, to be honest.
Really?
Gone by, yeah. And this worked away behind square lakeside. Runs, will there be one? Will there be two? There'll just be the single. 388 for 4 now is the score. But yeah, and wasn't it, and isn't it still lovely that we've got some weather to get us in the mood as well. We know we can do nothing about it, but it makes such a difference. And,
yeah.
And although it's, as you say, I think the wind is a little bit cooler again today.
Yeah.
It's absolutely glorious and such a marked contrast to 12 months ago. Clark in bowls again and worked into the offside. Does the batter find enough space to gather a single? Yes, and that's good running from this pair actually, from Critchley and Pepper. They're not being given very much at all from Surrey, and it was a long day for them yesterday, but they're back at it again here today, trying to make it as difficult as they possibly can. The question I'd ask you then, Don, with your experience, is that you have been talking to Chris Silverwood, Director of Cricket, here now, back at Essex. He's hoping that maybe somehow this pitch will they'll find a little bit more pace in it, or it'll be getting a little bit quicker as we see Clark in and bowls and defended, no run. How might that happen?
Sometimes just the wear and tear on it, and the rollers. Where there was a heavy roller, I think it was this morning. Essex chose to bat first, and they know you only want, when you start playing on it, you realise the pace. And this was slow. This was probably because it's devoid of moisture. You know, in spring you get rain. We've had very little rain in Chelmsford. So just by it drying out a little bit further, it might get a little harder. It might just get a bit quicker. Doesn't necessarily have to. But on day 4, you often find Essex strips get a little bit uneven on day 4. A lot of strips become uneven, but if it can happen just a little bit quicker, then if it does bite and
break
seam,
off, Clark in and bowls and pulled away there to square leg. Good stop from the skipper Burns. Nice piece of fielding. Completes that over. Carry on, Don. At the end of this now, to tell you, 389 for 4. Critchley on 63, Pepper on 31. We've been playing for around about 40 minutes and no breakthrough this morning. Carry on, Don.
So Silverwood is just hoping to give his bowlers a little bit more of a chance, while Surrey have experienced it particularly slow. And I watched yesterday, and you know, some balls weren't always carrying through to the keeper. He was taking them around his shoelaces, and so there was a lack of pace. There was probably not a lot of guts in this wicket, but you never know. Stuart Kerrison, Chris Silverwood wants wickets that carry, not necessarily nibble, but if you bang the ball, you make sure it goes through to the keeper. That's what Essex want at home. Fisher starts a new over, bowls. Nice action. This is clipped into the leg side. There is no run. So that is what Essex want. And if this wicket can just quicken up, it will help Silverwood's bowlers. Because as I say, if it does nibble, it nibbles a bit quicker. Rather than hitting the bat, it may hit the edge if it nibbles a little bit quicker. And a newer ball might carry a little bit more. So, you know, Essex with Porter and Cook and Snater, that's the three seamers for Essex, will need to make inroads with the new ball. Fisher bowls. This is played off the back foot, back to, it heads towards mid-off, but it's Ryan Patel who picks it up, intercepts the fielding, 389 for 4. Beautiful blue sky here. And it's green, and just the netting area looks used on this beautiful square. Maybe a little bit of scuffing up where the bowlers practice on the extreme right hand side, looking out of our commentary box. This particular strip is in the middle of the square. Fisher bowls. This is played back to Fisher by Pepper. There is no run. Yeah. Are you a man of habit and creature of habit?
Routines.
Routines, yeah.
If I don't have routine, I'm completely lost, mate. I really am. I have to fight to the urge to pretty much do everything every day at the same time in the same way. It's a big issue for me. How did you know? How did you know?
I just a little nick, and this may have gone very fine. It's avoided folks, and it's avoided fine leg, where the umpire has signalled 4 runs. Well, 4 more runs there to Michael Pepper, who moves to 35, I think he does. The scorebox to our right is always slow, the little one adjacent to the executive boxes, but the scoreboard to our left, which is the huge one, that moves very quickly. Well, the creature of habit, I just watch your behaviours. This time it's a wideish delivery there, which Fisher will be very unhappy with, as Pepper slashed at that, and it's gone for 4 down to the vacant third man position. I study people.
Which behaviours exactly were you observing?
We're on a public forum here.
Well, come, dear. Anyway, I am a creature of habit and routine, and if you could kindly stop watching my behaviours, I'd appreciate it.
Fisher in, bowls, forward defensive, pushed but well fielded by Patel. An extra cover, there is no run. End of the over, 397. Essex just 3 away from a 400 landmark in their first game of the season. They've won the toss, they've had a good morning, haven't lost any wicket as yet, and we're going to have the voice of Kevin Howes.
You were talking about, and we mentioned it quite a bit yesterday, really, about, we've got 2 very successful cricket teams and clubs in front of us. You're like Surrey and you've got Essex, but 2 very different. And you mentioned the size of squad that Chris was picking from for Essex this week, and that's the thing, isn't it? Really, you've got Surrey and you've got the rest, and the reason that the others are the rest is because the others, through no fault of their own, often have a vulnerability that you don't see and feel with Surrey, as we see Clark in bowls and pushed into the offside, no run. Surrey would always be very keen that you do not portray them as as a club or a team who are entitled to these things. They too have had to work hard. They continue to work hard to make sure that they haven't got that vulnerability, but they have got a strength of position where they are and success and whatever, internationally with the oval and the ground and all that sort of stuff. But there's a vulnerability about the other teams, and you say that is the concern as Clark bowls again, whipped away very nicely leg side, and that'll be a single out to the fielder on the square leg boundary, and the score moves to 398 for 4, and we are in the 108th over, so going to be picking up a bonus point here for 400, but unlikely, of course, nigh impossible to get the next one after that. But does that make sense? So you're looking at Essex, you think, yes, they're serious challenge. You look at a lot of the other teams, serious challenges, but it's not going to take a lot and stuff out of their control often to throw them off a little bit. And injuries, you say maybe call-ups and things like that. Now Surrey have a bag load of call-ups and players who were pulled away for various reasons, but somehow they managed to keep it together. Certainly in the Championship, it's a different story when it comes to the 50 overs during the 100, of course. Clark bowls and driven nicely on the full but played nicely.
Good cricket.
Yeah, we've seen some glorious strokes, and we've seen some real good batting up against some very tight bowling during this match, and Essex to 399 for 4. Pepper's on 40, Critchley 64. Michael Pepper is 70 balls for his 40. Critchley is 64, coming from 139, and Rory Burns trying to ring some changes here, because it's one thing, I guess, to applaud Surrey for keeping things really tight, making things really difficult, but they've got to conjure something up, and that is a different question. That's a different challenge. And the reason that it's been made a different challenge is because that actually, as much as Surrey have been disciplined, so too have Essex been with their batting, really. They've not, well, yes, they might have been disciplined with a couple of shots where they got ducks out of the way of that one through to the keeper, but generally speaking, they too have matched them for their concentration, the application, their approach to things, not rushing, going about things in a certain way. There was a thought last night as I was leaving from somebody who suggested to me that it wasn't the greatest day of cricket. Well, to me, that really doesn't come into it on the first day. The sun was shining, we've had a long wait. Anything would have been great yesterday for me, but actually I thought it was okay, because I thought we had two real good strong teams up against each other, and this one is pulled away. It's a shorter ball, and it brings up the 400 for Essex. 107.5 overs, so almost at the cut-off point for the bonus points. And of course, not only the bonus points for the batting, but Surrey at the moment just taking one here, the 3 wickets down. It's something which, again, you need to not get too preoccupied with on the first 2 days of the season. But come the end of it, if it comes down to small margins, they could prove very, very important. 400 for 4 at Essex, and defended again into the offside for no run. Completion of the over from Clark, who's bowled 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 71. Critchley's on 65, Pepper on 40, and Essex are 400 for 4. Don, I know I'm talking to the converted here, obviously in yourself, but I genuinely had such a lovely feeling about the club and the ground yesterday. Everything here just felt, so good, and I always fear that I'm sounding patronising. I really don't mean to sound patronising when I say that everything about this club, people are really grafting. The club means everything to them. Cricket in this part of the world means everything to them. It's a real passion. Brilliant.
Fisher in bowls, and this is played off the front foot by Critchley to Patel at extra cover. There is no run. Yeah,
they take it personally. They
try.
Yeah, exactly. Grafting is the word I used yesterday. There are people that graft for everything here. They really work so hard.
And they're proud.
Yeah, that's another good word.
Funny enough, part of the BBC Essex logo stroke saying Essex and proud. We often say that with our local community. This time he's bowled, and Fisher's bowled a decent delivery, respected there by Critchley, played up to the offside. There is no run. And you talk about things that are happening here at this ground. And you had Dan Feast yesterday.
We did.
On air, so it was good to hear him. He's the recently appointed Chief Executive, CEO here at Chelmsford. Has gone through the ranks, to be fair, been promoted from within. And after this delivery, I'll introduce some of the new things that have happened if you're aware of this new ground here at Chelmsford. And Fisher Bowls played this time with a close face all the way up to mid-on, where there is no run. So trying to bore Essex here. It's a good tactic in 4-day cricket. If you can't get wickets, just tie the noose around their neck and gradually get tighter and tighter. Well, new at the ground for 2025, there's a new temporary stand that's slightly larger than it used to be, and that's at the Tiptree stand, which is sort of deep cow corner really, as Fisher bowls. This is played off the back foot, 2 straight where it's gone for 1. Can he prevent the 2? No, they can't. Critchley comes back for his second run. Good looking shot, just a little too straight there from Fisher into the leg side. They have solar panels which now run the indoor school, so that's good news there, especially for the indoor school. Quite a large behind us is a new war memorial block, which is by the river, as Fisher bowls, played off the back foot with a dead straight bat, allowing the ball to hit the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball, and there is no run. I presume you saw the war memorial yesterday?
I have seen it, yes. Yeah.
New toilets in the pavilion.
Oh, don't start churchy on that.
Okay. Churchy? Toilets in the pavilion?
Yeah.
Likes them.
Yeah.
Given approval as Fisher comes in to bowl, and this is played nice and straight, but just to the left hand of mid-wicket where there is no run, and that's the end of the over. And the last edition for 2025, which marks the 100th year of first-class cricket here at Chelmsford. Okay, but the most important thing this year is there's a new women's team here at Chelmsford.
Yes.
Essex Ladies.
Yes. A couple of weeks from now, that gets underway, doesn't it? The competitions, Division 2 and the Tier 1 teams and all that. And we will be featuring that more and talking more about that as we move closer to that. But yeah, it's good stuff. Clark in bowls, a little bit shorter and taken low down by folks who cuts a lonely figure now. They've dispersed. Can I just say, by the way, there was a catching opportunity which fell just short. I forget who was batting. It was this morning.
Folks.
And well, I'm talking about folks because what folks did is he didn't appeal. Okay, and from my eyes, as I was looking at it, I thought, well, that was close. And the umpires, of course, they're much closer than I. However, as Clark comes in and bowls, and that's taken high, there was a bit more pace and bounce and lift through to folks for that one. Basically, I have known situations, and maybe even Ben himself on occasion may have appealed on things such as that. And I thought he did the right thing here this morning, and he said no. Because it did look fairly close. It wasn't too far away from him, I don't think, and it fell short. And I want to applaud players when they do that. It's one of those things. Spirit of cricket and all that. Clark in bowls and worked away onto the onside for no run. There will be occasions when perhaps that sort of thing doesn't happen, but when it does, and did this morning, I say well done. Essex 402 for 4, Critchley 67, Pepper on 40. And this is hard work. I mean, just taking a look, what do you think Rory is trying to do here, Don, in trying to... I thought that... yesterday I thought there were a couple of occasions when the Essex players did perhaps lose a bit of concentration, did get bored. It's for this pair this morning not to fall into that same sort of trap then, as Clark is in. Well, what on earth is he doing there? Pepper moves forward, goes back, and then all over the place with it. So was that him as a result of getting bored? As we were
Possibly.
just talking about it, yeah.
He's a very good white ball player, Michael Pepper. Bats at the top of the order. He does have the ability to score 360.
Yeah.
So whether he scoops or does things like runs down the wicket, he's appeared as if he charged Jordan Clark there. But he's
And then
just
was
trying
all
to
over the shop.
get him off his line and his length, really.
Well, Clark is in again, ducks out of the way of that one.
5 balls there, I think, have been all pretty short from Jordan Clark.
So
They've
in the
gone
modern
through
era-
at different paces, though.
But in the modern era, you're looking at Pepper and you're saying to Pepper, okay, so I know what your strengths are and you know what your strengths are, but let's see another strength of yours, which is ball me as much as you like. We aren't even at day 2, even the first hour of day 2. So you carry on, mate. It's not going to bother me. I'll just watch them go by me. Is that fair to ask of a batter in the modern era?
I think it's a challenge.
As we see Clark in and bowls.
Another
and
short
out of the
one.
way, yeah. Through to the keeper, end of that over, where the score is 402 for 4 for Essex, and that is now 110 overs up. So bonus points all at an end in this innings. 5 maiden 71 runs from Clark. Don?
Yes, so we've seen Matt Fisher bowl quite straight at Critchley and Pepper from the Graham Gooch end. Meanwhile, we did see Kemar Roach bowl some short deliveries which didn't really get up, but now we've seen a bowler who runs in and hits the deck hard, who bangs it in. It's Jordan Clark. That last over we saw more or less 6 short balls, including 2 or 3 bouncers. Now there's nothing wrong with that, and I applaud it. It's a great effort from Jordan Clark, but with the players and the fielders spread out, he can't just hook a ball, because he's got a very long leg side boundaries, Jordan Clark, which is going to be difficult to clear because it's massive going down to the executive boxes. So from that point of view, I understand the tactic. We're going to see, I think this is this Taylor coming into bowl? It is indeed. Taylor replaces Fisher, who's bowled very straight this morning here at Chelmsford. Taylor's got the opportunity here for his first bowl of the morning. His one slip, it's a very wide full slip, which is Ollie Pope, who had a decent net this morning, a long time at the net. So Pope is the solitary fielder, apart from the keeper. This time it's nice and straight, driven out to mid-wicket where there is no run. Taylor, I thought, bowled quite a good second spell yesterday. I was watching from the Graham Gooch end to the right of the sight screen with some friends. I enjoyed just quietly sitting there. It was lovely.
Well, you say quietly. I thought you were turned into a bit of a rabble by the end of the day, to be honest, Toppers. I mean, what a racket from that end, really. I thought that's unlike you.
When Dan Lawrence came on to bowl from this end, didn't he, from the Alistair Cook end quite early, when Essex were none down. And this is dug out, good Yorker from Taylor, dug out into the offside, no run. And Dan Lawrence came on to bowl, and he got a wicket quite early on because Charlie Allison played across.
In his first over, wasn't
it? It was LB.
Mm-hmm.
But when he came on, he was introduced, the bowler from the Alistair Cook end is Dan Lawrence. I was a bit disappointed. 1 or 2 went,
Oh, pantomime, come on.
I was a bit disappointed.
Pantomime.
Don't need to do that.
Well, yes, but I do get what you're saying, yeah.
Taylor in, bowls. This is driven nicely, but back to Taylor, who fields off his own bowling. There is no run. So we can see Fisher before, and now, Kevin, we're seeing with Taylor. The idea is the Captain Burns is saying, I want you bowling dead straight. Mm-hmm. All right, bowl at the stumps. If he misses, we hit, and then I'll pack the leg side. So you've got 3 fielders there, 4 fielders really, because you've got a man on the boundary as well. One just behind, saving one on the boundary at deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, and so I'm asking you to bowl to the field. Bore them, please. There we go again. This is played up to mid on, off. Sorry, and I think there's 1 ball left in this over. Of Taylor's first of the morning, 402 for 4.
I mean, that Church has been making that very point about how strong that leg side field is. I mean, 6 of them, is there, over there? I mean, it's really strong over
with
there.
fine leg, 5.
And that obviously is
3 on the boundary now.
And Clark's moving out there. Yeah.
So is this a double bluff for a short ball? So the batsman's looking round the corner going, oh, there's 3 on the boundary now. So will Taylor bowl short? No, he doesn't. He pitches it up, and Critchley walks his shot. That's the end of the over. He walks his shot because he's just slightly overbalanced. End of the over, 402 for 4.
Just a reminder on BBC Sounds and 5 Sports Extra coming up at 12:25 today. It's European Champions Cup. It's a change of sport. It's rugby union. It's Toulon versus Saracens with live commentary. Then we'll be back at 2:30 with some more cricket, and then it's Premier League football this afternoon. Crystal Palace versus Brighton. There's more rugby union. Follow on later on today as well. So we're off and on here on Extra today. On your smart speaker you can hear whichever match you want to hear cricket wise, uninterrupted coverage, as there will be of this game and the other games going on throughout the country as well. As we see the start of the next over, it's Clark continuing to bowl here, ducks out of the way of that one through to the keeper. And a little reminder about that live text service as well. I'd like to give the team a mention here. Chris Harvey, Gideon Brooks, Glenn Speller, Deepak Mahey are the team looking after things on the live text service today for you. So they will update you on the sprinkler story as well. It never looks good. All the players are ready to go and the sprinklers come on. Ducks out of the way of that one. Through to the keeper again, so there'll be no run. But that's exactly what happened up there at Trent Bridge this morning, and I think they managed to find the stop tap to turn off the 4 sprinklers, and then another one just sprung up somewhere. But anyway, I believe they've got on top of the sprinkler issue now, but it did leave a few small puddles, which thankfully in conditions, as the team have mentioned there on the live text service, conditions as they are today weather-wise meant it's all dried out really quite quickly. So they're up and running at Trent Bridge. Clark here at Chelmsford, nicely defended. Back up to Clark from Pepper, so there'll be no run. Twiggy's arrived. Twiggy, don't moan and groan about the state of the roads.
I wasn't going to.
You just needed to get up an hour earlier this morning. That's what it was, eh? Nice to see you.
You too.
Welcome back, day 2. Brought the sunshine with you from wherever you've come from as well.
It's actually not even as far away as you'd like to think.
Is it? Well, don't say that. Don't say that this morning.
I live in East London, so...
Okay. Oh, yes. Well, it's a busy place. But anyway, it's nice to have you back. Oh, the ball. It's the ball again. See, these wonderful things about cricket. You know, I asked Don, you know, if Chris Silwood is hoping this pitch is somehow going to have a bit more pace about it at some point. Well, how does that happen? Because that might make it interesting, and the importance of the new ball, and Surrey will have been out there for a long time and all that. That could have a bit of an impact on the game. But then you've got this issue as, yes, it was most definitely the case. When they took that second new ball, did it last 3 overs? I'm not too sure it did.
7 balls.
Well, that's not 3 overs. It lasted 7 balls. Had it changed? And it was different. Kimo was getting something to do with that. Now, of course, the players don't pick and choose that ball after that, do they? I don't think. I think that's all down to the umpires. The umpires being Russell Warren and Ian Blackwell here today. But they've asked for a change here. So this would be the same ball as was changed after 7 balls yesterday. Is that right? Yep. And we are now in the what over, he says, asking the question, 112th over. So 12, 10, about 22, 30 overs-ish. 30, about 30 overs. And they've it can make, but the thing is, and this is why it's such a big issue in cricket, it can make such a difference, and they need something. They need to be asking questions and trying to create something for all the challenges on it that we've been talking about over the last 15-20 minutes. Actually, Essex have matched it. We saw that one strange looking shot from Pepper, but apart from that, if they manage to hold their nerve and their concentration, I think they have pretty much this morning, and that's why they're at 402 for 4. It's slow going, slow progress, but can they get up to that 500 mark, 550 in enough time? I think at this stage of the season, you're playing Surrey, it's the first match of the season. What is your approach going to be? Are you going to be happy to leave with the draw? I'm not too sure. I mean, too early a call to make on that, but clearly they've set about trying to make sure they nullify as best they can Surrey here with their bowling. They chose to bat first as well. Will Harmer come into it? Will he be a key difference, as he has been time and time again? But not always. I mean, last year I remember there were occasions when when things went wrong here for Essex, because people were saying, don't worry, third or fourth day, Simon Hummer will come on and do his thing, as he so often and regularly, consistently does. But he can't do it every time. So there are so many questions to look at over the next 2 or 3 days here. But the question at the moment is, for how much longer can Essex maintain their concentration, not get bored, keep at it, get themselves a score of 500 and a little bit more as bonus runs, and then see what the response is going to be from Surrey. Again, we expect always Surrey to be like Simon Hummer, top notch. We know what they're capable of, but will they be able to do that early on? So that's where we've got at the moment. Now, Rory Burns has taken a look at the ball and doesn't like it. In fact, he's saying that looks very much like the one that we gave back after 7 balls yesterday. It won't be. I tell you what, Rory sometimes is not good, shoulder-wise, at hiding a huff. I think he's in a bit of a huff. Are you ready to take up the... No, let's finish off this over. How many have we got? We've just got 3 more deliveries, and then I'll move aside at Churchin, and then Sonia can say a proper good morning to you. And sit alongside Churchy for the next hour or so through to lunch as Clark comes in and bowls, and after all that skims through to the keeper. But Rory takes a look at that, and well, he's not a happy bunny this morning, is Rory. I'd love to know what exactly is wrong with that ball. What was he looking for? Was he hoping that somehow one had been brought out that was, I don't know, instead of being about 30 overs old, about 50 or 60? Or maybe no, he's shiny. We wanted the hard ball. That's what he wanted. It's one that, actually, the one they've been given now probably does look about 30 overs old, and he wanted one that looked about 7 balls old. Yeah, I get it. And that there's another one which he doesn't really have to duck out of, Pepper. It easily goes past. And now, having seen Pepper with that shot that made you wonder whether he was getting a bit flummoxed out there, actually, and this is where a captain needs to be a little bit careful, because Jordan's now looking a bit huffy as well. Now that can sometimes ignite something really good in a fielding team, but it can also throw them off, sticking to what they've been good at so far, which is making life difficult for Essex. Let's see, Clark in and bowls, and again, I mean that barely took off at all. It wasn't a skimmer, but past the off stump. And I'm telling you what now, I think if I was Rory Burns, I'll be asking for that other ball back again, because whatever they've got here, it just did nothing. Good luck, everybody. Sonia, good morning. Sonia Tweed, good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, just by 6 minutes. So yes, not a lot. I mean, the biggest talking point of this morning so far seems to be the ball change that Kev has just detailed in great fashion. Rory Burns doesn't look happy. He wasn't happy with a couple yesterday. A couple of times he went up to the umpires and asked them to change it, even though they then elected not to. But I will be joined for the next hour or so by Mark Church. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sonia.
As Fisher runs in bowls, and that's just clipped off his hips by Critchley down towards fine leg, and he'll pick up a single for it.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? And the runs are completely dried up from an Essex point of view. It's very disciplined stuff by Surrey. So Jordan Clark to Pepper is bowling to a 6-3 leg side field. He's even got a fly slip in there, and he's holding the ball outside the off stump to Pepper. And every time that Pepper tries to do anything, he's just banging it in. So really, this is all about patience at the moment.
Taylor over the wicket bowls, and that's again just turned off his hip, this time by Pepper, down towards Kemar Roach out there. And another single.
It's exactly the same here with James Taylor. The field he's got set is, you just bowl stump to stump. So he's got a long leg, he's got a square leg, he's got a deep mid-wicket, he's got a short mid-wicket catching, mid on, a mid off, a cover, a backward point and a slip. And all Rory Burns wants James Taylor to do here is come down this slope and just bowl stump to stump.
And force the batters into a mistake. It's
Just
what we
make
saw a
them
lot
do
yesterday. Taylor bowls. Critchley turns that one into leg side, but straight to Dan Lawrence there at mid-wicket.
And
Jamie Smith at mid-wicket.
The other thing here, we talked about this yesterday, as a batter, yes, that you can almost just get into this way of playing and not forget how to attack, but almost you get into that mindset of, well, I know what you're up to, and this is what we're up to, and all of a sudden 45 minutes can have gone by, and you put an extra 10 runs on the board.
And time starts to move very slowly as a batter as well, as Taylor bowls, and that struck Critchley on the leg. There's a half appeal from behind the stumps, not much from the bowler, and nothing given from the umpire, who gives a leg bye.
So yes, I think Surrey here we saw it in an hour after lunch yesterday, and they've settled into this game plan now as well. And it's for Pepper in particular here. It's how long can Pepper keep doing what he's doing without trying something a bit different?
Exactly. I think it's just, for Surrey, it's just about plugging away and keeping that concentration as Taylor bowls, and again that's turned into the leg side by Pepper, so I fielded at square leg.
Because all I would say, sorry Sonia, all I would say is, even if this goes till lunchtime, okay, then if you're Essex, you can say, all right, we'll go at it after lunch, because then I still think minimum here for Essex is still 500, 550, and give yourself 7 sessions basically to try and put Surrey under some pressure. It's going to be very difficult.
Taylor bowls, again turned into the leg side for no run. I think the difficulty as far as Essex are going to be concerned is we haven't seen this pitch break up at all.
No.
Surrey bat deep, as we know, so the Essex probably now have to be thinking we've got to bat once, because if we bat twice this game is going to go for a draw.
Yeah, and we talked about it this morning with the Topley, that the one thing that could happen is with the pitch out there in the sun, and it's been sort of made oven ready the couple of days before, it could quicken up a touch, so then that new ball Porter can cook. But then again, if a pitch quickens up, it can, aid the batter as well, can't it? Because the ball's coming onto the bat a bit quicker. So it's interestingly poised. This is the cricket you like, that you were talking about yesterday. You love these passages of play. I love this because it really is working out a game plan, because everybody knows exactly what both sides are up to at the moment as well. It's almost like the hors d'oeuvre before the main course. Sonia?
Is that
a little like
we're into metaphors.
The
it's not
fare
even lunch.
that Don Topley's bought in for lunch today. Now we're going to get some spin into the attack. So there's a good spell of bowling from Jordan Clark, but we're going to get Dan Lawrence into the attack now. So Lawrence is in, and this one's turned by Critchley. And
Sorry, you mentioned pace. I was just going to say, but we saw it definitely hasn't quickened up yet. We saw a couple of bounces from Jordan Clark hardly get up, so there's not much life in this wicket so far.
Over the wicket goes Lawrence, and this is clipped off the stumps by Critchley down towards long leg. But this is the thing, Surrey and Jim Troughton said it to Kevin House yesterday, that they know that this season, like last season, sides will prepare pitches to negate Surrey, and they're well within their rights to do that. If Surrey are travelling, because Surrey will have pitches at the gear over that will suit Surrey, so they're going to come across this, and they did last season, and they will this season. Plus, it's April. That's the other thing.
At what point does negating Surrey also negate other teams? Though?
And yourselves at times is. Forward, working around that front pad is Pepper. It's a half shout, and then a throw from Ben Folkes that hits the stumps at the bowler's end. It ricochets away. It was a great bit of work by Ben Folkes, and the reason there was no LBW in the positive is he's hit it, but that was a great bit of work from Folkes. Got out behind the stumps very quickly. There was a hesitation, and Folkes slinging the ball down at the bowler's end, hit the stumps, but Pepper safely home for a single. He's on to 42, and Essex move on to 407 for 4.
And that will just give all of the fielders a lift. If you see your experienced keeper doing that, the rest of you go, okay, that's what we're going to be really on it in the field and try and close down everyone and really strangle Essex.
This one's turned leg side by Critchley. Jamie Smith with a dive, didn't actually get anything on that, I don't think, Jamie Smith. And James Taylor comes round to do the fielding, and they'll just pick up another single. The sound of knives and forks behind us, Sonia, because Mr. Topley is unearthing his Suffolk fare for his
lovely.
luncheon. Yes, which is very kind. He bought some for us as well, as Lawrence is in, and a bit short this one, and it's just turned by Pepper out towards deep mid wicket, and there will just be a single there for Pepper.
Well,
More
I've
to the
got
total.
a nice training run ahead of the London Marathon tomorrow.
Are you
so
marathoning?
I am
Well
marathoning.
done you. Well done you. How much longer till that?
Not as long as I would hope.
Yes. As over the wicket once again comes Lawrence, and this is driven by Critchley out towards extra cover. There is no run end of Lawrence's first over of the day, and Essex here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Essex, BBC London, BBC Sport website and app, and your smart speaker, of course, on this second day have moved on to 409 for 4. So it's not tapering off at the moment. That's what they always
No, it's
talk
not.
about.
It's not tapering
don't
yet.
they?
This is. I've actually got my longest run of my entire plan tomorrow. So
Ooh, what's that going to be about?
34 kilometres.
So that's what, 18,
I
19?
think it's about 20 miles.
Oh, yes.
A bit over 20 miles, maybe 21.
Well, it's going to be a warm day for it as well.
It's all right. I think my plan is to go early. But,
Good idea. Good idea.
And also get it done.
Get it out the way.
And then I can not move for the rest of the day as Taylor continues from the Graham Gooch end, and that's looked to be turned off as hit by Pepper, but stopped, doesn't get it, and stopped by a diving Ben Folkes to his left.
Is this your first one, or have you done
It will
them
be my
before?
first one. I've
Oh,
done
well
halves
done.
before, but I've never done a full one.
Well done you.
It's well, my friend actually put me into it because she said she wanted to do a marathon before she turned 30, and I thought that sounded like a good idea. And I'm 30 in May, so I was rapidly running out of time, so I signed up for the
Good for
London
you.
Marathon,
Good
which
for
is
you.
just at the end of this month.
Good for you. Raising money for a charity?
I haven't decided to
Which
yet,
Right.
but I think I will be. It's just a case of getting everything sorted and
organised, yes.
organised and just setting up all those fundraising pages. But
Oh, good for you.
have you ever done it?
I've never run a marathon. I've done a lot of running, but I haven't actually sort
Oh,
of
I know you're about
entered-
your running,
yes,
but not the,
I've not entered a sort of official marathon, if that makes sense. But I've covered the London Marathon in reporting terms. It's the most amazing atmosphere.
Oh,
it's
it's
a fantastic
brilliant.
day.
Taylor over the wicket to Pepper, who fends that one into the offside. No, it's brilliant. I remember what my friend was visiting me in London, and what I think Mo Farah was running that year, and we just decided to go and have a look and
Yeah.
see what it was like, and it was a great event.
Oh, it's a fantastic event. It
So
really is.
we are all praying that to whichever rain god or other, that it does not rain on April 27th.
Yeah.
That's the main hope, I think.
Well, you don't want it too hot, and you don't really want rain.
No, Taylor bowls again. That's just pushed into the offside.
Yeah, I've always thought there's sort of our ideal running conditions, aren't there?
Yeah,
A little
I
bit
think,
of cloud, but not cold.
to be honest, I don't mind it being warm. I think warm is better than rain for me,
Yes.
at least. It's just, especially London streets, they can get really slippery, and the last thing you want is to sort of be worried about your footing. I'm sure you know this from having run. If you get some of those cobbles and things, and you really have to slow down. So it's just about relaxing into it and keeping going. And obviously, the more the conditions affect you, the more other things you have to think about. As that one is, well, Pepper goes for a big shot, trying to pull that, and it doesn't get hold of it at all, and goes through to Ben Folkes, who whips the bails off and then has to stop to put them back on again. Essex 409 for 4.
It's a lovely bit of keeping from Ben Folkes, because he's up to the stumps now to James Taylor to keep Pepper in his crease, because he was probably stood outside his crease to get to Taylor. But that was down the leg side, and those bails were off as quick as a flash.
I'll tell you what, if I'm back on air afterwards, I'll tell you all the stories about how I was overtaken by people dressed as rhinos and Big Bens and jammy
happen.
Dodgers and wedding dresses and
yes.
all the... So that's Taylor in bowls. That's just turned into the leg side or defended into the leg side by Pepper.
Well, some of them go very quickly.
Some of them do. I remember when I went to watch, there was a bloke in a full Spider-Man outfit, complete with like one of the head things. And he must have beaten some of the elite runners. He was really, really
Flying.
fast.
Yes, no. I think you always think that anybody who sort of dresses up in a sort of outfit for it won't be going very quickly, but some of them absolutely. I think there are some exceptionally good athletes who decide to dress up as someone and tear around the marathon course.
Taylor over the wicket. That one is driven really nicely by Pepper, who's well weighted for that one. Goes on the front foot and drives that through the covers to the boundary to pick up a welcome 4 for Essex. Essex move on to 413 for 4. I think one of the things with the marathon is, so someone I follow on social media who's a runner is trying to beat the world record in Crocs. Now you've run. I can't imagine a worse running shoe.
No. Well, the thing with those things is they sort of shift forward and back, don't they? God, no, I wouldn't enjoy that at all. I think the only problem is then, because people do those sorts of things, they then try and think up something more crazy to do a marathon in. So, but
it's the idea that it's beating the world record. So there already is a world record for someone who's done a marathon in Crocs, and this person is trying to beat it.
There are world records for everything.
I know.
I think.
Did you see the video of the Big Ben that couldn't get under the finishing line because it was too tall and had to sort of duck and crawl? It was a great video.
But that's just not being prepared, is it? You know, you haven't thought it through. As round the wicket now is Dan Lawrence, and Critchley is driving up towards extra cover, and there is no run. So Essex started this morning, just reminding myself as much as anything here, 356 for 4. 356 for 4, they're now 413 for 4 as Lawrence is in again. This will just be nudged into the leg side. Won't be a single because Ryan Patel is tumbling away. So the field at the moment is a slip. There's a sweeper on the cover point boundary. There's a cover, deepish mid on. Ollie Pope's down below us at long on. There is a short straight mid wicket, man just behind square at 45, deep mid wicket, and then a man on the sweep, which is James Taylor, and he's coming round the wicket. So on that angle as well, he's going to have to work that leg side. If he wants to go through the offside here, he's going to have to sort of skip down the pitch and get inside the ball. Here's Critchley. He's played nicely for these 70 runs, but again, this is all about patience at the moment. That's a bit shorter. He will get a single here because he's able just to jump onto the back foot, and with the sweeper out there, just push it away towards Jordan Clark, and they take another single. Critchley moves on to 71.
Jamie Smith over there is just running through his bowling action. I think he's trying to keep himself entertained.
Yes. If we
But
get
he was
to
doing
that,
a couple of warm-ups.
if we get to that point, yes.
We saw Ryan Patel
I
yesterday.
don't think I've ever seen him bowl, to be fair.
Well, I mean, they all can bowl because obviously you try things in the nets, don't you?
As Lawrence is in, and there's the wrists of Pepper, trying to work that one leg side. It does go leg side, but it potters out towards Dom Sipley at short mid wicket.
Before the start of the season, I interviewed Archie Vaughan at Somerset, and he was talking about how he took up bowling in lockdown primarily because of boredom.
Well, it's gone all right, isn't it, for him? This one's just turned into the leg side by Pepper. Because he's more, at the end of the over, I think he's more of a batter than he is an off-spinner, obviously, but he's then, and against Surrey last season, he's picked up wickets.
Well, I think he's quite new to spinning if he only took it up when he was sort of 14 or 15, so you're only looking at 4 years of trying to craft that, whereas obviously as a batter, he probably started that when he was about 7, so I think it's just about growing into it. And obviously, as we know, spinners tend to mature a little bit later. It's a skill that can take a while to come. You even see some sort of county spinners who weren't professional until their mid-20s who then come in and do a useful job. I know Jake Lintott at Warwickshire was one of those sort of late additions to professional cricket. Obviously the left arm leg spin proving a useful option for them.
It's all about bowling, isn't it, as a spinner? As much bowling as you can get, really.
As Taylor continues from the Graham Gooch end over the wicket, and that's just defended by Critchley into the leg side.
It's learning your art as well.
And learning temperament, I think, is quite important, because you will always get those players who go after you as a spinner in a way that you don't quite in the same way as a seamer with the new ball. You'll always have those who look to take you on. Sometimes it'll come off, and you'll have to, I think it takes a lot longer to learn how to really curb those runs and cut out the bad deliveries.
And also, I think, confidence as well to do what you can do.
And Taylor bowls, and that's just pushed back up, hits the bowler on the foot and trickles into the offside for no run. And also, I think spinning is one of those arts that it can go wrong, and I think it's understanding that some days you might not get it as right as you want it, and it might not come off for you. And I know Archie Vaughan was talking about, learning off Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir at Somerset, and sometimes they say it hasn't come out right today, and he took sort of a lot of confidence from that, going, these are England players saying it doesn't always work for them, so it doesn't always have to work for you, potentially. And I think that's something that you can learn as you go on, as that is goes through to the wicketkeeper, who whips off the bails quicker than we can talk about it almost. Lovely glove work from Ben Folkes, Critchley unmoved in his crease.
Another naughty bit of keeping there from Ben Folkes, wasn't it?
Just a reminder, isn't it, that he's always there if you overbalance. I think him keeping up is a good idea, and I think it's actually had an impact on the flow of runs here.
Well, yes, it's obvious to everybody, but you cannot stand outside your crease now to Taylor. So, and you've got best in the business behind the stumps as well.
Taylor in. Again, Critchley pushes into the offside, goes straight to Dan Lawrence at point.
Elsewhere, just have a quick look at some scores from elsewhere. In Division 1, Hampshire now 216 for 7. Yorkshire, of course, 121. Durham were all out for 378. Nottinghamshire have started their reply. They're 16 without loss. Worcestershire all out yesterday for 154. Somerset 279 for 4. Now Tom Banton 134 not out, and James Rue 58 not out.
All the games moving on nicely. There's Taylor. Runs in bowls, and that's just pushed into the leg side.
Delighted for Banton. I thought Banton always got far too much. That he can't turn the way he plays white ball. He's not going to be able to play red ball. And the dad had hardly played any first-class cricket. I think if you look at the number of games, a couple of years ago, looked at the number of actual first-class games Tom Banton had played, and it was hardly any really, because he'd just been playing T20s, etc.
Well, I remember the year him and Joe Clark went to Welsh Fire. I think it was one of the early years of the 100, as Taylor is in bowls, and that's just clipped off his legs by Critchley down to deep backward square, and he'll pick up 2 runs, well, just a single in the end for it. But I think, and then he had a bad patch with the white ball stuff, and he sort of, because he had been talked about as on the fringes of the England side, and he sort of dropped completely away from that for a couple of years, so it's good to see him coming back into
absolutely.
it.
Look, this is only his 43rd first-class game.
It's remarkable when you think how long he's been playing professional cricket
and you
for.
look at the number of teams he's played for in terms of T20. So I think because I know at Somerset a couple of years ago there was a lot of grumbling about he's not applying himself, and and you sort of sat there and said the lad's only played about 20 first-class games. At some point the penny will drop, and I think the penny's dropping, and I think when that penny does drop, he will score a lot of runs in first-class cricket. As Lawrence is round the wicket, forward goes Critchley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And I saw that Will Smead said that he's now wants to play red ball as well. I always thought he was very early on signing just a white ball contract. As Lawrence comes round the wicket once again, and this one's turned into the leg side, and there's no run. Because the problem with franchise cricket, on your Irish thing, is you're really only as good as your last comp, aren't you?
And also, there isn't actually that much of it unless you start getting all these lucrative overseas contracts. If you just go into the blast, and you bat further down the order, you're not actually batting very much.
As short ball, that skipped on a touch. He's looking to pull that, was Critchley, and bottom edge onto his pad. That's nicely bowled by Dan Lawrence. 1 for 75 for Lawrence in his 21st over. You're absolutely spot on. If you're not getting picked for these overseas franchise competitions, there's not a lot of cricket if you're saying all you're doing is playing white ball. As forward goes the right-handed Critchley, plays this one back up the pitch.
And especially if you have a poor tournament and you're sort of getting out for sort of 3 and 5 and in single figures a little bit, you're not facing many balls out in the middle, and that's what gives batters all that experience.
Absolutely, you are so right there. As this one's whipped leg side, and they will pick up a single. Critchley, one more to the total, one more to Critchley. Yeah, if you lose form in the sort of franchise T20, where are you going to pick it up again? So you've got to be playing some of this stuff. And I know it's not the same, but you're out in the middle and you're playing.
Even dropping down to the Metro Bank to give yourself, time and the opportunity to build an innings, because you can't really do that if you're coming in at sort of 5 or 6 in T20 cricket or the 100. You don't have enough time to really get your eye in if you're out of touch.
Lawrence is in, and Pepper wristily just plays this one into the leg side, and we'll take a single. That will be one more to Pepper and one more to this Essex first innings total, winning the toss and batting first yesterday, and today they're just, well, they're respecting the way that Surrey are bowling to them at the moment. 417 for 4. Sussex are going along very nicely against Warwickshire, because John Simpson is 137 not out. So
good for
the
him.
skipper is leading from the front. 452 for 7 they are against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. So their first game back in Division 1 is going very nicely at the moment for Sussex.
Taylor to continue running down the hill over the wicket, bowls, and that's just defended by Pepper into the offside up towards extra cover. I think it's interesting, isn't it, with Sussex and Yorkshire coming up? How are they going to fare? Obviously we're only one game in and we don't know, because we've been here, what the pitches are like elsewhere, and what we assume the conditions are like this, because it seemed to be sunny pretty much everywhere this weekend, but we don't know what the pitches are doing, how they've been prepared or anything like that. So yeah, good for Sussex.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope they go well in Division 1, because I like the way they go about it, because they're playing a lot of their youngsters as well, aren't they?
As Taylor bowls, that's just pushed up into the leg side for no run. And also Simpson is really providing a lot of experience to that batting lineup.
Well, and as captain, I was saying to Don Topley, that move for Simpson to Sussex, gets the captaincy, scores a lot of runs, takes them up in his first season as captain. He's a mighty fine cricketer, he always has been, John Simpson. But they've got some talented young players there as well, who are going to be playing first division cricket now.
And a lovely place to go and watch cricket,
Oh,
isn't it? Right
Hobie's
next to the
glorious.
sea. Taylor bowls, turned off his hip by Pepper, down towards the sweeper there on the leg side, and he'll pick up a single.
100 partnership.
And that brings up the 100 partnership as Essex move on to 418 for 4.
Yes, they've played very nicely so far. Been out there together now for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So it hasn't raced along, but they're just at the moment respecting the way that Surrey are bowling to them and thinking a little bit further in this game as well.
When do you think, and I'll come back to you after this ball, when do you think Essex will really have to push this on, as that one is just pushed by Critchley through the covers, played that, timed that perfectly to the cover boundary to bring the first boundary for at least a couple of overs, as Essex move on to 422 for 4. Critchley takes his own tally on to 77.
Well, I think they've still got time in hand. I think the fact that, we're only in the 4th session of the game, so I think that they won't change this up till lunch. Then I would expect them to look to push on a little bit after lunch, obviously, and then they'd be wanting to get Surrey out there, if not at tea time, after tea tonight, with, as I say, something over 550 on the board.
But they do run a risk if they keep going at this pace that time will run out for them, as that one is just defended up towards Rory Burns at mid-off.
I think that's why in that session after lunch, at some point, they're sort of in that nice position now that whenever they do decide we're going to put our foot down, they can.
Yeah, of course, and they've got batters in hand who are more than capable of doing it, but it can't just sort of meander like this through the rest of the day.
I think they can up to lunch.
Yeah.
But then I think at lunch they'll have a chat about it, and then at some point after lunch it'll be, right, let's get after it.
It's up the tempo as Taylor's in, and that one is driven again really nicely by Critchley, this time going between mid-off and extra cover, racing away to the boundary. That will be welcomed by the Essex fans, who maybe this is a sign that they're just starting to look to put some more deliveries away rather than just defend them and nurdle it around for runs and twos. That's 2 boundaries from the over now.
Yes,
as Critchley moves into the 80s.
I think as well it's probably got as much to do with that plan. Taylor's bowled nicely to that plan, but Critchley's and Pepper have been in that plan now against Taylor for quite some time. They know what the field's like, they've got used to it, and then Critchley's just got that one away through a gap. So yeah, it's been an enjoyable morning of cricket, this, but we're sort of setting everything up at the moment. Well, Essex are 4:26 for 4, and we've got around about 25 minutes until the lunch break. Dan Lawrence is going to continue. Kent in Division 2, all out for 231 were Northamptonshire. And, apologies, Northampton's all out in reply to Kent's 231 for 143. There's nearly a leading edge straight back to the bowler there from Pepper.
Did well to play that with soft hands and keep it down. I think he just dropped it under the last minute there.
And Kent in their second innings now are 45 without loss. Crawley didn't make any yesterday, so an opportunity for him as Lawrence is in, and Pepper will get a single here as he just waits for this, nudges it into the leg side, and this will be his 50. So it's been a good innings this from Michael Pepper. 102 deliveries. He's a man with all the shots in the locker, but he's reined himself in here. 8 fours, 102 deliveries, and Michael Pepper 50 not out, and Essex are 427 for 4. He's played nicely.
They have. I think all of Essex batters really have sort of played nicely. They haven't tried to go too quickly. We saw Jordan Cox, who scored a century yesterday on 3 off 18, just watching and playing himself in before showing what he can do.
Critchley gets a ball that just bounces on him a touch from Lawrence, turns it into the leg side. Leicestershire are 139 for 3 in reply to Glamorgan's 229. Derbyshire are 235 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 222, and Lancashire 119 for 1 at Lords in reply to Middlesex's 260. And those are all the other scores from both divisions as Lawrence is in, and Critchley's playing this one studiously back up the pitch to Dan Lawrence. I think it's warmer today, Sonia.
I think it was warmer yesterday.
Ah, there you are, interesting.
I think there's a bit more of a breeze around today.
Ah.
Not that we noticed that from our commentary box, of course.
No, it's a bit like a greenhouse. As forward goes Critchley, turns leg side. It's good effort this from Sibley. Tall man diving across, got something on it, and they didn't take the single. There's a gentleman down there in a t-shirt that on the back says "I'm so happy," and I think that probably sums up how everybody's feeling at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice day, isn't it?
Unless you're one of the faster bowlers looking to cut. It's Critchley, that goes past the outside edge of the bat, nicely taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over, 427 for 4. Essex, Critchley on 81 and Pepper on 50. But yes, I think that sort of sums up probably the general mood around Chelmsford.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to be, isn't it?
I think I believe it might be a song by Nirvana, as I'm seeing on that t-shirt there. I'm so happy. But it's a very, very good choice of t-shirt for today.
I can't remember the name of that song, but I know which song you mean.
I'm not that au fait with them, I have to say.
I've got the album that I think everyone else has, but
No, I haven't. More of a Neil Diamond man myself. Sonia?
fair enough.
Oh, well, he's a classic, isn't he?
He is. I'll tell you what I was, and then when I covered the Euros that the women won in 2022, and after that I'm not sure I could listen to Sweet Caroline again for a little bit. I needed a bit of a break.
Become very popular,
It
hasn't
has.
it?
Football and cricket.
Yes, very much so. Well, I think it possibly started at the cricket
It
fans.
definitely did start the cricket. I remember it on T20 finals day a long time ago. As Ryan Patel was in from the Graham Gooch end, taking over
Wow.
from Taylor, and that was just defended back up the pitch by Pepper.
As I nodded off at T20 finals day last year, because it was fairly dull, and everybody was getting more excited about the mascot race than the actual cricket.
The mascot race is brilliant.
I said I would have used all my marketing budget to get the man himself over to do a full live Sweet Caroline. I think that would have livened proceedings up on finals day.
Would you replace the mascot race with it? As Patel bowls, hits that one quite short. That one's just carved away by Pepper down past Jamie Smith at point, and it's mopped up by Ollie Pope running in from the boundary. 2 more runs to Essex's total, takes them on to 429 for 4.
Well, I'd have done that 20. What was it? So 2003 was the first year of it, wasn't it? So we're 25 now.
Your memory
I'd
will
have
be
done
better
that
than mine.
21 years ago. Or I think now that should we have the mascot race on a separate day to finals day?
I love the mascot
Yeah, so
race.
that's my point.
Patel in bowls another short one. That one's carved away over the head of Jamie Smith, and Ollie Pope doing a good job there on the sweeping boundary, keeping it down to 2.
So I think the mascot race is more important than the cricket these
The
days.
mascot race is brilliant. Have you spoken
You
to...
get more stats about the mascots than you do about the games that are being played out in the middle.
Do you remember the really hot year where one of the journalists from the press box, I think it was Nick Friend from
No,
the
it was
Cricketer,
dear Nick, yes.
decided to don the Middlesex Panther and do it, and he chose the worst day for it, as that one's just defended into the offside by Pepper. And I think it was
took him a while
about
to recover from
33
that.
degrees, and I think he would admit himself he's not a regular runner.
Then there was the year that Surrey and Lancashire, there was a sort of a steward's inquiry.
Into the mascot race?
Yeah, because I think Rory the Lion did it without his feet on. I think it was that one.
But some of them do. They do it in running shoes, and some of them do it in the feet. So it's not an even playing field. As Ryan Patel is in, and that one
Shot.
is carved away through the covers by Michael Pepper, and Ollie Pope won't be able to get to that one. It's driven strongly between point and cover and races away to the boundary to take Essex on to 235 for 4.
Because I love finals day, but I just think last year it was a bit of a nonsense, and also it's when it's played, the pitch, not the grounds was fault at all, but the pitch was so slow. So
You've been used a lot by that point.
Cricket.
Patel in bowls. Pepper is showing a few more of his tricks there, just paddling that one round the corner past long leg to that boundary to bring up back-to-back boundaries, and takes his score rapidly through the 50s.
Yeah, and you then had that nonsense that the England lads who were on finals day for their counties weren't allowed to play, but were all there watching, and then it rained the next day anyway, and they didn't play. You'd have 2 international T20 sandwiching your finals day, the showpiece of your domestic T20 competition. So, yeah, if you're going to say it's your showpiece domestic T20 competition, then make your final what it should be. Make finals day what it should be, which is the best surfaces for the best players to play the best cricket.
I do love finals day, I have to admit. I've been a couple
absolutely.
of times, and it's a great day out.
Here is Lawrence from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and forward goes the right-handed Critchley. This one's squirting away into the offside. They will pick up a single, and that will be one more to Critchley. He's on to 82, 440 for 4. I was sort of thinking that it's been now 22 years now, 2003. So that's 22 years of finals days, which is great. But maybe it's a time to change it a touch, as forward comes the right-handed Pepper. And I'm thinking with the women's teams as well now.
Well, they've got 2 T20 competitions, haven't they?
Yes.
Because they've got this FA Cup style T20 league taking in tiers 1, 2 and 3.
I think now, as this one's turned leg side, that the T20 final for the men, one more to the total. I personally think it should be just a standalone final now. But I also think the way that would work is to have a women's final as well, and have it as sort of all on the same day. As round the wicket once again comes Lawrence, and forward goes the right-handed Critchley. Plays this one out into the offside.
Well, the women have got their own finals day this year, and they've deliberately chosen a date where Beth Barrett-Wild said all the England women's players should be available for it.
yeah.
So that should help boost its popularity.
Absolutely.
And obviously bringing them in line with the counties means it's more obvious who to support.
Yes, up on his toes, punching away is Critchley, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. It's just, and I get it because it's a good way of making money in the men's game, but there's just too many games in the group stage as well. And you get to a point where last year you'd won your quarter final and then had to wait 6 weeks for finals day. You actually had a different team out there playing on finals day. But it was a nonsense with the England players and the fact that they, sat there watching, wanting to play, but weren't allowed to. And then it rained all day the next day. It's driving out into the offside. Here's Pepper, he'll get a couple. And people who are going to say, well, you can't say what the weather's going to be like. Well, you can, because it was obvious 4 or 5 days before that you weren't going to play any T20 cricket at Old Trafford on the Sunday.
Well, having watched it rain at Old Trafford a lot, it rains a lot at Old Trafford.
It does rain a lot in Manchester. It can be glorious as well in Manchester.
I must have skipped those days.
Yes, no, I've sat there basking away at Old Trafford. 444 for 4, Essex. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I just sat there last year at finals day and thought, this is right on the margins now. It really is. It's right on the margins. You can't pick the players you want to. Not the groundsman's fault, but the pitch is not what you want for a finals day. And it doesn't really. And as I say, everybody was a bit more excited about the mascot race. Toppers is making a right old racket behind us with his baguette.
It'll be a change of bowling and Fisher to take over from the Ryan Patel experiment that didn't last too long at the Graham Gooch end. That one is driven by Critchley out into the covers and he'll pick up 2 for it. So Essex move on to 444 for 4.
Yes, and Surrey did well there, didn't they? But now Critchley and Pepper have got through that and they've seen what the plan is and they've gone through the plan. And now I think after lunch, it's what we were talking about. Essex now have that luxury because of the way they play, that whenever they want to now, they can just try and put the foot down.
Fisher over the wicket, that one's slightly short. Critchley stands up tall and just fends the ball to Rory Burns at mid-off. I don't know, I'm not sure what the answer is with finals days, to be honest. The summer is, the T20 Blast itself, the group stages are near impossible to follow because of the run of fixtures.
I'm always told it's your domestic showpiece, T20. But then I understand with the 100, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is, and I know it's a busy fixture list, but there's too many games in the group stage. There's too much of a break between the quarter-final and finals day. And by the time you get to finals day...
That one is pulled off his hip by Critchley, who hardly has to move as he paddles the ball through the leg side to the boundary past Ryan Patel, who's quite close mid-wicket there. And that is the 450 up in 122.3 overs in just under 500 minutes.
I think you're flogging the players. I really do. With that amount of group games, you're flogging the players as well, especially with the travelling.
Fisher bowls in a similar area, but this time Critchley just defends it into the leg side.
Yeah, I always liked the format where it got done and dusted in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, I do think missing out on finals day in the middle of July is a bit of a shame. Really.
Look, again.
You want it in the height of the summer.
Absolutely.
It's too cold in September as well because it's a very long day, and the last thing you want is having sort of people sort of shivering in jackets when the sun goes down. So I think it's nice to have it in the heart of the summer, but I obviously don't choose the schedule, and neither do you.
No. There are much higher up people than us that do those sorts of things, Sonia.
Oh, far higher up as Fisher is in, and that's just touched and go by Critchley into the offside. Down low, it's a little slow to get there, and they managed to get through for a single.
I was reading that there's another review, isn't there?
There's always a review.
Yeah, I know, there's a review all the time, but this is another review.
Another review.
And what I saw was Championship cricket going down to 10 games.
Well, I thought they said that they weren't going to do that.
Was it 10 or 12?
I think the
Was it 12?
What was leaked was around 10.
10.
But then Rob Andrews and Richard Gould said it wouldn't go down.
Oh,
but,
okay.
And who knows what happens in the next review, whether it will or won't. There's Fisher's in bowls, and again that's just pushed into the leg side by Pepper. They'll try and get through for a quick couple there as Ollie Pope chases after it and does the fielding down towards backward point.
Oh, well, it'll be interesting. But there is just so much cricket now. That's the thing. I'm trying to fit it all in. I think
I think the question is going to be whether the 100 is expanded, because if the 100 is expanded to more teams, then suddenly it takes up a larger chunk of the summer, and at that point something has to give. And I don't want it to be Championship cricket, but I can see it being Championship cricket.
I think it could well be, and I think as well what I would like to see. A few people are saying this now, is if you're going to play the One Day Cup, okay, play at the start of the season. Play it in April. Get it done. And then you've got your players available to play. And actually, in a way, the other thing with that is, so 50 overs is a long time to bat. So, it's a proper knock. That.
It is,
It's a proper game of cricket. So having it in April like the old days, if you are one of the England players or whatever, and you can play an innings in 50 over cricket, as Lawrence continues round the wicket from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and this is turned into the leg side by Critchley, and there's no run.
But also, the Metrobank One Day Cup, whatever people think about it being essentially relegated to a second-tier competition, does allow young players to get experience of playing good-level cricket.
As this one's down the leg side from Lawrence, and not taken cleanly this time by Ben Folkes, as Critchley offered nothing to that whatsoever.
And a lot of young players often talk about how much experience they gained from the Metrobank and how much they learnt from it, and because they're playing against some first-team players, some second-team players, and there's not an equivalent to it.
Tossed up by Lawrence, driven nicely by Critchley. Kemar Roach does the fielding at a deepish mid-off, and there is no run.
Because obviously the gulf between second 11 cricket and first 11 cricket is so big, and this almost offers a sort of place in between for younger players.
Yes. He's in again, Lawrence. Driven once more by Critchley, straight up to Kemar Roach once again, and there's no run. 453 for 4 then Essex on the second day of this opening fixture of the summer of 2025, and I feel like we can say the summer of 2025 because the weather's feeling like summer on April the 5th. Pushed away into the offside, and they'll pick up another single. It's nearly time for my favourite cricketing stat as well.
Sonia.
Is it? Yeah. It's nearly Sir Alex Stewart's birthday, which is on the 8th of April, 1963. And do you know how many Test match runs he scored?
It's his birthday, isn't it?
8,463.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
I did know that one.
Absolutely brilliant. That's my favourite cricketing stat. Is looking to run this one down to third man, I think, is Pepper. Beats the outside edge, and it's into the gloves of Ben Folkes. It's the end of the Lawrence over. 454 for 4. 8 minutes until the lunch break on day 2. Surrey haven't taken a wicket this morning. Critchley is on 91. Pepper is on 67. So it's a great cricketing stat, that, isn't it?
It is, and I think I might know it because you might have told me it before. There's a good
Well, I'm
chance of
very
that.
boring. I know I am. I know I'm dull.
Well, I said in the press box next to us yesterday, I said, look, if you're this into cricket, we're all nerds a little bit, aren't we?
Yeah.
Because it's a nerdy sport.
It's
I mean, there's a
wonderful.
spectrum of it. Some people go very into their stats and others more about the sort of general atmosphere and the bigger picture, but it is quite a nerdy sport, and I don't think there's anything wrong with saying
Nothing wrong
that.
with that at all. Cricketing badges they always talk about, don't they?
Especially county cricket.
Yeah, and the players admit that they are cricketing badges.
Well, some of them know their own stats
Oh,
off the back of their
100%,
hand. As,
100%.
Fisher continues from the Graham Gooch end bowling down the hill, and that one's just fended off by Critchley down toward backward point, fielded by Ollie Pope.
Oh yes, and they know what other people are scoring, and they know who's taking the most wickets in the championship this season. Gary Wilson, the former Surrey and Ireland keeper, I've said this before, he was extraordinary because you could say any player at any county to him and he'd know their squad number.
That's very
It's
impressive.
a huge talent, that. It really is.
And as we sit here with our bits of paper with it all
Oh,
written
he
down
knew
in
them
front
all.
of us, Fisher over the wicket, and that's just pushed back upfield by Critchley for no run.
Oh yes, and you know, there's a lot of cricketers that will sit and watch any cricket that's on the telly.
No, absolutely.
There are some though that just want to get completely away from it and don't really have a great deal of interest. But there's a lot of cricketers that, you know, will sit after a day's play, and if there's a game on the telly,
Which there often is.
there often is, they'll be sit and watch that after a day's play.
With cricket taking place all around the world, of course, I remember at one point during the New Zealand series, you could turn that off and watch Australia-India. There's Fisher's in bowled, and that's just turned off his hip by Critchley down towards backward square for a single.
Oh yeah, now you can watch any competition anywhere in the world, really, can't you?
Got the IPL on at the moment as well.
Well, yes.
For a change of pace from county cricket.
Yes, indeed. I've sort of seen a little bit of it.
I've seen bits. I sort of have it on while I'm working.
Yeah. It is fantastic, isn't it? It is spectacular.
Oh, it's very impressive, and the sold-out stadiums are very impressive. And people who go out there say the atmosphere is like no other. As Critchley Pepper just turns that one off his hip down towards long leg, where it's fielded by Kemar Roach for another single.
Yeah, I was watching the Mumbai Indians at home the other day, and it was wow. Imagine playing in front of that atmosphere.
I spoke to Charles Dagnall last week, who was out there for the Women's Premier League, who said that the atmosphere in Bengaluru for the RCB women's team was like nothing he'd ever seen in women's cricket.
It's terrific, isn't it?
Fisher over the wicket, and it's just pushed into the offside by Critchley, who does a weird little dance after he plays it.
That was the moment that, you know, that atmosphere really rose to the moment that Daggers walked out to do his post-match interview.
Yeah, with Smriti
The famous Charles Dagnall.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I heard the great Dagnall on that a few times. But no, it's terrific. It really is, and it just looks spectacular.
It does.
It really does look spectacular.
I think it's something we won't get here just because we don't have those sort of stadium venues as Fisher's in bowled, and that's just tapped by Critchley, fielded by Ollie Pope. So at the end of that over, Essex 456 for 4.
And the other thing I've always said, and much better now here, but the kits are really cool as well. The kits look good.
They do, although I was disappointed that Sunrisers Hyderabad got rid of their bright orange, because I really liked the bright orange, and I know they've got this much more stylish sort of orange and black patchwork number, and it looks a lot cooler, but I did like the bright orange.
Everything
I like kits
matches
that are
up.
different.
Yeah, but everything matches up.
It
doesn't it? The
does.
helmets look amazing, and the shirts look amazing, and it's even like now, you know, they're walking out there in the same colour gloves, and it just looks. From a televisual feast point of view, it just looks spectacular. It really does. As Dan Lawrence will come round the wicket from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and a wristy shot that Lawrence would have been pleased with his wrists of gold, and they'll pick up a single there. And Pepper moves on to 69. Just keeping an eye on the time, sir. I think Mr. Topley's going to come in because he may have to do an update at 1 o'clock. But Sonia and I will be back after lunch. As Critchley comes on to strike, and round the wicket goes Lawrence to him, and Critchley works this one out towards Ryan Patel, does the fielding. So it's been an interesting morning. Essex are setting themselves up very nicely here. They're 101 without loss today in this first session, because Critchley and Pepper are still there. Critchley on 92, Pepper on 69. As Dan Lawrence comes bouncing in, arms and legs are whirling. This one's turned into the leg side, and there's no run. So they've done it well this morning, Essex.
They have. Afternoon, Churchy. Yeah, look, Surrey have bowled quite nicely. They've had plans. We saw Clark bowl short. We saw Fisher bowl very straight. But Essex haven't lost a wicket, importantly.
That's round the wicket once again is Lawrence. That's short. That's pulled. They have now. Have they? No, it's gone straight through the hands, I think, of Ryan Patel at square leg.
I think it was a hard chance.
Yeah, it was travelling, but I think he may have got something on that, Ryan Patel.
Basically a bit of a long hop. Bit of a long hop. And he's pulled it round, found Ryan Patel, who I think it's parodies and gone through.
Yeah, I think he has definitely got something on that. So 2 more to Critchley on 94 hours. Here is Lawrence to him, and he's forward and nudges this one down into the leg side. Potter's there to simply at short straight mid wicket, and there's no run.
So this partnership is worth 141, 141.
Wicket goes Lawrence. This is turned straight back up the pitch. Sounds like my maths then. Lawrence gets a hand to it, but they will scramble a single, and that'll be 1 more to the total, and 1 more to Critchley. They'll have to get 1 more in before lunch. Yeah, they came together at 3:18 for 4.
Yeah, we've only seen Pepper dance down the wicket to a shortish ball from Jordan Clark.
Well, I think what he's done here is he's played within himself as a team to set it. I was saying to Sonia to set it up for the session after lunch, where at any point now, if Essex think we want to get on with this, get on with it.
Yeah, they just don't want to lose wickets. You lose all the impetus. You've got Harmer to come. I'm trying to think. We've got Noah Thane, a youngster from Cambridgeshire. An all-rounder, budding all-rounder. This is Fisher into bowl, and he bowls, and this Critchley plays up to mid-off where there is no run. So just a few moments before lunch, probably the last over. I will stay on air because we have an update, I believe, at 1 o'clock. I'm expecting an update if they're listening.
Saturday update.
And then we've got an array of updates in between football half times and beginning and ends.
There's a lot going on today.
We've got plenty of updates to do this afternoon. Fisher in bowls, short of a length, forced off the back foot. That's a good looking shot, had a little bit of width on it, and it's been caressed off the back foot through the covers for 4 to the long boundary that is the pavilion boundary. Good looking shot, Pat. Not great pace. The ball is getting a little older. Maybe the bowlers are a little bit weary after yesterday, but it was a good looking shot. Really was a lovely shot off the back foot through the offside.
Yeah, that was beautifully played. We started his day with a boundary.
He did first ball
on the first ball, and that one was nicely played.
Different length. This was short. This morning it was full. Yeah, he's a good timer of a ball. He's come down, not part of the Essex pathway, come down as a second spinner to Harmer, but obviously if Harmer wasn't there, Harmer's doing his law degree. He's soon to finish. So I don't know how long he'll continue to play for, really. This is short. Bounce. And there it is, 100. He notches it up. It's a shortish ball bouncer. He caresses it round the corner. It goes down to fine leg for 1. He takes his helmet off. Well played, Matt Critchley. He scores his century in a 208 balls. So well played, Matt Critchley. A couple of years ago, I remember him scoring a century when he came down from Derbyshire on his debut. And today, for the first match of the season, he also collects a century. Well played, sir. His captain, his coach and the fellow teammates in the dressing room will be so pleased because he's played so responsibly this morning.
He's played really nicely. Nice way to start your summer with 100 as well.
Well, Pepper's facing, and this is played into the leg side, and Fisher will have to concede a single as Deep mid wicket, walks to the ball. It could be Rory Burns at deep mid wicket, is it? Yes, good afternoon. I'm pleased to report that Essex have not lost a wicket this morning. They resumed on 356 for 4, and they are going to go to lunch probably on 465 for 4. The man of the moment is Matt Critchley, who has made 100 this morning, played so responsibly, but he's been ably supported by Michael Pepper on 69 not out. So we're just about to go to lunch, and Essex are 466 for 4, and a fantastic morning's play.
You can listen to commentary of Day 2 via the
So yes,
BBC
Critchley's
Sport
just
app.
played very responsibly, and for his side in the circumstances to help them set up, a really good first innings effort with the bat this summer.
Mark, if they'd played a little bit more positively, don't forget, Surrey haven't given Essex too many spaces. They've had defensive fields, rightly so, and they've bowled defensively. Nothing wrong with that. For those lovers of a white ball, it's a very different game of cricket this morning. And look, there's been a war of attrition as lunch has been called, with Essex on 466 for 4. Many congratulations to Matt Critchley, because he's coped with a bit of pressure. The pressure of not having to score quickly, not having any opportunities presented by Surrey. So he's had to cope with a little bit of pressure and just slow it down and just walk towards his century. It hasn't been a quick century, but it's been an invaluable century here at Chelmsford. Mark, you'll be pleased to know we still have not seen a cloud. There isn't a cloud in the sky. We've seen more plain trails than we have clouds. It's been a beautiful day as the cricketers have been applauded. The batsmen, Critchley and Pepper, are being applauded off the arena. Well done to Surrey for keeping going. But as regards keeping going, we will keep going this afternoon. But for now, we're going to wish everyone a very enjoyable lunch 40-minute period, and we shall rejoin you in about 35 minutes. Thank you all.
game of the Rothesay County Championship, Division 1. Surrey the champions up against Essex. Essex in a very nice position at lunch because they're 466 for 4. Added 110 this morning. Surrey didn't pick up a wicket. Just before lunch, Matt Critchley went to his 100. He's 100 not out. And Michael Pepper is 70 not out. So some more hard work for the Surrey bowlers to do, with the 5th session of this game about to commence. Mr. Kevin Howes is behind me, and Mr. Don Topley as well. Sonia Twigg is alongside, and Sonia, well, I think Essex did it right this morning. Surrey bowled with lots of discipline, but Essex have sort of set themselves up to put their foot down a bit this afternoon, I think.
I think you're right. I think we're going to see a little bit of an acceleration from Essex. What I would like to know, because Rory Burns came out onto the field with his team and then went straight over to talk to the umpires below us and was having quite a lengthy chat with them as they walked back out to the middle. So I wonder what he's saying.
He's probably talking about the balls.
Well, he's
still,
not
isn't
happy
he?
with the ball.
I think it was probably that, because he tried to get it changed approaching lunch, didn't he? And didn't get his way.
And he also tried to get it changed yesterday.
Yep. So, but that often happens when a side's sort of dominating with the bat, because you just want to find a ball that will do something. And the best way to find that ball is by changing the one you've already got. But the umpires are very on all this these days, aren't they? It's going to be Dan Lawrence from the try saying that after your lunch. Sir Alistair Cook end.
There you go.
To get us started. And thank you to Don Topley, because Sonia's going to have a bit of his smelly cheese and baguette after her commentary stint from Suffolk. The smelly cheese and the baguette. So it's Dan Lawrence with our first ball after lunch. Round the wicket to Michael Pepper with his off spin. And Pepper turns this one into the leg side. Dominic Sibley comes across to do the fielding, and there's no run. They've got a man at 45 at short fine. Sweeper on that cover point boundary rope again. A deep backward square, a deep mid wicket. A long on is Jamie Smith down below us, as this one's tossed up. Oh, and there's a drive from Pepper straight away after lunch. Not taken cleanly by Ben Folkes, which is a bit of a collector's item. But there we are, a little bit of intent from Pepper straight away after lunch. That one just tossed up a bit more outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. And Pepper certainly went after that one through the covers. So Lawrence is in once more to Pepper. Pepper backs away and slots this off the back foot, through extra cover and away for 4. So a little short, a little wide, lots of time for Pepper to rock onto that back foot. All he had to do was make sure he didn't hit a fielder, and that is over the boundary rope and away for 4 runs. And that's the 150 partnership between these two with that boundary. 152 it is worth, and Pepper moves on to 74, and Essex have now moved on to 470 for 4. So they are putting themselves in a mighty fine position. As Lawrence round the wicket, he comes once again to Pepper, and Pepper is pushing forward. It's still a glorious day here at Chelmsford. It really is.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, very nice. Sun streaming in through the open windows in front of us. Gentleman down below us putting on his sun cream. Lots of hats being worn today. Everybody covered up in this April sunshine as Lawrence is in. That's a full toss. Pepper will feel he's missed out a touch there because he's tucked it into the leg side, but it's gone straight to Dom Sibley, moving away to his left. It's a gentleman in the front row. He's had his gilet on all day. He must be absolutely roasting, I would have thought by now. As in goes Lawrence once again. Forward goes Pepper, just nudges this one into the leg side. We'll get a single on this occasion. We'll keep the strike. He moves on to 75. End of the first over after lunch on this second day, and Essex move on to 471 for 4.
Now we're seeing one of the umpires jog over to James Smith and looking at...
What's he giving him then?
He's giving him something. I wonder if it's a ball gauge?
Yeah, it could be that. Certainly not going to be the light meter. We know that much.
No.
No. They have all sorts of bits on them these days, though, the umpires, don't they?
I know. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in long coat and black trousers today, out there in the middle.
Well, maybe Rory Burns said to the two umpires, well, I'll warn you, after a couple of overs, I'm going to wander across with this ball and have a look. So they've just got one ready to go, if that's the case. Because what are we in with this ball now? We've had 48 overs now.
Well, we got it changed after 7 balls, didn't we?
So we've had 46.1.
As Ryan Patel will start after lunch from the Graham Gooch end, bowling over the wicket, and Mike Piper stands tall and just pushes that, defends that off the back foot into the offside.
Yeah, so we've got off spin from the Sir Alistair Cook end. We've got a bit of pace from Roach from the Graham Gooch end. But again, the field's unsurprisingly defensive for Kemar Roach.
Yeah, he's bowled so well so far, he just hasn't been used particularly often. Roach over the wicket bowls, and that's pushed, driven out through backward point. I think it will be cut off by the fielder down there before it crosses the boundary. But yeah, Kemar Roach obviously getting, I think it's fair to say he's not the youngest player around, so just got to manage him and how many overs he bowls throughout the season. But he's so useful with the ball, although he hasn't managed to get the best out of it so far. There hasn't been a huge amount on offer for him or anyone else, although he has got more out of it than the other bowlers.
He's into his 23rd over now, Kemar Roach.
Roach bowls and Pepper just defends that one, stands tall and plays that back to the bowler.
Yeah, with Surrey for the first 4 championship games. And then Nathan Smith arrives, the New Zealand all-rounder. But he's done a wonderful job when he's played for Surrey as Kemar Roach. I think he's on 95 championship wickets for Surrey now.
It's very impressive.
In his time, yeah, at Surrey. And he's become, as I was saying yesterday, he's become a cult figure as Kemar.
As he bowls, and again, that's just played out through backward point. It'll be cut off by Ollie Pope, but not before they can get through for a single. We haven't seen that intent that we expected so far. Maybe they'll just take a couple of overs to get in.
I think we've seen, even with that single, a little more. And we saw Pepper look to drive Lawrence through the offside. You know, when you say you're going to put your foot down, you always think they're going to try and launch every ball out the ground. But with this field, there are singles everywhere if you want them. So it may be just you see a bit more of that as well from these two now.
Roach bowls, and that's just pushed into a vacant gap on the offside between Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence, fielded by the sweeper there. Another single.
Yeah, Matt Fisher out there in his short sleeve sweater.
It doesn't strike me as jumper weather.
No, well, that's why that gentleman in the front row there in his gilet. He must be getting quite warm by now, I would have thought.
Well, we've got the sun streaming into
We
our
have.
commentary box here with 2 open windows.
It's very nice.
As Roach continues, and that one is again pushed into exactly the same spot, this time by Pepper, and they don't even jog through. Pepper walks half of it as they get through for a single.
Yes, and as I say, there are a lot of singles on offer there, so they've just strolled 3, I think it was, in that over. And 476 for 4. Essex now. Dan Lawrence will continue down below us from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. I didn't realise it was Grand National Day today. Grand National Day today.
Nor did I.
No.
I think it's the sunniest week at Aintree they've had for a really long
Yeah,
time.
I'm sure it is. It's not long till the Masters now either, is it?
Don't think so.
Yeah. It's always it's sort of those sporting events start to build now, don't they? National, Masters, the marathon that you're running in, the boat race.
And then you get Wimbledon.
And then Wimbledon. As round the wicket comes Dan Lawrence, and up on his toes goes Pepper, punching this one straight down the ground towards Jamie Smith below us. And they will take another single. That will move Michael Pepper on to 80 now for 177 for 4. Critchley comes back on to strike. So yeah, we're beginning to build up with the big sporting events now. Looking forward to the Masters. Do
I'm
like a
not a
bit of
golf
Masters.
fan.
Oh, you know, there's something about the Masters though. First major of the year, of course, at Augusta. Round the wicket once again goes Lawrence. That's very short. This will be put away by Critchley. Up and over the top of Fisher at square leg. And away for 4 it goes. So Critchley moves on to 105. And Essex move on to 481 for 4. Yeah, just a little short and going down the leg side. That one from Dan Lawrence. And Critchley just helped it on its way over the top of square leg and out to the deep backward square boundary rope for 4. 105 not out now, Critchley. As forward he comes this time. Played that very nicely. Just opens the face, guiding it down towards deep third. And they will pick up a couple of runs. So 2 more to Critchley. So without doing anything too spectacular, you can just see now they are just beginning to get that scoreboard ticking a little more.
Well, it's also what Surrey will want, because they'll want to bat on this as soon as they possibly
Well, they
can.
want to get off. don't
Yeah.
they? When they can. They want to get back in their marquee. There's a quicker ball this time from Lawrence, and that's just pushed by Critchley down into the leg side, because these days the away team are in a big marquee away to our right with lots of
Temporary
space.
building, I think it's called.
Yes, because the dressing rooms here are quite small at Chelmsford. As forward comes the right-handed Critchley.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see what they do for double headers when they got men's and women's
Yes,
teams in them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know they're putting all the new changing rooms together back in South London at the moment. As over the wicket comes Lawrence this time, and driven handsomely by Critchley, but hits Kemar Roach up at mid-off. Kemar Roach, will he keep that ball? No, he's just going to launch it to his captain and then start strolling up to bowl again from the Graham Gooch end of the over. 483 for 4, 80 to Michael Pepper, and Critchley's on 107.
Jinky said, go on, try and get something out of this for me, give it a go.
Yeah, there is really nothing going on at the moment for the bowlers out there.
No, there's not at all, is there?
And as well for the Surrey fielders and bowlers, you know, they haven't done this for 6 months.
Exactly.
So it's getting used to being back out there for this amount of time.
And also they won't have done this workload either, so they'll start to get really tired as we get into the afternoon, and they'll really hope to not be out there in the evening session, but at this point it's looking quite likely. Roach starts his run up and then stops and walks back to his mark, turns, runs in, bowls to Pepper, who just pushes that back up the field to the bowler.
Yeah, I think in these situations you just got to keep going.
I think that's it. I mean, and not let your heads drop too much, which I'm sure will be slightly difficult. I mean, Jordan Cox, who obviously scored a century yesterday, was saying that he hadn't batted for such a long time, partly being, you know, water carrier for England meant he wasn't playing county cricket, so it was his first innings for a long time, and he said he sort of cramped up after about 70 balls, so it's a long time for the batters out there as well, but you can only imagine what the bowlers are going through as Roach bowls, and that's defended into the leg side this time by Pepper.
Yes, and also the other thing is keeping yourself going when you're trying everything, but nothing's really happening, and you've got one batter on 107 and one on 80. So it's keeping going.
Well, I guess you hope that one more or two more and you start getting into the bowlers and maybe something will happen then, but as you say, it's just about keep plugging away for Surrey as Roach continues, and that's just turn round the corner for Pepper to the sweeper on the leg side for an easy single.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you know, for those bowlers who like to have a bit of a bat, they've got free licence by the time they come in.
And time as
Yeah.
well.
You know, they'll enjoy walking out in this situation.
Yeah.
But they're just setting this up at the moment.
Well, Surrey have
Essex.
gone full containment, haven't they? There's no slip
Absolutely.
at all now. As Roach continues, and that one is defending, squirts into the leg side, and they jog through for a single.
Just got to whiff of sun cream there. Somebody down below us, I think, is putting their sun cream on at the moment, very sensibly.
How many people do you reckon forgot yesterday and have regretted it this
Quite
morning?
a few. Or looked at it and thought, it's April the 4th, it can't be that bad. And have sat in the sun for the day and then got home last night and thought, oh dear.
And also forgotten that their skin hasn't seen the sun for 6 months or so.
Absolutely.
As Roach continues, and that one is punched off the back foot into the ground on the offside this time and fielded by Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, and I suppose as well, they're very experienced, the batting lineup for Surrey, but you know, their heads will start turning towards having a bat at some point.
Not yet. Still
Not
got 6
yet,
wickets to get.
But I think, you know, and they'll, the likes of Burns, Sibley, Pope, Smith, well, you know, they'll look at this and think, well, this is a good track to bat on.
As Roach bowls, and that's just pushed up towards mid-on. No run.
But they're doing exactly what we talked about yesterday. That we haven't had the so-called G Gooch Great Daddy 100 yet, but what we have had is players getting in and making sure that they're making a sizable contribution.
I think what this pitch has shown is once you get in, it's quite difficult to get you out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Allison made, 25 yesterday, but the others have all gone on to score quite big.
Well, it's going to be Dan Lawrence.
Wesley also had a useful contribution.
Did. Yeah, so what have we had now? 95, a 40, a 25, 117, 108 and 81 so far from the Essex batters, as Dan Lawrence, in he comes to Critchley. And Critchley, the first delivery of the Lawrence over, just turns his wrists on this. That rolls out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take another single. That will bring Pepper on to strike on 81. Michael Pepper, just waiting for Jordan Clark to come up to slot in there at short fine. Over the wicket once again goes Lawrence. All leading edge from Pepper as he looked to nudge that one into the leg side, but of course no close catches at the moment, so that just rolls its way down towards a deep cover point.
We've seen a couple of leading edges from Pepper so far, but none of them have sort of gone close to the hand of a Surrey player.
No, and again that sort of shows that the surface is pretty slow. As Critchley comes back onto strike on 109 as Lawrence is round the wicket to him, and Critchley's playing this one off the back foot. I was going to ask Don Topley what the name of his cheese is again. Oh, he's halfway through a crisp. Radwork.
R-A-E.
Radwork. It's very nice. It's a bit like a brie, isn't it?
It looked like a brie.
Yes, smelled like a brie. Tasted like a brie. This one's been picked up and swung high, hard, and that is handsome from Critchley, and that's away for his first 6, and from memory, our first 6 of the game now.
I think it's our first 6 of the
Yes.
game. I don't remember another one. I might have missed one.
But that was
There
nicely
hasn't been one
struck.
when I've been on air anyway.
No, and that was very nicely struck by Critchley. Swung it away off the front foot. And that'll move him on to 115, and Essex move on to 493 for 4 now.
I wonder if Rory Burns is thinking, well, that would have bashed the ball up a bit. Let's hope we can change it soon.
As this one's short, and this is pulled all along the floor by Critchley. Round comes Ollie Pope, doing the fielding out there at deep mid-wicket as the throw comes in. Critchley will move on to 116, and Essex move on to 494 for 4. But another sign of intention there from Critchley with that 6 over long on. Pepper waits once more. Pepper's forward, turning this one into the leg side, and round comes Dominic Sibley to do the fielding. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 494 for 4 Essex, 116 to Critchley, 82 to Michael Pepper. And as we were saying, just signs now of just slowly putting their foot on the accelerator.
Well, I think they've got to. I mean, if they kept scoring in the same way they were before lunch, I mean, yes, they could bat all day today and probably some of tomorrow, but you start looking and think, oh, they could bat at least most of today, but then they start sort of running out of time in order to get those 10 wickets. We've seen already how hard wickets are to come by. So I think they'll want to give themselves a good enough chance there, and I think they've already switched to a bat-first strategy as Roach continues, and that one again is just pushed up but the field by Critchley so straight that it hits the stumps at the non-strikers and the bails come off. So it's a job for the umpire to do there.
That did hop a touch at Critchley. He played it very straight back up the ground. He's played very nicely, hasn't he?
He has.
Played some gorgeous shots.
Some lovely drives through the covers are the ones that come to mind.
He's looked very organised.
As Roach balls, and that one again is pushed through the covers. It will be fielded by Ollie Pope, who's doing a good sweeping job there on the offside. Just a single to take Essex to 495 for 4.
Yes, well, we said that their first ball to call would be the 500 mark, and then push on from there, Essex.
I wonder if Michael Pepper might be a little bit resistant to push on and take some risks until he's brought up his
century.
Which might make this a slightly more interesting passage of play, as that's just defended back up the field into the bowler's hands by Pepper.
He's one of those players, though, that when he gets to 90, he could sort of just do it in 2 shots, isn't he?
Well, he could, but we saw, obviously Paul Walter yesterday out for 95. Jordan Cox had a moment of nerves in the 90s as well. It's not something that could bring some other things into the game.
Yeah, well, they've always called it the nervous 90s.
They have. Johnny Bairstow's one who has a tendency to get out in the 90s, as Pepper wafts at one outside the off stump that stays very low on its way through to Ben Folkes. He misses it and it dies on the pitch, bouncing before Folkes, who dives to his right to make a good stop.
I remember Mark Ramprakash's first Test 100 in Barbados, and I think he was 89 not out overnight, something like that.
Oh, that's a horrible one.
It took him about an hour of the next day to get to the 100. Almost got there in singles.
It's agonising that, isn't it? Roach over the wicket. Pepper just pushes the ball up towards mid-on.
Especially at that point, because he hadn't scored a Test 100 at that point.
Yeah.
With all his talent, he hadn't scored a Test 100.
I think it's the first one.
Oh, yeah. Once you get over the line, then you sort of know how to do it, don't you? But it's those players that do it on debut, isn't it?
Well, maybe they don't know how hard it is.
Exactly.
Maybe it's more the pressure builds if you start getting out in the 70s so much that you start sort of building it up in your head, and obviously people talk about it more. Whereas on debut, no one expects it of you as Roach bowls, and that one is carved out through point. It will be mopped up by Ollie Pope. Pepper adds just 2 runs to his total.
You've got a man out there who did it on his Test debut.
Who did?
Ben Folkes on his Test debut against Sri Lanka out in Sri Lanka, made 100. But yes, it is remarkable, really, in your first Test to score 100.
Well, I was reading about Ben Folkes. He's played more Tests in the subcontinent than he has in England.
Well, he's. We all know what a brilliant keeper he is, but again, in the subcontinent with spinners, worth your weight in gold, aren't you?
Yeah, I saw him do a wonderful sort of diving take to dismiss Babar Azam in Pakistan that another wicketkeeper just wouldn't have been able to do.
Oh no, he's right up there, of course. Ben Folkes, but he scored 100 on his debut in Sri Lanka. As Dan Lawrence comes round the wicket, and Critchley gets a short ball, pulls this one out towards Pope, out there at the mid-wicket. Will take another single, moves on to 118, and Essex moving on to 498 for 4. Riches for Essex here at Chelmsford on this second afternoon. Pepper comes back onto strike as Dan Lawrence, a couple of steps forward, then a hop, a skip and a jump, and round the wicket he comes, and Pepper's driving. That's a nice looking shot. I think this will be 4. Yes, it will be, because Lawrence has come round the wicket to him and tossed it up outside his off stump, but those wrists of Pepper And got it away through the gap and over the boundary rope to bring up the 500 for Essex. 502 for 4 they are. And Michael Pepper has moved on to 88. A lovely shot, wasn't it?
It was a lovely shot. I was going to mention, you're talking about debutants. Gus Atkinson had quite a good debut.
Yes, he did. He did.
Last year, obviously not playing today.
What was it, 12 in the game or something?
Yes, it was.
Forward goes Pepper. Will get a single here. And that'll be one more to the total. 503 for 4. Pepper moves on to 89.
12 in Anderson's last test.
Yeah, but then he went back to Lords and got 100.
He did.
Didn't he? He can bat.
Well, he showed that.
Well, absolutely. But yeah, it was an extraordinary summer for him. So yeah, 12 on debut at Lords. And then next test match 100 as well. Here is Lawrence once again. This is turned leg side by Critchley. That'll be one more to the total. One more to Critchley. Jonathan Trott did it, didn't he? Made 100 on debut at the Kia Oval in the Ashes.
I think Alistair Cook did it, because didn't he make 100 in his first and last test?
Did he make 100 on his test debut?
Yes.
He did he? What, A. Cook, did he?
Nagpur.
Thank you. As in comes Lawrence once again, and this is punched off the back foot by the right-handed Critchley. And there's no run. Andrew Strauss, of course, he did it on debut. Devon Conway of New Zealand did it against England. Well, he got double 100, didn't he, I think, on debut?
I think so.
Yeah. As over the wicket once again goes Lawrence, and that's turned down towards short fly leg, and there is no run. End of the over. 504 for 4 then. Critchley has 119, Pepper has 89. Yes, with the Strauss one, he made 100 in the first innings and he was on for one in the second innings, but then Nasser ran him out. But then Nasser got 100 and then retired.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was a nice way to do it. But there's a few that have done it in terms of Test match cricket. But as you say, it may be that you're not worried at that point, really. You're obviously nervous, but...
Roach over the wicket, and that's just punched through point for a single by Critchley.
Mark Waugh, he did it. Greg Blewett, he got 100 on debut.
I think if you don't score 100 for... Obviously, you get a bit of a leeway when you first come into the test side, but say you haven't scored 100 for about 15 games, I think it must really weigh on your mind and build it up, and you're more likely to get out. Whereas, kind of on your debut, you have a point to prove, but you've also got nothing to lose,
Yes.
because no one has particularly high expectations of debutants as Roach bowls, and that one is carved out through backward point by Pepper. They think about a second, they will come back for a second as the ball just trickles to Dan Lawrence down there.
And if you don't, then it starts to build up, doesn't it? The pressure.
I think Bairstow took a while. I think he was out in the 90s a few times before he managed to do it.
Well, that's why I mentioned Mark Ramprakash, because he'd played a lot of Test cricket before that first 100 games.
As Roach over the wicket, and that one is again punched through the covers by Pepper. Again fielded on that boundary by Dan Lawrence, this time just the single as Pepper moves into the 90s on 92.
And Pepper creeping towards that 100. For 2 Centurions so far in Cox and Critchley. And now Pepper is, as I say, making his way towards his 100 in the first game of the summer.
Roach bowls, and that's just defended by Critchley into the offside and stopped by a diving Ollie Pope down to his left. No run. I think it's interesting with players, isn't it, when they come in, you sort of always want to make a statement, but sometimes it's about just taking your time and settling in and getting used to the demands of Test cricket, and it can't help either if you come in somewhere in unfamiliar conditions. Obviously Ben Folkes did well to do that in Sri Lanka, but it's not exactly conditions that he's familiar with, although he is a good player of spin as Roach bowls, and that's defended back up the field to Rory Burns.
Because that was Burns' debut as well. So they both made their Test debut in the same Test match. I was looking something up because I hosted Rory Burns' testimonial dinner, because it's his testimonial year. And I had to do a sort of Rory Burns heads and tails, so I had to look up some questions. But it was quite interesting because I looked up how many opening partners he'd had when he was opening for England.
There's Roach bowls, and that's tucked into the leg side by Critchley, fielded at mid-wicket. And at the end of that over, Essex... Not the end of the... Yeah, it is the end of the over. There's just a brief pause. Essex 508 for 4, Critchley 120, and Pepper unbeaten on 92.
Because he sort of took Cook's place when Cook retired. But he had 6, which was probably more than I thought, to be fair. Because his first one in Sri Lanka was Keaton Jennings. Then he had a bit of time with Denley opening the innings with him. Jason Roy as well, of course.
Oh yes, I remember that, yeah.
In the Ashes. I'm trying to remember who the others were, actually. Hamid. He opened with Jack Crawley in one test. As here is Dan Lawrence then, getting ready to come in over the wicket to Pepper. Turns this one into the leg side, and then of course the man who's just picked the ball up, Dom Sibley.
Yes, well, I mean, England sort of had one consistent opener, but they sort of rotated the other one quite a lot at one point.
Yeah, Sibley and Burns did it sort of through the COVID period, didn't they? As forward goes Pepper, plays this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. But yeah, it was 6, which was probably a few more than I thought.
Don't know, when you were naming them, it all sort of came back to me who it was, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But
only once with Crawley, as driving his Pepper. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That'll be 4, and that whistles off to the cover boundary road. So 4 runs away from his 100 now is Pepper, but again from round the wicket, Lawrence with a bit of a tempter, just tossing it up outside the off stump, and check drive through the covers by Pepper. Lovely shot. Whistled to the fence, that one. Yes, he's 4 away now, is Pepper. As over the wicket comes Lawrence to him, and Pepper's turning this one down towards long on. Jamie Smith will come strolling up to do the fielding from below us. Thank you to Sonia. And I'm looking at the rotor. Sonia will be back at about 2:45 because Don Topley is coming in now. I see that Don Topley has kept myself and Kevin Howes away from each other today. As over the wicket then comes Lawrence to Critchley this time. He's turning this one into the leg side. Sibley does the fielding, and there's no run. Welcome back, Mr. Topley.
Hello, good afternoon, Churchy. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, we haven't talked about an Essex wicket, have we, at all today? It's been wonderful.
We haven't had one. As in over the wicket comes Lawrence, and pushing this one off the back foot is Critchley down the ground to Jamie Smith down below us. They'll take another single. Critchley will keep the strike. He moves on to 121, 514 for 4.
Well, I've got an update in a minute.
Lovely.
Before the football starts, gosh, what am I going to say? I think I'm going to have to say the partnership is worth 196.
Yes, 196 now. Came
Brilliant.
together at
Fifth
356 for 4.
I remember a 5th wicket partnership back in the day at the Oval. I played in it. I think it was Salim Malik and Nasser Hussain.
Oh, that'd have been fun to watch.
Back at the Oval in that would have been the 90s, early 90s.
Let me have a look, because I've got some really good
have you?
stats here.
You'll be able to pick that up, will you?
Yeah, I'll see what the record is for you.
I'm sure Salim Malik and Nasser Hussain. I know Alan Border got a big partnership there one year as well. As Critchley drives Taylor out to mid-on, there is no run, hits the fielder.
Well, they've got a bit of a way to go. But
Was
it was
it
for the 4th.
250?
You're right, but it was for the 4th wicket.
Oh, was
And
it?
it was 314.
Okay.
Malik made 185 not out, Hussain 128.
Yeah.
But then for the 5th wicket, it's 287. O'Connor and Ashton,
Gosh, that must have been
1934 at Brentwood.
donkeys. I don't remember that.
Not a game you were playing in.
Brentwood, no. Taylor in, driven. Bowls straight. It's played with a big bottom hand. Finds mid-wicket. And just to explain the fielding, we've got a conventional mid-on for Critchley. We've got a straightish mid-wicket. We've got a slightly deeper but a squarer mid-wicket. And then a deep square leg in front. And then a fine leg.
I suppose it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Essex's highest total ever against Surrey is 616 for 5 declared in 1904.
Gosh. Taylor in, bowls again. It's nice and straight, but it finds the square of the two at mid-wicket, who's a couple of metres deeper. Interesting. So we're going back to that design by Burns that Surrey's bowlers are going to bowl particularly straight.
I think they've got to, haven't they, really? It's
Yep.
still not a huge amount has happened.
What are they going to do? Don't give your wicket away. Keep working hard, concentrating. Michael Pepper on 97. Critchley 121. In comes Taylor. Taylor to Critchley, who drives up to mid-on. No run. No cloud. Another plain trail disappears. There's two going to west of Chelmsford.
I can't get over this weather.
It's like being on holiday, isn't it, eh?
It is.
We're waking up in spring every day knowing it's
gonna be sunny.
sunshine.
No, it's
like
lovely, isn't it?
holiday,
Yes.
being away. It's fantastic. I mean, is this what it's like living in South Africa or Australia? Driven by Critchley, and it's well fielded by Burns at mid-off, but they scramble through for a very quick single. Good delivery, good batting, good fielding, just good cricket to watch there.
Yeah, and I think they've done it very well so far. Have Pepper and Critchley. I said though after lunch you could see there was a little bit more intent, mainly between the running and between the wickets. But we have seen some lovely shots so far.
And come for an update. Taylor in, forward defensive, slightly walked his shot there where he overbalanced, did Pepper through, and that is the conclusion of that Taylor over. So 136 overs we've had now. 4 wickets are down, 515 to the positive for Essex with 97, 3 short of an excellent century, and of course Paul Walter fell in the 90s as well. So if Pepper does get a century, we could have had 4 centuries in this innings. That's a feat that probably doesn't happen too often, does it?
Well, if it does, you're going to have a very good total on the board, and that's exactly the point, isn't it, from an Essex perspective? If you win the toss and bat first on this, you want to make full use of the facilities. As round the wicket goes Dan Lawrence, continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end, as Critchley's playing this one back up the pitch, and Lawrence does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run as Critchley waits once again. Little hop and a skip as always from Dan Lawrence, and those arms go a-whirling. And this one's turned by Critchley straight back up the pitch, and Lawrence is doing the fielding off his own bowling. Moving away to his right hand side, gentleman down to our left, he's actually scoring. Got his clipboard and his score book with him, doing scoring away to our left. That's very short, and this is tugged all along the carpet by Critchley. Out there to Ollie Pope, who's out there at deep mid-wicket. The other thing that the grounds always look lovely at this time of the year, because the pitches haven't really been used. There's a couple but it all looks pristine, doesn't it? The outfield's very green.
Clinical, it's
just
lovely.
looks lovely, doesn't it?
It's almost like painted a picture.
It's almost like the outfield's shiny at the moment. It's just sort of the sun's reflecting off the green. As Lawrence is into Pepper. Pepper just waits for this and then pushes it straight back down the pitch. Lawrence does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Superb an
Mr.
update in a
Topley's
minute.
doing an update in a minute.
In League One, Reading leading Wycombe Wanderers by a goal
As
to nil.
Dan
Excellent
Lawrence
turn
in his
for the books. Reading seventh,
31st
Wycombe
over
Wanderers in third.
comes in, bowls,
Reading
and this is
have, of course, had
played
a
into
target
the leg
right
side for a quick single. It's a shy of the bowler's end. He dives and gets in. Michael Pepper moves to 98. So we're on a 199 run partnership now.
16 second half minutes
direct
each
hit
other.
there would be
The first
interesting.
It would have been,
had a
yeah.
red card
Yep.
after 10 minutes. And in League
Pepper was
2,
putting the dive
Cheltenham
in, wasn't he?
Town behind.
And Lawrence round the wicket to the right-handed Critchley. Comes in, bowls. This is played into the leg side. They look for a single, but he finds the fielder. End of the over. 517 for 4. 199 run fifth wicket partnership, and it remains undefeated. Excellent performance here. Another plane comes across.
And in the FA Trophy semi-final,
Timing here could be
Old
ideal.
Town leading Woking
Pepper on
2-0 to 1.
98. You do.
Oh.
This is what you wait for. It's these moments. It's these moments you wait for.
Could be live on the radio, eh?
Could be.
As they come to us. BBC Essex. In comes Taylor. Gets to the crease, he bowls, and this is looking for a quick single, but Pepper turns it down. Rightly so. He's looking for a single, he's just too shy of his century.
Day 2 of Essex versus Surrey in the County Championship. Watching at Chelmsford for BBC Essex is Don Topley.
Well, it's not often you get 500, but Essex are on 517 for 4. Surrey haven't got a wicket today, and it's a great performance by Matt Critchley on 123. Not out, and with him his partner Michael Pepper. He's on 98 not out. A brilliant day for Essex, and we look, and he takes a single for 99, and he's turning quickly for the second for a century. He gets in. Michael Pepper live on the radio makes his century, 100 not out, and Essex now have got a partnership worth 201. 517 for 4.
Well done, Michael Pepper. That's been a lovely innings, and he gets a big old hug from Matt Critchley. And well, that was ideal timing, wasn't it?
It came to us at the right time, Churchy. It's all about timing, this business, isn't it?
Almost like he was coming back for the second just for BBC Essex, just to make sure he got in the 215 bulletin.
I hope they didn't hold up the football.
Well, something's got to.
Taylor in. Pepper drives out to cover where there is no run. Gosh, that sun now. I need a hat or sun cream because I'm starting to fry.
Yes, well, it is. It's genuinely warm, isn't it?
It is. The heat of the sun is lovely. We're not complaining here.
No, not in the slightest.
Never.
You'll never hear me complaining about good weather.
And good cricket, which is what you've seen today, live on BBC Radio, BBC Online on the app. As Taylor comes in, he bowls. This time plays a late cut down to short third man. They can't take the signal. It was eagerly anticipated by the Surrey fielder at short third man, no run.
Just looking, that's his third first-class 100. And his highest score's 115, so he's got a good opportunity to get a personal best here as Michael Pepper, but he's played very nicely.
We've had a few messages and emails, and I've been a bit naughty. Charles Underwood has just said what great timing that was to hear the century, and this is down the leg side. He's tried to play a calculated bottom ham shot, but it's gone down the leg side.
I think it was a no ball as well.
Was it?
Yep, umpire Warren's got his arm out, so I think it was a no ball as well from James Taylor.
Umpire Warren, umpire Blackwell, both former cricketers. Blackwell's Somerset and Derby, Warren with Northamptonshire. As Taylor comes in, right arm over, bowls nice and straight. It goes down the leg side to fine leg where Kemar Roach is fielding. That's another single to the total, 522. Essex definitely looking to bat just the once here. Will they
Well, they might be looking to bat till tea time Monday. The way it's going at the moment, they probably could.
It does look quite benign, doesn't it? Hey, you need a good ball picker today in your team to pick the best ball from the box to try and help make it swing. As Taylor comes in, he bowls. This is squares up Critchley, but he negotiates it with being particularly watchful as the ball goes out into the cover. There is no run, and the umpire calls over. 522 for 4, and there looks to me, it's not drinks, but there are a few substitutes. 12th and 13th man are coming on. One of the Essex other players are coming on to give a drink, or maybe a tablet.
Josh Blake's out there as well.
Josh Blake, tell me about him.
Keeper.
One of your many keepers on the staff.
Good keeper, and good batter as well. And actually, I think he got the 100 in the One Day Cup game here.
Yes.
Last year, did Josh Blake. So, yeah, very, very good cricketer. And Yusuf Majid's out there now, down below us.
Left arm spinner.
Yep, made his debut, of course.
Here
last year.
I commentated on it, I remember.
Yep, but he's now doing a little bit of 12th man duties down below us. So there's a bit of a drinks break there as well. I think Jamie Smith's just nipped off. So Yusuf Majid is down below us now doing the long on duties.
It's a hard ask, Churchy, but let's just go through the bowling figures. Roach, 26 overs, 2 for 84. Clark, 27 overs, none but for 71. Very economic. Fisher, 25 overs, 1 for 102. Taylor, 25 overs, 0 for 96.
As Lawrence starts another over, and that's way down the leg side. And, well, Folks gets nothing on it either, and it's going to go for 4 byes.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so he's giving byes there.
Well, it doesn't go against Lawrence's figures, but he's bowled 31.1 overs. Yeah, I don't think anyone would have put any money on that. He would have bowled that amount of overs in the first innings of a championship game back at his old Essex. But 31.1 overs, he's gone 1, the first wicket of yesterday, 1 for 124, and Patel 5 overs, 0 for 38.
Yeah, 526 for 4 Essex as round the wicket goes Lawrence, and that's short, and that's punched in front of square through the offside. They should get a couple here. Pepper will get a couple, and he will move on to 103. 528 for 4 now, as Lawrence just waiting. Rory Burns is in at slip. I think Lawrence thought about moving him out from slip, but then decided to keep him in at slip. He's got that sweeper on the cover boundary road. The man just behind square at 45 on the leg side. Man on the sweep, a deep mid wicket, straightish mid wicket, deepish mid on, the long on. And then there's an extra cover as well as Lawrence is into Pepper. Pepper's gone down the ground here, up and over the top of Guimar Roach. I think he's got enough of that to sail into the stands for 6. So a first 6 for Michael Pepper. And that was nicely played, up and over the top. A nice extension of his arms here, and over Guimar Roach, and away for 6. Takes Pepper on to 109. 534 for 4 now Essex. Lawrence is in once again, and now he's sweeping and has gone. It's come straight off the toe end of his bat and gone straight to Dom Sibley at short mid wicket. Oh. Would you believe that? Michael Pepper has looked to sweep that ball. It's gone straight off the toe end of his bat and has gone straight to Dom Sibley at mid wicket. I don't think he could do that again if he tried 100 times, and it brings his innings to an end. Lawrence with the wicket, but well played Michael Pepper. He goes for 109, and it's 534 for 5.
Yes, he's going to get a standing ovation, I suspect, by a decent crowd, not as big as yesterday, but here we go. People are standing up to applaud him off the park. He raises his bat. The Tom Pearce, the River Stand, the pavilion are all standing for him. Even his teammates are leaning over the balcony, watching him leave the field of play. Well played. It was a great innings because, that's the first wicket the Surrey have got today. So well done, Dan Lawrence. He's got 2 for now. But 534 for 5, which brings the young man, Noah Thane, who, like Pepper, who, like Wesley, herald from Cambridgeshire.
There we are.
Minor counties. As was national counties today. Noah Thane, I think he's had quite a severe haircut. He's a bustling seamer. He's a learning seamer. Chris Silverwood likes his attitude. He wasn't really a bowler, but he is becoming a bowler. He's only 20, but he's got the opportunity. Now, number 7 would have been where Shadil Thakkar would have played and batted, but it's given this young man the opportunity.
Well, he settles over his bat right-handed. His first delivery. Dan Lawrence is round the wicket to him, and Thane is off the mark. Turns this one out towards deep mid-wicket. Up comes Ollie Pope to do the fielding. But yes, as I say, I'm not sure Michael Pope could do that again. It came straight off the toe end of his bat.
So the old-fashioned way we used to say is you've got to chalk that, a bit like the old snooker cue.
Well, it probably had a bit of backspin on it to Sibley, just to set himself up for the next shot.
So it was caught by who? Sibley?
Sibley.
Yeah?
123 for Critchley as he comes back on to strike. Lawrence is into him and Critchley covers up. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. So successful over there for Dan Lawrence, his second wicket of the piece. And Essex, mighty fine position for Essex. They are 535 for 5.
Well, what's the saying in cricket you often hear? 1 brings 2.
Yeah, it might be a bit late for that now.
Yes. Club cricket. We were talking with Kevin earlier, and we were talking about how good the spring has been. Another look at that plane trail. Well, you know that first plane trail when we were talking this morning. That plane that we were both looking at, and we said, "Oh, there's another."
Same one, is it?
No. It's gone round quite quickly. If it has, that was going Lima, Peru, to Amsterdam.
How do you know that then?
Because someone texts me straight away.
How do they know that?
Taylor, in this time on the front foot.
Were they flying?
Thane is playing it into the offside. No run. You can have an app.
Oh, don't know. Sorry, I know this, and I've sat with Martin Emerson enough times to know there is an app that can tell you. And yes,
I love it, but if I had the app, I'd be on it all the time. Because if you notice, I've noted the planes go over, so I'd be looking.
A bit of a spotter.
So I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
No.
But I'm interested.
Interesting.
Taylor in. No slips to Thane. Thane plays on the front foot, plays with high hands into the offside. There is no run, but still no cloud. We've seen so many more plane trails than we have clouds.
When I was little, my dad used to buy me inflatable ones from his trips. Planes. He used to blow them up and then stick them on the ceiling. They were brilliant. They were fantastic.
Really?
Oh, yes. And they're all different
Lovely.
types. And then every trip he went on, he'd bring one back.
Did he?
And then he'd blow it up and it was like a jumbo jet or whatever. And on the ceiling it would go.
Taylor in, brings Thane, the young batsman, forward, plays into mid-off. There is no run. He does a bit of gardening.
But on a day like today, it's spectacular, isn't it? With the vapour trail away in the distance.
Yes.
I sort of remember during COVID the weather was the start of the sort of lockdown period was a bit like this, wasn't it? And
that's right. It
was very
good.
quiet.
It was, wasn't
well.
it? Yeah. It's funny actually. Driven into the offside. It hits possibly Sibley's. No, not is it Sibley?
I think it's Smith in there.
Smith there. Is it on the toes? It hits boot. You could hear the noise, and I think it hurt a little bit.
It's Lawrence.
Lawrence, is it? Whose first touch was to parry it across to Pope, I think it is. But there is no run. It's funny actually. I could tell you a quick story about that because it's about one of your Surrey players. And Taylor in a bit of an effort ball, but down the leg side. He's gone up for a little catch down the leg side. Folks isn't really interested, nor's the umpire, so no run, no wicket. When Rhys Topley plays for Surrey, but he obviously played for Essex years ago. When he bought in COVID in Clapham, there were less planes around. And it was only when post-COVID we realised not that it was noisy, but we could see that, yeah, you were, very much so. As Taylor bowls, played into the offside, straight to the fielder. Lawrence, no run. He keeps the ball because I think he's going to continue to bowl. 535 for 5 with Thane on 1 and the man of the moment, Matt Critchley, who is a great interviewee, hopefully tonight.
Yes, and well, he's played very, very nicely.
As an experienced commentator.
Are you talking about me?
Yes.
Yes.
What would you like to ask Matt Critchley? Give me a clue.
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it?
How did you keep being responsible?
Enjoying the weather? As this one's turned into the leg side by Matt Critchley in there towards mid-wicket. No, I think it was obviously the game plan was score as many as you can, and you know
I thought he played really responsibly.
He's constructed this very nicely, hasn't he? That's a lovely shot. Just waits for this, opens the face, guides it away past the diving Burns off Lawrence, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice touch shot that from Critchley. He moves on to 127. 539 for 5.
When you've got people like Folkes and Pepper keeping wicket, and I think when we talk about, go back to the time when I think Michael Trescothick kept wicket for a bit. These guys, these keepers are actually quite big, tall
now. As sweeping is Critchley down towards long leg, and he'll pick up a single.
Jamie Smith's not petite.
No, he's a tall lad as well.
If you go back to the likes of Jack Russell or people like that, who were the old-fashioned proper keepers, keeper first, batter second, and then through perhaps the Mickey Stewart era, Jack Russell didn't keep, and it was Alex Stewart developing that all-rounders role. We now see keepers today that are quite big.
Thane waits for this one from Lawrence, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
These two here,
but they're very supple, aren't they?
Yeah.
Even for being tall lads, they're very elastic.
Yeah.
And they can get into positions and places not mere mortals can't, as this one's off the outside edge of Thane's bat as he looks to drive, and that's down to the boundary rope for 4. So not completely in control of that. But his first boundary, Thane moves on to 5. 544 for 5 now, Essex. But I would encourage anybody to watch any of the keepers' warm-up drills are very interesting, but Folkes is one, I've said it before, it's fascinating the way he gets ready to go with the gloves.
Yeah.
As this is pulled on one knee out
he's
towards
missed
deep
it.
backward
Dived
square,
over it.
and oh dear, James Taylor has got round to it, but has almost dived over the top of it, and it's actually gone away for 4 more.
He went down in instalments.
Yep, and over the rope it goes for another boundary. So Thane's on to 9, and it's 548 for 5.
That was the signs of a bowler who's been in the field for 143 overs.
And has bowled about 26, 27 of them, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing here. If Surrey, let's say Surrey bat pretty well as well, and Essex were out there for a long time, it's getting used to this again, isn't it? It's been 6 months since you've...
It is.
And it's a warm old day, and it's been out in the dirt for a long old time.
No substitute, Mark. I mean, a lot of these lads go and play some T20.
But it's not the same.
It's nothing like... what's the most you've ever been in a field, may I ask? Are you aware of what it is?
Or
fielding. Fielding.
I've done all day.
All day. So 96.
Yeah, 96 all over, I think.
In comes that man. Taylor bowls nice and straight. Critchley forces it into the leg side because it is pretty wicket to wicket, but he's found the fielder and there is no run.
But you see, Surrey now have been out there for, this is the 143rd over that they've been out there. So
The most I've ever done is 157
cool.
in South Africa,
Ooh.
playing for Griqualand West against Natal.
Ooh.
That was
That must have been
hot.
warm as well,
That
yeah.
was quite warm. Taylor in, driven into the leg side, identical to the last ball, and finds the same fielder. No run.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. This is a sort of your archetypal day in the dirt, isn't it? They always talk about a day in the dirt. This, and yesterday a days in the dirt, but very early in the season, aren't they?
Your feet feel it. You know, they're on fire. Especially when you're playing someone like India, Pakistan, South Africa, Australia, you feel the heat come back up from the earth. It bounces back up. I mean, okay, the temperature here is probably maybe 20, but they've been in the field a long time. This is clipped off his hips. It's going to be one. As Critchley takes the single, goes out to deep square leg in front of square for just the one run. 549.
I there's a part of me that is quite, but in certain conditions and certain games, it's when sides are batting and it's really hot and they just go on a bit longer just to leave
Just
the fielding side out there, just to break that last bit of morale.
It is. Taylor in. Well bowled. He's still charging in. He's still trying for his county, which is terribly important as this is driven up to mid-off, no run.
He's into his 27th over now.
What's he gone for?
James Taylor, none for 97.
He bowled a good second spell yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I've always liked James Taylor.
Yeah.
As a bowler.
Didn't come from Surrey, did he? Where did he come from? Was it Notts?
Yes. Was it Derbyshire? No, Derbyshire.
Derbyshire.
Yeah, Derbyshire, sorry.
In he comes, Taylor. It's quite full. It's driven out to mid-on where there is no run.
Been here a while now. He's been at Surrey for
Yeah.
three seasons.
Did
now?
he get in the team initially with some white ball?
Yes, and he played some red ball as well, and Derbyshire, and yeah, he's got a bit about him.
He's not
He
one of
really
those
has.
Surrey bowlers that everybody will recognise. Nice action. He looks quite tall.
He's strong. He's bulked up as well.
Has he?
Mhm.
What age would he be? Ish?
I would say he's what, 24, 25 now, probably.
Right, he's a few years off his prime, really. We still reckon prime is 28, 31. He bowls. This is driven up to mid-off. They look for a single, turn it down. Rory Burns is fielding it at mid-off. No run. End of the over. 549 for 5. Noah Thane on 9. And with him is Michael Pepper on 129.
I'm off. Sonia's coming to join
Sonia's
you.
coming back in as we see a plane go eastwards at the far end of the ground, 38,000 feet ish. Beautiful day. It's warm. Been in the garden the last few weeks, which has been beautiful. Yeah, I've worked hard, got a bit of a tan. It's been delightful. In fact, it's quite dry in a lot of the gardens. Sonia, good afternoon. You got this over?
Yes, Dan Lawrence bowls, and that's just paddled around the corner by Critchley to pick up another boundary as he takes his personal total into the 130s now, 133.
Well, that was a super shot. It was probably premeditated, as a lot of these shots are like. The reverse sweep, he got down quite early, and that really was a super shot. And the applause was for the 550th run, 553 to be exact.
Dan Lawrence going to come over the wicket to Critchley, or continue to come over the wicket to Critchley. This one is launched again, almost to the opposite corner of the ground. That one goes over mid-wicket and to the boundary. So Critchley sort of turning up the heat on Dan Lawrence here. It's the second successive boundary. And he's just running through strokes and showing all the areas of the ground that he can hit the ball to. We saw him play quite a measured innings for his 100, and looks like he's really starting to accelerate now, as Dan Lawrence will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And that one, after 2 successive fours, is just defended back up the pitch to the bowler, who races after it. And Surrey are definitely going for a containment field here. Almost every player other than one, or every fielder other than one, is on the boundary or just off the boundary, trying to stop the ball crossing the rope. And that one's just knocked up too long on for a single to bring Thane on strike. Weatherfield will come in.
What's the most you've fielded for?
50 overs, maybe 60
Right.
max.
Never had the opportunity for longer?
I mean, women's cricket is all limited overs pretty much, unless you get to...
Just wasn't sure if you played with men, you know, as in...
I have, but I've played sort of day games, and even then there are only 50 overs as Lawrence is in, and that's pushed up to cover for a dot ball.
The mind, the body, your feet, spinners, someone like Dan, who won't be used to too many overs. I mean, you know, his finger, his 2 fingers where he bowls off spinner is probably going to be a little bit sore by now.
It's not going to help him when he has the chance to bat, as Lawrence is in again, and that's just fended into the leg side. At the end of that over, Essex 558 for 5, Critchley on 138 and Thane on 9.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I mean, you know, someone like, well, it's going to be Sibley. It's going to be the skipper who's been concentrating for 144 overs. You know, they're going to have to go and put their pads on. And, you know, one small mistake and their day will be over. You know, as an opening batsman, Pope at 3, is it? Smith at 4? Is it Dan Lawrence 5 or 6? Or Ryan Patel? You know, when you're in the field, you know, mentally you're not going to be sharp after fielding 145 overs. In comes Taylor. Taylor bowled down the leg side. It was always angling down. It was missed by Critchley. He misses out, but it was too far down the leg side. One day wide, but not today.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough time really for some of those players who've been out on their feet for so long to give them an ice bath and a break before they have to go out there and bat.
No, I fancy they might be calling or inviting a night watchman to take the duty tonight.
Well, we're a long way away from that so far.
Yeah. Taylor in, driven. Beats the man at straightish mid-wicket, where it goes to mid-on. They take a single. Shrewd bit of running there. Good shot, quick call. Thane respects the caller and gets through and now faces Taylor. Thane on 9. 138 to Michael Pepper. The Essex boys, I thought, were resilient. I thought they were very disciplined and responsible in that great partnership today.
Yes, they were very disciplined. They didn't take too many risks. We only saw a couple of sixes and more from Pepper and Critchley since they reached their hundreds, which I think you'd expect. But, I mean, Essex won't want to be out there for too much longer. We're already quite deep into day 2, and there will be questions over whether...
Taylor in. Well, miss execution there from Thane, but his partner... Pepper calls him through for a single and gives one more run to Thane. That's good cricket from Critchley there. Wide awake, despite making 139.
Yeah, well, I think it's just a question with Essex of, can they keep playing this tap and run, or do they have to start sort of going after these Surrey bowlers who must be pretty tired by now? It's not the workload they would have expected in the first game of the season, or really been prepared for in the first game of the season.
Taylor in, bowls, another decent single. Critchley opens the face, runs it down to short, sort of backward point, where he takes a quick single. Thane backing up well, respecting the call and coming through for the single. So well played, Essex. Yeah, what do they do? Okay, what would you do if you were skipper? Sonia, have you got... Right, I'm going to give you... Do you want 2 goes with the new ball either side of tee?
I think you want them in before tea, because I think you want them to go out when they've already been tired at the end of a session.
Dot ball played up to mid-on, no run. So shall we declare and give yourself something like 4 overs at each end, so 8 overs before tea with the new ball, so the bowlers almost have a spell each at each end, probably Porter and Cook, and then allow them again a little 20-minute rest and another go after tea.
I mean, you could even have just 4 overs before tea if you just want to make the point of getting Surrey, who are going to be tired out there.
Driven, good shot, well fielded off his own bowling on his follow through on the next door strip by Taylor. No run to conclude that over. 561 for 5. Thane has 10, but Michael Pepper, who's played beautifully for his 140, is the main man of today.
I think the question is going to be, do they want... if I was Essex, I would say, right, tell their batters, get a message out to them. You've got about an hour to get to 600. We'd like 600 for the... it gives you a bit of a boost, doesn't it? And then you can have a go at Surrey. But I think if they keep sort of batting until they get out, they might find themselves running out of time as Lawrence comes over the wicket to Critchley, who pushes that one up to the one fielder in the ring at cover and elects not to run. They probably could have raced through for a quick single, but they've decided not to as Lawrence races back to the top of his mark. Sort of loopy action over the wicket, and that one's just tapped back up to the bowler again for no run.
For Lawrence, for Critchley Bay facing Lawrence, there's 5 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. 5. No one on the inner ring. None. He's got a single every ball if he wants it.
As Lawrence is in, and that's just tucked out towards backward square, and well, I think Surrey's plan is clear. They're going to race through it and make sure that they can keep Critchley off strike as much as possible. As there's a brief pause in Lawrence's over now after the opening 3 balls, as a few more fielders make their way into the ring and they look to attack the new batter, who's played nicely so far for 10 off 18. Essex 562 for 5 as Lawrence is in, and that one is launched by the new batter over the head for 6. Well, if they'd kept the same field, that might have gone to someone, but that's gone one bounce 4 to the boundary. Thane's first boundary, and Essex motoring along nicely now.
Yeah, sensible shot really, wasn't it? Saw the gap. For Critchley, there's 5 men right the way round covering the leg side on the boundary, but for Noah Thane there isn't. Jordan Clark is beneath us, and all he could do was go to his right, go squarer and retrieve the ball.
Lawrence runs up and bowls, and another reverse sweep, this time from Thane, and he paddles that round the corner for another boundary. They're taking a bit of a liking to Lawrence now, who must be pretty tired. That's 2 boundaries in as many balls for Essex, and they move on comfortably to 566 for 5. Lawrence just struggling to find any openings here. He's bowled nicely, got 2 wickets, but for 164 runs as he bowls again, and this one's cut away by Thane out to the point boundary. He'll get a single for that, and at the end of that over, Essex 571.
Well, productive over for Essex. Dan Lawrence will Walthamstow man, played at Walthamstow. I think his father was the groundsman at Walthamstow cricket in the Essex League back in the day, and he probably never envisaged the first game of the season, early April, that he would bowl 30, whatever it is, 35 overs or whatever. Is this Taylor again. I look at his action. Yes, it is. Bowls. This is big bottom man by Thane, who's whacked it over mid-wicket, but deep square leg in front of square has gone round to his left to retrieve it, where Noah Thane just takes the single. He was probably looking to go a little bit straighter there, Sonia.
Yes, and he was actually almost caught. It wasn't too far away from the fielder on the ring there, and I don't think Surrey will mind that. They'll want the batters to start chasing these boundaries because they'll feel it brings them into the game. There have been so few chances today. We've just seen just the one wicket fall, so they'll be hoping almost for the batters to try and get after some of these shots and open up areas of the field.
Taylor in. This is driven up to long on, who's back on the boundary for Pepper. Long on and long off are back at the Hayes Close end, which is now called the Graham Gooch end. Hayes Close end houses the more modern retirement flats together with the maisonettes that have been there for donkeys of years. Taylor talking to his skipper. Skipper is at mid-off on the inner ring for Thane. Thane is facing. In comes Taylor. Taylor bowls, driven up to Rory Burns, who shies. Thane gets in. Good bit of cricket. I'm going to be honest. Thane hit it, called quickly, and he went, and he was always going to get in there. But good bit of fielding from Rory Burns, who's on really what we would term on the edge of the inner circle. But it was an easy run for Thane and Essex. 5-7-4 for 5.
Yes, Thane's message has been very clear. He's on 21 from 23. I think he's been instructed to try and score as quickly as possible and just support Critchley at this stage of the innings.
In comes Taylor. Taylor is forced into the leg side where Critchley will take a single out to deep mid-wicket that's on the boundary beneath the Felsted School stand. Few new stands around here. We've got a new stand where the marquees used to be, in between the pavilion and the executive boxes, and then we've enlarged the Tiptree stand, which is beneath a floodlight at deep mid-wicket. So there are a few new things happening, and to encourage a slightly larger capacity crowd here for white ball cricket. As Taylor aborts, the umpire signals to the scorer to our left that he's going to have to re-bowl the ball as he aborted his run-up. The batsman wasn't ready. He is now. Bowler turns the other way this time. Taylor on his way in to Noah Thane. Noah Thane drives. He goes a little bit in to out, which he drives into the offside and the cover boundary fielder in front of the pavilion. Long boundary that side, where there is just the one run. 5-7-6 for 5.
Right now it's football for you. It's the Premier League. Crystal Palace versus Brighton, the country team, with Ian Dennis and Pat Neville.
Taylor waiting, and now he's on his way. Mid-off, mid-on back for Pepper. This is driven in the offside. They're looking for 2. Are they going to look for 2? Yes, they are. It's a slow-moving 2 because they're always going to get 2 as Ollie Pope fields. He has to run in front of the executive boxes from the pavilion, drops his sunglasses, but they take 2, and it's the end of the over. 5-7-8 for 5.
Yes, well, what will encourage Surrey is that Thane is going to be on strike for this next over, but it will be Dan Lawrence to continue. He's gone for 165 from his 35 overs so far, and I'm not sure if you'd asked him before the start of the day yesterday whether he'd envisioned himself bowling 35 overs. I'm not sure it's what he's well, it's not really what he's in the side to do. He's not there for his bowling prowess, but he's done a useful job for Surrey today. Obviously Surrey haven't for the last few years played with a specialist spinner, and instead have looked to their batters like Lawrence and sometimes Will Jacks as well to do a job with the ball when required, but it's not quite the same. Essex obviously with Simon Harmer as Lawrence bowls, and that one is hooked
safe
over the head of backward square and runs down towards the boundary. So Thane taking his strike rate over 100 as he moves on to 26 from 25 deliveries.
26 useful runs, Sonia, here. He got down early to play the sweep, and Dan sort of slowed the delivery down, but he was already down, and he got a top edge, I think, which went over sort of the 45, and it's just carried on quickly on this quite quick paced outfield to the executive boxes at deep fine leg. So a really calculated and good shot there.
Lawrence over the wicket, and that one is launched straight into
Caught.
the hands
Good
of
catch.
Kemar Roach.
Good catch.
By Noah Thane. So he's done a useful innings. He's got 26 from 25, but that will be the end. And I think they have made the decision to. Have they decided to declare?
Yes. I think they have, because the Essex boys are all in whites.
As I crane my neck out of this commentary box to see the pavilion, yes, so the Essex have decided to declare and bring an end to that on 582 for 5. Clearly the instruction had been to go out, score as many runs as you can for this particular spell, and then once the partnership was broken, rather than risking the bowlers going out there with the bat, they've decided to call it there.
Well played. You can hear plenty of applause, and especially from Matt Critchley. He's batted beautifully. He's done his team so superbly. 582 for 6. Just must mention Kemar Roach took a super catch then. Dan Lawrence has bowled it. Noah Thane has gone down the wicket, and he's tried to go over the top, which is sensible cricket. And in doing so, he's been caught at mid-off, quite straight, where Kemar Roach has turned and taken a catch sort of over his shoulder, which was a pretty decent catch there. So the Essex bowlers are in whites. The captain has called them in, and if we just have a quick recount here, if that's okay, would you do the bowling figures in a minute, if that's
of course,
all right? And I'll just go through quickly what is actually a very, very impressive score card, if that's all right. I will do that as soon as I've got it up, if that's all right. So, batting wise, yesterday morning Essex won a decent toss on a decent surface. It's a bit slow, but Walter made 95, probably deserving of 100, didn't quite get it. He was caught folks, bowled Fisher, 95. The first wicket that fell was Allison. He was LBW Dan Lawrence. Lawrence took the first wicket yesterday and the last wicket today. Allison made 25. Captain Wesley was caught when he drove Roach to mid-wicket, caught by Jamie Smith for 40. Cox was outstanding yesterday. He edged one on to the stumps from Roach. Roach had taken 2 wickets yesterday, and Cox made 117. Cox was a class above anyone else yesterday. And then we had Michael Pepper today and Critchley, who had a magnificent 5th wicket partnership. Pepper made 109. Noah Thane has made an industrious 26 off a runner ball in red ball cricket, which is good and very deserving for his side. And then Critchley was left undefeated on 145 not out in Essex's total of 582 for 6. So well played Essex. And the bowling figures.
Yes, Kemar Roach took 2 wickets for 84 runs from his 26 overs. Jordan Clark bowled 27 overs for no wickets, but he was the most economical, going at just 2.62 an over. Matthew Fisher 1 wicket from his 25 overs for 102. James Taylor no wickets, went for 107 from his 29. Dan Lawrence picked up 2 wickets, but for the high cost of 169 runs from his 35.1, and Ryan Patel no wickets and bowled just 5 overs. And I think we might be having a commentary change, are we?
Yes, you're going to stay.
I'm going to stay for a little bit.
Right?
That's all right.
We think it'd be great to have you and Kevin on together. So, without further ado, if it's all right with you, I shall leave you in the able company of Kevin Howes and Sonia Twig.
Yes, as Kevin Howes will join me after trying to fix the little TV that we've got of the scoreboard, because we can't quite see the main scoreboard from where we're sat without craning quite far out of the window, which raises questions over health and safety for us, and also just makes life a little bit awkward. So we've got the Essex bowlers warming up with the ball to our right as the pitch is being rolled and brushed and all these things that happen to pitches whenever there's a brief break in play, as I'm joined by Kevin Howells.
That's it from you then, Twiggy. Is it you just leave me now to talk? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm not doing.
No. And I think you'll find that I did fix the telly.
I said you were busy with it, and I'm very happy that you have.
Although one must confess at this stage that the idea of fixing a telly actually means just switching it on.
Well, I think that's true with all technology, isn't it?
No, sometimes.
You try turning it off and on again, and then
if
there's still a problem, then you phone IT.
I said, why is that screen not on? And somebody said there was a problem, and I seem somehow to have fixed it, which is great. Now, during this break, just a little reminder, of course, that on this second day of the season, that whilst we're bringing you coverage here of this game between Essex and Surrey, all the other matches are underway and up and running as well. And you get every ball of all of the championship matches under this new 4-year deal that has been struck and signed off and agreed this past week. But 4 years of championship cricket, which we're really looking forward to this summer. Let's take one season at a time, of course. But all the matches can be followed not only on BBC Sounds and smart speakers, but also at the same time on the BBC Sports app and the live text service, terrific service. For example, only this morning, people were wondering, hold on, with the weather just as grand as it is, why on earth are they not playing at Trent Bridge? And if you'd been there following the live text service this morning, or you could be listening to it as well, of course, Nottinghamshire versus Durham, but if you were following the live text service, you would have known straight away there was a sprinkler problem.
I did hear about this.
You did hear about it, yes. So, well, I think most people will know about it now. I mean, it's been a match of incident, that, because we had yesterday where Colin Ackerman seemingly was bowled by Lyndon James for 80, and the Bales just came out of the groove and went back in, and then he goes on to become the first to score a century this season, in this summer season. But then today we had the sprinklers, where the sprinklers came on just about 11 o'clock, apparently, as the players were on their way out. It created a puddle or two. They managed to switch the sprinklers off, 4 of them, I think, on one stop tap. But then another one sprung up somewhere, because they come out of the ground and then, that's the way it worked. So eventually, I think it was 45 minutes into play when they finally got underway. We'll give you some scores in a moment from there. But, so yesterday with Colin Ackerman beat Paul Walter to be the first to a century this season.
Yeah.
The first to reach a double 100 this season, which Gucci he would call the daddy 100, of course, is Tom Banton, who's got himself a double 100. He's 200 not out. James Rue is on 117 not out. And Somerset in that match are 405 for 4 after Worcestershire made 154. 100 overs as well for that 405. That's got 10 overs remaining for 45 runs to be scored to pick up maximum batting, which of course is something that Essex, even though they've got a really big score and a good score here, they weren't able to keep up the pace to get the full batting point within that innings. But Somerset, you'd say, are on course to do that at the moment. So early problems this season for Worcestershire. Somerset 405 for 4 in front by 251 runs in that game. And again, you can follow that on the BBC Sports app. What else we got to tell you about? Yorkshire against Hampshire. Now Yorkshire are 59 for 3 and in real trouble here against Hampshire, because Yorkshire made only 121 in their first innings. They're 59 for 3 second innings, and they still trail by 69 runs. Johnny Bairstow is 1 not out. Adam Lyth on 7. Brad Wheel has picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 29. One of the stories there being about Johnny Bairstow now as captain of Yorkshire, but how are Hampshire going to cope without James Vince and all his runs, now having decided to just play the white ball stuff and move. He's moved away as well, hasn't he?
You think he's living in Dubai, isn't he?
I believe so. Something like that. So that's 3 games in Division 1 we've told you about. Sussex all out for 528. There John Simpson was left stranded on 180 something. He was in a bit of a race at the time, although I'm sure it wasn't considered a race to him. But what was he out? Not out, 181 after Tom Clark made 140. But in the end, it all came to quite a quick conclusion. Taz Ali, the 18-year-old, picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls, ended up with 3 for 103. But Sussex all out for 528, still a very good score there against Warwickshire, and Warwickshire equally off to a steady enough start at 33 for no wicket in reply. So as we have here, the batting seems to be okay around most of the country. Nottinghamshire have made a very strong start against Durham. We mentioned the sprinkler problem earlier this morning. Durham were all out for 378, Nottinghamshire 112 for 1. In the second division, a match into a third innings is Kent at 115 for 7. That's in front of Northamptonshire by 203 runs. Gloucestershire made 222 against Derbyshire in Derby, and Derbyshire 341 for 7 in front by 119 runs. Lancashire 198 for 4 after Middlesex made 260, so they trail still by 62 runs. And in Cardiff, Leicestershire 271 for 4 after Glamorgan made 229. So there we have it. That is the situation as it is at the moment, up and down the country.
Well, thank you for doing the roundup in a perfect, timely fashion, because the players are making their way out onto the field.
It doesn't always happen like that, believe me, but yeah, on this occasion. But here we are. This is so interesting, and I'm excited. It's only the second day of the season, so I'll still be excited by this sort of stuff. How are Surrey going to get on here? We presume, because it's Surrey, that they'll be fine.
We do, but we also Jamie Porter. I mean, I've watched Jamie Porter and Sam Cook bowl quite a bit in tandem last year. They don't give a lot away. It can be difficult to get settled. I mean, it has to be said, these are perfect batting conditions. There is not a cloud in the sky. It's warm, it's sunny. Porter has ball in hand and will be starting off from the Sir Alistair Cook end to bowl against Rory Burns, with Dom Sibley just doing his last minute stretches and warm-ups at the other end. Porter just again limbering up, having spent the best part of 2 days sat on a balcony, probably keeping his feet up and making sure that he's fresh for his first introduction of the season. He's been talked about around the England frame for a few years, although not, it has to be said, recently. He'll start round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who defends that one straight into the pitch. Starting off with a dot ball as Burns measuredly marks out. So you said you're excited?
I am. Excited, fascinated about how this is going to play out in the next hour and a half. The new ball on the conditions we've seen to date in this match is just so key and crucial here. And obviously Surrey bat down, they'll keep, one's out, another big name comes in. But, with this new ball, 2 or 3 wickets could be interesting the next 2 or 3 hours.
Porter in bowls, and again that's just defended, this time back up to the bowler. I think it will be interesting. I think what Surrey have to do is just weather that new ball, get to tee with no wickets down, have a little bit of a break and just say, we've just got to take this as deep as we possibly can. And I mean, Sibley is not known for his quick striking, I think it's fair to say.
He did okay in the end of white ball stuff last year, didn't he? But you're quite right, in this situation he won't be approaching like that.
Porter round the wicket. Burns again just defends this time slightly to the leg side. I think the interesting thing is going to be this. I mean, these Surrey owners are so experienced. We spoke yesterday about Paul Walter and Charlie Allison, who aren't particularly experienced, but these two are, and they won't be fazed by this position that they find themselves in. They've been there so often before. If they need to take their time, they'll take their time. It's not like they're going to necessarily let the situation get on top of them. They both obviously played for England quite a few times as well, as Porter is in and bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side for Rory Burns, who'll pick up his first runs and Surrey's first runs of the innings with a single down towards deep backward square.
Exactly right. They won't be fazed. They have all the experience, but up against an attack that has surprised people. The game seems to be going in one direction, then you'll get Cook and Porter together, and then all of a sudden it changes. Another game changer can be Harmer later on as well. So, and Snater, Shane Snater sometimes goes under the radar a little bit. Everybody talks about the opening pair of Cook and Porter. It gets Shane Snater involved as well. So people who can change games from a direction you think it's going in, from all the conditions and everything, that something happens, they're really into their groove, they click and whatever. So let's see if anything like that happens between now and close on this second day.
There's 2 in the slips and 1 at gully for Dom Sibley, who'll face his first ball of the season. Porter over the wicket, and that one's tucked away by Sibley to get off the mark straight away. Almost identical to Rory Burns there, just tucking that behind square for an easy and straightforward single Surrey 2 without loss after the first 5 balls. I think you're right about Snater. I think it's just because everyone looks at Porter and Cook and their partnership that Snater sort of does slightly go under the radar. Not that that takes anything away from his quality as a bowler, but just might not necessarily be as well known as the other two.
He can have a real big impact.
As Porter continues, and that one's just knocked back up to the bowler. So at the end of that over, Surrey 2 without loss. Well, I've got some stats for you on Sam Cook's winter.
You fire away.
Because he had a good winter over in Australia, obviously, with the Lions. He took 13 wickets at 14 runs, an average of 14 runs in the 2 Red Bull games out there, which is a pretty good start for someone who might be hoping for a good summer to put him in contention for an England position and trip to, obviously, the Ashes in Australia at the end of this year. And who knows how many fit opening bowlers there will be at that point, or fit seamers, because we've seen Ollie Stone obviously ruled out for the entire Test summer before the start of this season. No Dan Worrell today. I think there's a little thing that will keep him out until the start of next week, and just managing those fast bowlers through the season is going to be really interesting.
Well, either a very close family member or a very excitable Essex supporter just in front of us on hearing that Sam Cook is about to bowl. I'm going family member. And he's going to bowl with, look out, a leg slip, 2 slips and then a leg slip, and then you've got Pepper the wicketkeeper. Cook is in a bowls and defended by the big, tall frame figure of Sibley. So we've set all that out. The fact that the conditions will tell you that this is going to be tough for the bowlers.
Yes, it is, yes.
Very, very tough. But we've been conjuring up just what might happen, which would take the narrative of the story in the match away from where we think it's going to go. It'll be like one of those, you're sitting there at those 9 o'clock dramas on the BBC and ITV, and just before the news at 10, something happens on the telly. They really didn't expect that. Next ball. Oh, into the pads. Good, sharp delivery. Whether there's a little inside edge onto that, I don't know, but maybe a bit of height as well. But good start, and this is it. We're expecting questions to be asked, and we're expecting, with the experience of this pair, that they will have some answers, but who's going to come out on top? The reason I want to get that screen working is because on that screen, hopefully, it will tell us at some point there just how many overs are remaining there. 40 after this. Okay, so 8 overs after this before tea, basically, is the one I was needing to know about.
That's the important one.
And not because of the food, but just the dynamic of the game. Forward defensive again, very nearly getting through that guard, you see. This is good stuff. This is the stuff we were hoping to see.
It also just shows, obviously we've seen a few bowlers, but none with quite the extra pace that Cook's had. And if you can get an extra whip, the surface is a little bit lively. I'm not saying it's getting bounced, but it seems to be going through quite quickly and nicely, whereas we saw a few earlier from the slightly slower Surrey bowlers that just sat up, but they're slightly skiddier extra pace, obviously helped by the new ball with Sam Cook.
Cook's approaching, he's bowling to Sibley. Sibley gets more bat on that and pushes it back up to the bowler. Plenty of energy and plenty of noise out there from the fielders at the moment as well, as you might expect. Earlier today we saw a morning session where not a wicket was taken. Critchley and Pepper going well. Pepper out eventually for 109 in the afternoon session, but Critchley was not out. 145, 261 balls, 17 fours and a 6. And Noah Thane made a 26, a run of all 26 before that declaration came. Cook bowls to Sibley. There'll be a run here, at least one, maybe 2, just pushes it behind square on the offside, come back for a second. So Sibley with 2 and takes the Surrey score to 4 for no wicket in reply to that declaration at 582 for 6. Now,
would you have wanted 600 if you were Essex, or do you not think that matters?
Well, the point I was going to make, which is interesting, your question, is that certainly you would have thought 4 sessions, says me. You would have thought a session tonight, and then going in with 2 more days after today. Next ball, that's just wide of the off stump through to the keeper. I might have left it until just before, or a little bit closer to or just after, maybe gone out even for another couple of overs after tea, and then called the declaration.
I think I'd have done it 4 overs before tea, because I think you want Surrey out there when they're tired towards the end of a session.
Yeah.
And obviously the quicker turnaround. If you give them tea, then they expect to be batting at some point and can have a little bit of a break. Whereas if you do it sort of just before tea,
there would have been good rhyme and good reason for
would have
why they did when they did. And the main thing is they will say, look, at 582 for 6, we've given ourselves a really good chance.
oh, absolutely.
Oh, the best chance.
As Porter will continue round the wicket to Burns, who watches that one through on the way to the wicket keeper. No run. I think the interesting thing is going to be what happens if, as we saw happen in the Essex innings, if Essex can't make something happen with this new ball. We've seen how hard it is to take wickets on this pitch. How early will they turn to the likes of Critchley and Simon Harmer to try and manufacture up something?
And it gives them that opportunity before the close today, yeah.
And see what the pitch is doing with the spin as well. Obviously, Simon Harmer is a great county bowler, as that one is just defended out towards point by Burns.
All these things we will have been talking about since lunch, really, because they knew they were in such a strong position.
Yeah, so all that happened since lunch is a couple of centuries, really. Not much in terms of chances or
no
opportunities.
chances. No. A bit more urgency, wasn't it? I mean, when Noah Thane came out, you could see obviously he'd got a job to push it up as quickly as he possibly could with those 5 fours and his run of ball 26.
Porter bowls, and that's just clipped off his hip by Rory Burns, but straight to the fielder there on the ring at square leg. It was almost went to him, but I think it just bounced before. And Essex alert in the field, as you'd expect, given that most of them haven't had a whole lot to do.
Not too sure how far short that fell of him. For one moment I thought they could have been in a bit of trouble, but...
Me too, but I think it did fall short.
Oh, it definitely did, yeah.
As Porter bowls, and that's driven by Burns, but straight to the fielder there at cover. Fielded by Jordan Cox, who scored 117 yesterday, and spoke quite well about it after the day's play as well. He was explained a slightly odd celebration as a desire to treat himself to warm cookie dough, which apparently a few of them did after a pre-season game in Hampshire. So that was what it was a nod to. As Porter continues, and that one is cut away really nicely by Rory Burns to bring his and Surrey's first boundary of the match. Just open the face on that at the ideal moment, and a new ball and a hard pitch, and that's just raced away to the boundary.
Warm cookie dough.
Yes.
Come on, you've already told us you're not quite 30 yet, so there's a better chance of you knowing what the blazes you're talking about than I do.
Well, you can buy, I'm assuming there are shops, probably similar to ice cream shops, where you can buy cookie dough rather than cookies. And if you heat it up, it becomes warm and sticky, and there's probably just a sugar headache waiting to happen. But that's what he was doing a nod to, as Porter is in, and that's just defended back up to the bowler.
So now you've explained to me. Go on, at the end of the over, go on.
At the end of the over, Surrey have 8 without loss from their opening 3 overs. Burns on 5 and Sibley on 3.
So I was listening, don't worry. I have been listening to you, but you're going to have to, now having explained what warm cookie dough is,
yes.
How on earth did he go about celebrating?
Well, he lifted his helmet like a bowl, and I'm guessing was motioning to eat out of it with his gloves. Because he did a little gesture before he did the traditional lift his bat in the air.
Okay, so it's not soup, it was warm cookie dough, but it could have been soup.
It could have been soup,
yes,
but it wasn't
I get
soup.
you. Gotcha.
We clarified it.
Okay, start of the next over, and this is Cook. Coming into Sibley, worked away onto the onside for no run. Well, I'm glad it was clarified.
It might have raised more questions than answers.
That must have been some sort of cookie dough. To warrant a celebration.
Well, apparently 3 of them went out for it, so it was sort of a nod to that, and then he said he would treat himself to warm cookie dough later after day's play yesterday.
Surely it can't be the best food for athletes.
I think if you've scored 100, you can treat yourself, can't you?
Okay, fair, yep, no arguments there, 100%. Oh, into the pads, LBW, peel it out, breakthrough, Sibley's gone. Gone for only 3, LBW, the breakthrough, from the bowling of Cook in only his second over, start of his second over. So Surrey are 8 for 1 after Essex declared 582 for 6. Okay, 1. There's a lot more to come, but what an early breakthrough. How important is this going to be?
Oh, what an early breakthrough. I think that's the one that they really wanted as well. That one's just moved, and we haven't seen much movement at all, but that one really did. It came back in at him, and Sibley didn't have an answer to it. It also shows just what the extra pace of Cook can bring to this, and how important the new ball is. We spoke earlier, well, just now actually, about how important it will be for Essex to make these early breakthroughs. And Surrey have now got to weather this storm a little bit and get through to tea, you'd be thinking, without the loss of any more wickets.
And certainly that's the first objective, isn't it? So, Jamie Smith, Ryan Patel, Dan Lawrence, Ben Folkes, Jordan Clark, Matthew Fisher, James Taylor, Kemar Roach, with Ollie Pope next in, I guess. It's got to be Pope next in, isn't it? Yeah. Is it?
Yes,
Pope?
it is.
It is, yeah. So, Pope and then those names to follow after that. I mean, this is... Sorry, this is such a strong...
It is, sorry, you mentioned their strong batting lineup.
But that's first objective.
First objective has got to be to get through tea, and I think it's one of those times where you always hear about sportsmen saying, you know, just play the next ball. I think this really is becoming a sort of microcosm of the game, really. They've just got to get through this next period. I think it's around 5 overs.
Yeah.
Until tea, so that's got to be the first step for Surrey, and then after tea they can have a discussion and think.
The other thing, though, I mean, it's one thing taking 1 wicket and maybe 2 and maybe 3. I mean, if they took 3 before tea or something like that, it's not just the fact that these are the top 3 wickets, but then you're saying to yourself, hold on, if it is, okay, forgive me, sorry, but if there is, it could be Pope, it could be Smith. These are big names you're getting out as well. The confidence that then gives you, this is super stuff. Such an incentive for the bowlers out there. Aside from the context of the game itself, the sort of talent you're bowling to, wanting to be noticed that you are the one that's got them out. Let's see. A third slip goes, well, it's 2 slips and then a wider slip out there to third. Basically, he's taking up his position. There's Matt Critchley at 4th slip with a gap in between. But they are giddy now because they're moving their fielders left, right and centre. He's going in more conventional third slip as Critchley.
And
We've
then
got a
they've
leg
sort of
slip
got
in
a
as well.
leg slip gully.
Leg slip gully, yes. It's more gully, you're quite right. Okay, next ball. Whipped away through a vacant area on that leg side, where I think initially that fielder was standing, but it's going to be 4 runs through square leg, that fielder being Noah Thane. So that's 4. And Surrey moved to 12 for 1.
I don't think Essex are going to be bothered about losing a few to boundaries. I think they'd rather see the batters playing shots and looking to attack them, hoping they might make a mistake. I mean, they've got so many runs in hand. The rest of today has to all be about taking wickets.
And if they're getting that ball to move and with a bit of extra pace, that was sharpish, but it's been fended away by Pope, and for runs down towards what is a vacant third area down here. They'll go through for 2. And chasing that one and
I think
throwing it back is Allison.
I think Pope played that really nicely. He just opened the face at the last minute to guide what could have been a dot down through the gap there and pick up 2 runs. He's clearly showing that he's not going to just weather the storm or try and block this out. He's already on 6 from 2 balls so far.
Yeah, indeed. Next ball is defended, pushed into the offside, no run. We were talking earlier about how Essex in their bowling attack have players and performers who can alter the narrative really, really quickly. I'm not too sure. Is this the context? Yeah, it could be, because any context. You've also got Surrey batters who can change narratives quite quickly.
I was going to say, if Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith get going, it looks very different.
Could that be the way that the story changes that we weren't expecting? That runs are scored here at some pace and at volume as well. Let's wait and see. So you've got Cook now coming in from the far end to bowl to Pope, who steers that straight to the fielder out there at mid-wicket, and that completes an over in which the first breakthrough has been made. Will it be the first of several, many today, or not? 14 for 1, Surrey, in their first innings, replying to what was a big, strong total from Essex on their declaration of 582 for 6. With that Matt Critchley 145 not out, centuries within that innings, We saw Jordan Cox with 117 yesterday and Michael Pepper with 109 today. He's keeping wicket now. The bowling, by the way, included Dan Lawrence's 3 for 169. 2 wickets for Kemar Roach. I'm just going to leave it at what the wicket takers were, never mind the runs. 2 wickets for Kemar Roach. Matthew Fisher picked up 1 wicket as well. No luck for James Taylor or Ryan Patel. Patel only bowling 5 overs, 38.
Porter round the wicket to Burns, who just defends that back to him off the front foot. I think what's going to be interesting is going to be how quickly Essex turn to spin, whether there is any spin. I mean, you don't really often expect pitches to break up in April, but it's been so dry in this part of the country. We haven't had much rain over the last sort of month or so, and while it hasn't been hot, there hasn't been a lot of humidity or anything else either, so whether that can play into conditions. Obviously Essex have got Simon Harmer and Critchley as Porter bowls, and that's just defended this time into the leg side up to mid-on by Burns.
Topley's planted his spuds already, and I'm a little bit concerned. You talk about the difference maybe in the temperature here, but I'm a little bit concerned he's gone early with it by a week or 2. I hope I'm proven wrong, Don, but
You think we're going to get another frost?
It's Monty Don versus Don Topley in when to plant your spuds, basically.
Well, it depends which part of the country you're in,
Well,
surely.
yeah, I guess.
Porter bowls, and that's again defended by Burns. Surely it depends which part of the country. I always know that my mum lives up in West Yorkshire, and I know whenever I go visit her, I bring the coat that I was wearing last month.
Well, very, very, very good from you. Although that doesn't always work out that way, my friend. Sometimes it's hotter in the north than it is in the south, okay?
But rarely.
Well, yeah, they don't wear coats down here. Even when it's freezing, it still has to be the gilet.
Porter runs in, bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side. Again, it wasn't too far short of the fielder there at close mid-wicket, but Burns adds on another run, takes his total to 6, and Surrey move on to 15 for 1. We wear coats in London.
Do you?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Especially journalists who have to go to late night football matches, you can wear quite a few.
Oh, yes, yes. It's been dryish, but it's been cold, hasn't it?
It has
It's been
been
a
cold.
long, cold winter. Grey and cold. Grey and cold.
I'll tell you what, as I've been doing my marathon training, I can tell you exactly how cold it's been by how many
sure, that's
layers
good.
that I've
No, but it's
been
not
wearing.
good for training for your running.
Well, I'm
You've done it too
asthmatic,
well.
so it's not
Oh,
really.
no,
The
no.
cold air doesn't help the lungs warm up and become more efficient. Porter in over the wicket, and that's again defended by Pope up towards mid-on. Fielded there by Tom Wesley, just giving the ball a little bit of a polish before he hands it back to his bowler. No, it's actually warm and humid is the best type of air for asthmatics to breathe. It helps open up the air passages if anyone wants to get technical. And,
Well, we all do.
Cold
We do, yeah.
and dry air is actually the most difficult for me personally anyway, as Porter is in bowls, and that's again tapped up towards Wesley, but this time they will go for a quick single. Wesley fumbles the pick up, so there's no danger there, and at the end of that over, 16 for 1, Burns on 6 and Pope on 7.
Okay, we have 5 overs till tea on their second day. Next objective for Essex is to get 1 more wicket at the moment, okay? A few more after, but are we going to see spin? No, you think you will. Early, says Church. Church thinks, well, he confused me. I thought, it's already, but what, before tea, Church? 1 over? Oh, hard ball, this end, before tea. That's what they're all saying at the back.
Well, we'll find out very quickly whether they're right or not, won't we?
Well, quite soon. Got Burns on 6, Pope on 7. And you've got Cook again. He's got rid of Sibley. What can he do here? Oh, he very nearly gets an edge. What a terrific delivery. Pope went forward to that one. Whoa. Good stuff.
That was a beautiful delivery, wasn't it, as Ollie Pope walks away to take a moment to collect himself after that. That was not far away at all from the outside edge. A lovely delivery and just trying to make the most of that new ball movement. Sam Cook, he's already got 1, obviously, got the wicket of Dom Sibley just now and looking to already add to his tally.
Great contest, leading into tea on day 2. Essex looking for Surrey wickets here, and this is Cook, and he's bowling to Pope into the pads. LBW appeal not out. We're nowhere near behind the line, but that looked at maybe a bit of height, bit of too much movement.
I think that was too high. I will let you know if they show a replay of it, but on first instinct I thought that hit him quite high up on the thighs. Obviously we're not in line, so can't necessarily comment about that, but we can see the height from here at least.
Yeah. But he's getting that ball to do something as well, isn't he? With at pace, there's some movement out there for him.
I think the additional pace is actually helping the ball skid on a little bit and coming through quite nicely. I think we saw some of the Surrey bowlers get a little bogged down in the pitch.
This is Cook in again. This time it's on that leg stump and he can just steer that away fine for a single. So Pope will move on to 8 and take the score up to 17 for 1. On another glorious afternoon. And I'm ever so pleased that the sun has appeared again today, because of course we had some great numbers in. I believe we're talking on record numbers of people walk-ups as well. Tickets actually been bought on the day yesterday. The weather brought people out, but of course there'll be people here today who wouldn't have been able to have come yesterday because they'll be working or whatever. So they've still got a good start to the season for a bit of Saturday sunshine as well. So delighted from their point of view. So to Burns, the left-hander, is going to come around the wicket. I think this will be the first time he's bowling to Burns, and he comes around the wicket. Got 2 slips in here now, and Burns comes across, and that is pushed back up to Cook, the bowler.
I just wonder if attendance today is slightly affected by the fact that it's Get Set Day today, which is obviously probably known as Ground Force Day. I think it's where club cricket try and get as many volunteers as they can to redecorate and plant and do all the work that needs to be done ahead of the new season. So you're sort of encouraged to go down to your local club and help out and pitch in for a day with gardening gloves and doing all the sort of little odds and ends. I wonder if that's affected those who might otherwise be here.
Round the wicket, Cook into Burns, and that's driven for no run to mid-off. You missed out what I think is one of the most important jobs, because it's the job that I actually did last year on Get Set Weekend. I don't know why I would have been available on Get Set Weekend, but I was. Hoovering the scorer's box and where the umpires changed. No paint. We couldn't get electricity into the place, so actually I had to... No, I couldn't hoover, that's right. So we couldn't get electricity in there, so I had to brush it with just a broom and it was hard work, Church, but I left it spotless for the season. But obviously I can't be there this weekend. This is short, and it's top edge, and it's over the top of the keeper. It's going to be 4 runs for Burns, just down in front of us. So try that one. A little bit shorter, was it? And just lifted over the top. So that didn't feel such a pressurised over. And that's the thing when Burns is batting. The way that he bats, he almost takes out all the pressure.
He does. He always looks so calm and collected, doesn't he?
He looks more of a, in so many ways, more of a solid unit and difficult to shift. Whereas, Pope gives you this air of, well, I fancy this tussle myself. He's not reckless by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got a different approach, looks different, creates a different atmosphere out there. So we're seeing...
We are seeing Simon Harmer.
21 for 1. He will have seen him warm up and been told to warm up, and now he's making out it was his decision, and somehow he managed to get the message out there to the captain and all that sort of stuff. What do you think? 2 overs? Is that what you're telling me, Churchy? There, 2 overs before tea. How many overs do we have left before tea? I think it's disappeared off the board. I can't read that. Well, we're just giving the bowling analysis. But yeah, so this is a change. It is spin, and we're only just a few overs in, but the context here is we're approaching tea.
We are approaching tea, and I think we're also going to see a short leg, as it looks like Charlie Allison is putting on those shin pads and got a helmet ready to go into that position. Not that will faze Ollie Pope. He often does the job himself, of course.
4 overs remaining before
4
tea.
overs remaining before tea. So that's quite early to turn to spin. I thought we'd get...
yeah, but it's mind games. It's terrific. And it's Simon Harmer.
I know it's Simon Harmer, but he didn't have a great season last year.
Well, this is a new season.
It is a new season.
I didn't have a great day yesterday, but today I woke up, it's going to be also different, I said to myself.
Simon Harmer will bowl over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who defends that one into the offside, fielded by backward point. And just the one slip in for the spinner. He's got a short leg slip, and otherwise most fielders in the ring with a sweeper on the leg side as well. And that one again, Pope goes back and defends that low. Not much bounce on offer for Harmer. I think that one just kept a little low on its way through.
And that will work against him a little, won't it? There's no real pace of this. This will be a slow turn possibly.
Harmer bowls. Pope looks to drive that, ends up hitting it along the ground straight back to the bowler, who dives down low to his right to make that stop.
Better to give him 2 than just 1 before tea.
I agree. I also think that why not use one of your best bowlers and give the batters something else to think about as Harmer is in again, and that's just tucked round the corner by Pope, but straight to the fielder there at 40, short 45 fine leg. So just, I think, as we mentioned, for Surrey, it's just about getting through to tea without the loss of any more wickets. Ollie Pope just doing a little bit of gardening, picks up a little bit of dust or dirt or soil that he's not too happy with, and tosses it away as he gets set to face Harmer, who bowls that in and hits it straight into the ground, bounces into short legs, hands, and back to the bowler. Pope won't mind this, I think. There's not been any that we've seen turn. Obviously, as we've mentioned and Kev mentioned, that we're not directly behind the line, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot to trouble the batters from the spinners so far. Pope straight down, probes that one, pushes it into the leg side up towards mid-on, and will pick up a single for that to keep the strike swapping around. Surrey move on to 22 for 1, and now time for a little bit of a break while all the fielders switch over.
Yep. Johnny Bairstow, just reading this on the BBC Sport website on the live text service, they say that Bairstow was with a cautious start. They've got problems, Yorkshire, there at 84 for 3. They trail by 44 runs still against Hampshire in their second innings. Game being played at Southampton. But he wasn't cautious for long. He's now given 3 chances apparently in a 24-ball spell at the crease. He's still there as far as I can make out. This delivery is just worked away and worked away fine for a single as we start this next over from Cook. So that is what's going on down there at Hampshire. Johnny Bairstow trying to use the words of the BBC Sport website, fight fire with fire. But they have got a few problems there of Yorkshire, and couldn't be earlier really. It's only the second day of the season. So Cook is back to his mark, and this is Rory Burns, who's the batter facing. 2 slips alongside Pepper, the wicket keeper, and that one has plenty of bat on it, angled away behind square, behind backward point, racing towards the boundary. Will it be pulled back in? It's a very fine stop. They will have to settle for 2 in the end. Good chasing. You'd expect that ball to be racing on quite quickly, but it was hunted down by Jamie Porter to put it back in. A 50 for Alex Davis for Warwickshire, 85 for no wicket after Sussex made 528. That 50 off only 48 balls, 11 boundaries. Round the wicket again comes Cook. Into bowl on middle of the leg, worked away on the onside by Burns, and there'll be no run. Sonia has moved aside. You've got an update to do, have you, Don? So I better keep quiet shortly.
No, you carry on. You've got a few moments.
Okay. We know how it is on a Saturday. Busy stuff with all the football, and it's coming up to half-time in the football matches. So at that stage, a lot of stations will around the country be taking their cricket updates and their scores. And there's plenty for Don to tell them about at the moment as well. There's Cook comes around the wicket into Burns, nicely found, finds a real nice gap there on the leg side. It's the longer boundary, 3 fielders chasing that down. One of them will get to it, and they do, but it does in that time allow Burns to go through for 3. So he will move to 18. Is that board ticked over? No, it moves up to 15, beg your pardon. It's the 15 and the score to 28 for 1.
Kevin, did you know that Essex's 582 for 6 today was the second highest total versus Surrey? They went past the 570 they once made in 1934 at Brentwood.
And that one's in the air, dropped!
Oh, by Critchley.
at mid-wicket out there in that area, and that is not what you want to be doing here. Pope was on 10, is on 10, it remains on 10. It looked so simple, but
regulation.
They always do.
What is he? He's probably 8 yards away, and it's gone to his left hand, gone to his belly button to his left, and he's spilled it.
There was an element of surprise in his body in
there was.
For it. And,
I wonder.
I'll get back on that in a second. Next ball. Pope's in trouble here, but he's squeezed that one away for no run towards square leg. Go on, Dodd.
It was that height around your midriff, whether you have fingers down or fingers up. And I think he got caught in the middle of both.
Okay.
Fingers up, fingers down. So I think it was that kind of height that he got caught and muddled up.
As opposed to being surprised by it as such, just didn't know which
way to go. And he spilled it, but you can't give Pope too many chances.
No, you certainly can't. 28 for 1 is the score.
28 for 2 just before tea. How
I know. Don't.
attractive would that have been?
Don't. Okay.
Anyway, new over, Simon Harmer. As we expected, Essex are going to get two bites at this cherry. They're going to have a new ball, as we've seen now, but also with Simon Harmer, they're going to have a new ball after tea. So I think it's quite a good declaration having 2 bites at the cherry. So Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed captain, Rory Burns. Gosh, they can't dwell about that. Very much an easy drop catch. Harmer round the wicket. Burns has 2 men round the bat. There's an LBW shout, but really nobody's really interested. It was just the cannoning off the pad. Maybe it had been bat first, but no, there's a slip and a bat pad on the leg side. They're the 2 round the bat. Harmer round, bit quicker, bit shorter. Burns happily goes back on the back foot and plays it with a straight bat, down to bat pad on the leg side. A little bit of a cheer from a local with an Essex accent, crying out for Simon Harmer. He bowls better length. He drags Rory, the captain, forward, who plays and smothers the spin on the offside. Snater goes to field it. He's on the drive, quite square. Harmer in again, bowls. Excellent forward defensive by Rory Burns.
Looked far more secure on that one than he did on that previous one.
Yeah. Do you play with the bat on the ball or let the ball hit the bat? That's the art of batting. Harmer in, bowls, gives it a bit more air, turns the ball on most surfaces. Terrific spinner. Probably one of the best finger spinners like Ashwin in India, around the world.
Because he gave it that bit more air, it caused Rory to be uncertain there for a millisecond.
A little bit quicker, but he comes forward. That's the kind of delivery you just saw there on a length where he bowls it a bit quicker. People think it's a bit quicker and a bit shorter, and they look to go back, and it isn't of that kind of length. You need to keep coming forward. He's a cracking bowler. You know, I was telling Churchy this morning, he's about to finish his law degree. Open University. So that is where his future lies, which often begs the question, you know, I as a devout cricketer, I would have played as long as I could. Does someone like Simon Harmer have to? Does he want to? Has he got a second career? He is a great human being, Simon Harmer.
We'll all beg him to carry on for as long as possible. As Cook comes in, last over before tea, past the off stump there of Ollie Pope, who was dropped in the previous over. And that one, as I say, just gone through to the keeper. So we've got 5 balls left before the interval on this second day, of which some were suggesting that things were a little bit slow at times today, and possibly yes, but not for me, because this was setting potentially something which is really, really special. Could yet be so. That's big runs being scored here by Essex, and Surrey now need to show what they've got in response, and that's forward defensive from Pope. He's going to have to be very watchful here, because he's got, although he's from his point of view hopefully going to be going in, not out, and have a bit of a break, but at the moment they're up against some of the best bowlers in the competition. without a shadow of a doubt. Both of them, of course, whether you're talking about Cook, or you can pull Porter into this one as well, and Harmer. 50, 60 wickets a season. I mean, they're always there right at the top of the list. They won't face a bigger and better and more consistent attack than this. Oh, very nearly gets an edge. I say they won't face. They themselves have the attacks, of course, in the country. But in terms of facing other attacks, they keep coming at you. I'm going to keep quiet now, just ahead of tea, because Don's going to do an update. So I'll let you just finish off this session, Don.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Howes, 5 Live. And Cook turns, 2 slips. Paul Water at first slip. And this time the ball keeps a little low. He does bring Pope forward, respects it, plays it into the offside. There is no run. So the score is 28 for 1. Could have been 28 for 2. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC London, Kevin Howes, Don Topley, Sonia Twig and Mark Church bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary on the Rothesay County Championship. Cook, in he comes, bowls. Again, a model for defensive against the decent bowler Cook. Dot ball.
To declare at 582 for 6. Go. Surrey batting, Essex bowling. Let's get an update from Don Topley.
Yeah, welcome back. And Essex finally declared on 582 for 6, but then made an early inroad as Sibley was LBW to Sam Cook for 3. And listen, Essex have applied a bit of pressure here against Surrey, and they've even dropped Ollie Pope on a regulation catch. But at the moment, as we approach tea, a few moments from tea, the score is Surrey's 28 for 1.
Thank you very much, Don. Much appreciated. Of course, full commentary of that one.
Well, that is tea here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. So without further ado, with Surrey's score on 28 for 1, we will have a 20-minute break as we stop for tea. See you in 20 minutes. taken the bowling coach.
Righto.
Mickey Cook from
There is
Australia.
Right.
So there's a vacancy. And Silver's obviously was a most marvellous bowling coach, but he can't be director
Everywhere.
of cricket and everywhere. So
Round the wicket once again comes Porter, and up on his toes goes Burns, punches up towards mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, and 29 for 1. Surrey, 10 to Pope, 16 to Burns. So it's a former Essex bowler.
it is tall, willowy, as you said.
Well, the only one
He's
I
obviously
could
got to be a
see-
good bowler, isn't he?
the only one I can think of from that distance, and I did think it looked a little like him, but it probably wasn't him, was D Masters.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, well, there you
Hoddy
are.
David Masters.
There you go. He did look
Listen,
a little like
he's
him
not
from a
in
distance.
position. He is purely. He's a hottie, hod
for
carrier.
him.
He's a builder, like his father, who played for Kent. But David Masters, Hoddy Masters, is back on the ground at the moment. He has offered to come up and do a bit of commentary,
Lovely.
but he is just doing it as a vacancy, temporary position. As Shane Slater bowls a good delivery, which drags the right-handed Pope forward, played into the offside with very soft hands. The ball really didn't go very far, but it is 8-dot ball.
Well, good for him.
Wasn't he a good cricketer, good
Not
bowler?
off. Kent as well, wasn't he?
He was. Leicester,
Yeah. No, he was a good bowler.
you know, some might suggest he didn't quite have enough pace, which some have suggested about Porter, but my word, what a cracking, competent county cricketer. Slater bowls, this time it cannons off the pad into the offside, and very honourably, very nicely, politely, Ollie Pope asks if he can pick the ball up and do the fielding himself, which Essex acknowledged that. And they, back in the day, someone like Jeff Arnold would have said, leave that alone, we're out here for fielding,
Well, Horse
wouldn't he?
always had a comment on the field, didn't he?
He did, lovely man.
Oh,
Great.
wonderful man.
You know, I owe a lot to Jeff Arnold from my early days. Slater in, bowls, and this play down into the vacant offside,
He goes-
just behind square, and there is no run.
He owes a lot to myself and Kevin Howes, because
who
otherwise
does?
well,
Jeff Arnold.
yeah, because his car would probably still be in the mailbox in Birmingham were it not for us helping him work out how to pay for the ticket. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Who paid for the ticket?
No, he did.
He
but
paid
it
for the
was
ticket.
quite a complicated procedure.
Was it?
To get your ticket,
Oh,
get
well,
your ticket
I
for the
wanted
car
to,
park. So
yeah.
we were there and we talked him, the great man, through it.
So, you know, sometimes you can have a damsel in distress. Well, this time, as Slater is driven square of the wicket, that's a good looking shot, opens the face, gets forward, plays it through square, and it goes for 4 runs. So, not a damsel, but this time we had a horse in distress. Oh, you took the words right out of my... Oh.
Yeah, great bowler
Oh.
as well.
Do you know what? I love watching footage back of that era. Chris Old, Botham,
Yeah.
Horse, Jeff Arnold, as he's commonly known, John Snow,
He was a hell of a bowler, John
Ken
Snow.
Higgs. Do you remember him this time? And Peter Lever, who recently
I
passed.
know.
Lancashire. He was a postman down in, wasn't he, in the southwest towards the end? Because he came back to help run England under Ray Illingworth. Didn't they all go to South Africa? And that is where Devon Malcolm famously met Nelson Mandela.
That's right, in the lineup.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, Peter Lever. Yeah, as Slater bowls outside off stump. It's driven into the offside, but it goes behind square to backward point. End of the over, 33 for 1, and that's the 13th over.
And solidly played so far by Messrs Pope and Burns, having a little chat out there in the middle and a punch of gloves, and it'll be Jamie Porter to continue down there at the Graham Gooch end of the ground. Mr Kevin Howes is he's redoing the rotor.
Yeah, he loves a rotor and meetings.
I'm not quite sure what he's sort of put an arrow towards DT and MC Oh, that's a very good question. After tea. I think it was
Well, we've only
about
had
10 past 4.
2 or 3 overs.
Yes, yes. It's going to be Porter
2 overs we've had, I think, or 3.
from the Graham Gooch end, coming round the wicket to Rory Burns on a good length. Outside is off stump. Burns is forward, just nudges this one away.
I'm actually
towards cover points.
surprised with the left-hander at the crease. I was surprised Harmer didn't continue after tea. We predicted what would happen before tea, and Essex, I suppose the other side of the coin is Essex have got 2 bites with the new ball.
Yes.
So let them have a damn good go before Harmer still has a new ball to bowl with, or harder ball to bowl with, rather.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Howes.
Round the wicket he comes once again to Burns. Burns flicks this one into the leg side to that short mid-wicket.
He's got a lot of red pen all over my rotor.
Yes.
Eh?
It's looking more like a bus timetable
He should have
every
been a
second. This
schoolmaster.
16:50 to. Oh, I see.
Are you colourblind? That's
Oh, excellent. As shining the ball up once again is Porter. Away there in the distance. Yes, I'm trying to work that out. But Porter is coming down the slope, round the wicket to Burns. Burns is forward, plays it down into the gully region. And there is no run. If you're just joining us for the first time today, good afternoon to you. Here from Chelmsford on BBC Essex, BBC London, the BBC Sport website and app, and your smart speaker. And, well, Essex declared on 582 for 6.
Can I ask you or Kevin when he's on? Because I am sure...
Round the wicket comes Porter again to Burns, who's looked to play a little late cut here. And it's in the gloves of Pepper. I'm not sure whether... Did he get a little bit of bat or toe end straight into the ground and up it again?
That's right.
Because he was just trying to run that down towards third man, and it was toe end of the bat into the floor and up again into the gloves of Pepper.
Yeah, Kevin or Mark, when you're on, you've just mentioned smart speaker.
we mentioned smart speakers as round the wicket goes Porter, and this is pushed off the back foot by Rory Burns, who's timed this beautifully. It's a great chase and a terrific effort to get to that from Snater, diving away, sprinting after it, but it's a lovely shot from Rory Burns because just pushed it away and timed it beautifully, and it's away to the boundary.
Yeah.
And Rory Burns nicely played.
I'm not entirely confident if I had to describe exactly what a smart speaker is, all right? Seriously. So, in today's world...
Round the wicket comes Porter, forward goes Burns, plays this one down in front of him, and there's no run.
There'll be many people who will know less than me.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I think that's a broad generalisation, but it's a confident phrase from you there, Don Topley. So,
not being funny, there will be a lot of people who won't understand the terminology smart speaker, but obviously with the media and radio and things moving on ever thus and ever quickly. Please, would you rather Kevin do it, or are you happy to introduce it?
Well, as I understand, but Mr. Howes...
Is that a good question?
It's an excellent question. So there are... What a smart speaker is, it's a little box which is connected to your Wi-Fi, and you can sort of tell it things and it will do it for you.
Snater in. Right arm over the wicket. This is driven, fielded, but it's parried it behind him. I think that's Jamie Porter, but it goes for 1 run off the bowling of Snater. 1 to Pope, score 38 for 1.
So in sort of one example would be if you have got a dentist's appointment at 12 o'clock the next day, you could say to your smart speaker, remind me about my dentist appointment at midday tomorrow, and then the next day it would just to tell you, Don, don't forget your dentist appointment at midday.
So cricket followers could actually set it up as like a diary, a reminder.
Oh yes, but that's not the yes. So remind yourself that you're going to cricket. But what you can also do, and from a a radio and whatever point of view, you could say to your smart speaker, for example, play day 2 of Essex versus Surrey, and it will find it and play it for you.
Really? Even after the event?
Well, that would be a question for Kevin Howes. I'm talking about if you were at home now with your smart speaker.
Snater in bowls as it's driven up to Tom Wesley at mid-off, no run.
You would say, play day 2 of Essex versus Surrey. And it would...
Off it would go.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Good, isn't it?
I mean, you know, we've just recently, and some people will be aware that the BBC have recently signed a new 4-year deal with the ECB, and this is one of the great services that the BBC offers. Millions upon millions of people follow the county cricket on our service. As Snater bowls, this is driven up to mid-on where there is no run. So it's a great service. You can watch every ball of every game when it's on, like we are today, with, 9 games of county championship going on right now. And it obviously, some people put it beneath the streaming service, so you pick up the commentary on the county streaming service, which is equally another excellent vehicle for county cricket. And it's great that we've got another 4 years in this role. Snater in, driven into the leg side, finds mid-wicket, there is no run.
I would thoroughly recommend you getting a smart speaker.
I've only just got, is it Alexa?
Well, that's the sort of same thing.
Yeah.
So you would say to your Alexa, play day 2 of Essex versus Surrey.
Alexa only really plays 80s music in our house.
But you know what it is, because you would be saying, Alexa, play me Duran Duran.
Yes, they're playing in Chelmsford soon. Right. Did you know that?
But your smart speaker would find that for you.
Snater bowls. This is an outside edge, runs down to the vacant third man for 4. That's well bowled from Shane Snater, and probably, listen, he's got 4 runs from that. That was a little bit of a poor execution from Rory Burns. Outside edge.
So that's
well,
that's
learn.
the way it works. Kevin Howes is just passing me notes.
Yes.
Ask BBC Sounds. Yeah.
Ask.
No, but it has to be precise in these words. You
Yes,
don't just have a conversation with it.
No, I said this. Ask BBC Sounds to play.
Do you know what?
Well, it depends what time of the day it is. You may have had a late night and not be sounding quite as enthusiastic.
Alexa argues with me.
Well, no, look, it's BBC Sounds, and if you ask your Alexa to play BBC Sounds, day 2, Essex versus Surrey, there we go.
Oh, how wonderful that is. Thank you. I hope everyone, for many of you that are aware of it,
tomorrow.
There will be many that aren't aware of it.
I'm not going to be asking for day 3 today, because it's day 2.
New over.
Yes, indeed. I'm sorry.
Listen,
Kevin
you two,
Howes and I are having a bit of a row about this, because he's just said, say, day 3 and 4. But you're not going to ask for day 3 until day 3. But you can ask for day 2 on day 2. It's fantastic. Here is Porter coming in. It was you who started it. Forward goes Pope. Plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. But no, that's fantastic, isn't it? That you can use your smart... So at the end of all of that, Don Topley, you've already got a smart speaker.
Yeah.
You didn't know you had one, though.
But it only,
Porter,
only plays 80s music.
Well, that's because you only ask it to. As turning once more is Porter from the Graham Gooch end. Comes in over the wicket to Pope. Pope's forward. Playing this one down into the gully. And there is no run. So the field for Pope's interesting as well. There's a slipper backward point. There's the cover mid-off, mid-on. And then again, 3 in that sort of mid-wicket area just in front of square for Ollie Pope. He has 50. Burns is on 24. 42 for 1. Surrey, the man to have gone Sibley. LBW to Cook for 3. And this, of course, all in reply to the 582 for 6 declared by Essex. Forward comes Ollie Pope. Plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So, yeah, I think it's great, all the different BBC channels, 5 Sports Extra, website, BBC Sport website, BBC Sport app, on BBC London, BBC Essex, and now on your smart speaker as well. Many, many ways to listen to the coverage. Porter, over the wicket he comes once more. Forward goes Pope. Playing this one off a goodish length, straight back up the pitch. And once again there's no run. And I think quite a few people have found their smart speaker and asked the right question on the right day. And we'll be listening to you through that.
Well, good afternoon to you all from sunny Chelmsford. Okay, our new friend here at Chelmsford, Oakley.
Yes, excellent.
New media gentleman who's a delightful young fella. As
over the
Porter's
wicket comes Porter, and this one's turned by Pope into the leg side, and there's no run.
Okay, you were both here yesterday.
We were.
It was
It was him, it wasn't me.
What do you think, or do you know, what was yesterday's pretty impressive attendance?
I'm going to say 2,507.
I thought yesterday, and I was here, I was one of them.
As over the wicket once again comes Porter, and this is turned leg side by Pope, and there is no run. End of the over, 43 for 1, Surrey.
I stayed the other end, out of the way of you two. And I thought yesterday, my guess was about 2,500. Maybe a bit more, but actually Oakley has suggested it was 2,370.
Good numbers.
That is
excellent numbers.
That tremendous. I know it was the
Yes.
first day of the season, and I know today is Saturday. There's football on.
Yes,
there's shopping. There's people are
Grand National.
planting their potatoes in this
there's
area
spuds.
of England. How many do you think are in here today?
Oh, interesting. I would say 1,100.
1,100 wrong.
Oh.
Are you cheating?
Oh, well done, Kevin.
1,383 today.
Good again. So we've had 3,600 on the first 2 days. Good. Very, very good, isn't it?
Snater, round the wicket, one slip in. We've got a man catching at short mid-wicket. In comes Snater, he bowls. Played with a straight bat, the left-handed opening batsman, who was, well, he's already lifted 3 championship trophies.
4.
4 now. Back in 2000, what was the first one?
2018.
18. I was going to say 17. 18, yes.
22, 23,
Hey,
24.
hell, that's
pretty good, isn't it?
unbelievable.
It's his testimonial this year as well.
Eh?
He's got a testimonial year this year.
Yes,
And there aren't
yes.
many more that deserve it than him.
As Snater bowls, it's driven down the ground. It's fielded on almost on the drive, and Sam Cook does the fielding down before the sight screen here at the Sir Alistair Cook end. 2 runs there.
So yes, he's. Yeah, it's fair to say that he is a legend of Surrey now, Rory Burns, and that legacy's continuing to grow. He's got a gate named after him, and
Has he? Which is the gate?
the Burns Gate.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, sorry.
Which one?
Well, there's nothing wrong with
Snater
that.
in, he bowls. This is plotted into the leg side. Walter does the fielding. There is no run.
I did genuinely mean that.
There's
as well.
there's the
So
Hobbs
it's the
gates.
gasometer side.
So
side.
that is
and you
more
remember
of
where
a
the old
pedestrian?
cricketers pub was?
Yes.
Sort of just opposite there, just down a bit.
Tell me a little bit more about the flats that are going up.
I saw last week. Or was it this week? It was
In
this
the
week.
gasometer.
They're in the gasometer.
So the metal structure
It's
stays.
still there, but the flats are inside it.
Have you got a view of the structure in front of
Oh,
one
I don't know how that
or
bit
has it
works.
been done?
I would think that was probably not a great selling point.
Bowls, Snater, it's a good delivery, respected by Burns into the leg side. Critchley does the fielding, who's on a silly mid-on, but particularly straight. He's literally off the cut strip.
Yes, it's actually inside the gasometer.
Interesting.
It looks very good.
the pictures or
Yes.
prints that I saw of the proposed building looks a bit special.
Yeah, no,
is it a bit special with
you know,
with the
it's not
pounds?
complete, but
Is
it
it
looks.
expensive?
Oh, I don't. Well, I'm sure it would be. Yes.
Snater in, bowls into the leg side. That's going to run away for 4. That is a super shot, little too straight from around the wicket, going down the leg side, and that's just meat and drink for Rory Burns as he caresses it for 4 into square leg. A super shot that.
He likes it there,
Oh.
Rory Burns, and they've still got those 3 men, but he's just found a bit of space to the left of the square leg, clipped it away very, very neatly and tidily for 4.
Question about Rory Burns, and you will know this, I'm sure. Slater bowls. This is played into the offside with an open-faced bat. It's okay, and it's a decent ball, but he's negotiated it well. End of the over, 48 for 1. Rory Burns. I'll try and say it in a way. Does he look back any awkwardness about his England career?
No, I don't think so, and I think he probably thinks he's a better player now
Yeah.
than probably
yeah.
when he was opening for England. And actually, look, his record, if you actually look at it, you know, what was it, 34 tests, I think it was 300s, 1150s, average 35, 36.
Which is not bad.
Nice.
A lot of people like Dom Sibley.
Yeah.
A lot of people
think the
look
prob-
at their techniques first
Do you know, I think
and make judgments on their techniques.
as here is Porter coming in over the wicket and driving. Here's Ollie Pope up towards mid-off, and there's no... Everybody remembers the first ball from Mitchell Stark in that Ashes series.
Yeah.
But what everybody tends to forget is they hadn't had any warm-up going into it at all. They were just sort of basically in it straight away. Now, the other thing with that was 99 times out of 100, the shot you just saw from him, that ball would have whistled through square leg for 4.
Yeah.
But I think because he was a bit rusty, he didn't quite get his angles right, got bowled round his legs.
Yeah.
As here is Porter, and Pope clips this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But I think what he did was came back to Surrey and said, I'm just going to get my head down now for my county. And I don't think it's any great surprise that the 4 years that Surrey have won the championship, the captain
Yeah.
has been available for all of those seasons because he
yeah.
hasn't been away playing for England.
Yeah.
So you know, he is a huge influence as Pope is pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And if I don't think it would happen, but if I don't know, there was a couple of injuries and they needed an opening batter,
Emergency opening batter.
he would go straight in there and he
Yeah.
wouldn't let anybody
No,
down.
that's right. Knows his game particularly well today.
Absolutely, and he's still very hungry.
Yeah.
You know, he's still very hungry to win more titles and score more runs. But yes, he, as I say, that record is not. You know, there's been worse records for opening batsmen in Test cricket. It's Pope looking to turn this one into the leg side, and it rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. 48 for 1. A little bit of encouragement coming for the Essex bowlers from the crowd. Away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, when we were talking about plane trails and stuff, one of our listeners emailed in and said, did you know that's the Lima to
You told
Amsterdam?
me, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Good knowledge,
flight.
that, isn't it?
Is, isn't
Very, very good knowledge.
it? Yeah.
Porter's in once again to Pope, short, pulled for 4 by Ollie Pope. It's just sat up from Porter, and Ollie Pope's got a little bit out of his system there, I think, with that shot, and has just pulled it away off to the square leg boundary rope for 4, and the 50 comes up for Surrey. 52 for 1 they are, and Ollie Pope will move on to 19.
We're impartial. I played for both counties, but I'm just wondering if we're going to regret the drop catch off Pope.
Porter is in, forward goes Pope, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I was actually stood outside the commentary box, and as catches go at mid-wicket, it was straight in there and straight out again, wasn't it? He's had such a good day, and then he pops that one down, so he'll be praying that Pope doesn't go on and score a lot of runs.
It was Critchley, and of course we're going to forgive him after his
And he was probably
tumultuous
still
performance.
a bit tired after that innings as well, so
Yeah,
maybe that had a
absolutely.
bit to do with it. But he'll feel, obviously, he should have hung on to it.
But certainly, good. Harmer's on from our end. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-hander, so he'll be bowling up the hill. He always bowls this end. He only ever swaps when he gives somebody a rest or if we haven't got a wicket or two, but generally speaking he'll bowl from this end. Generally speaking, over the history of this ground, you just get a little bit more bounce bowling up the hill here at Chelmsford.
Right, yes, and Simon Harmer is a superb off spinner as well.
John Lever and Neil Foster frequently bowled the top end. The likes of myself and Derek Pringle would bowl this end. Stuart Turner as well, before us. He was a damn good cricketer. We met up with Raymond East recently. The old former second team wicketkeeper, first team. He kept a little bit. Adrian Brown, very good cricketer indeed, keeper. He was headmaster at Orwell Park till recently when he retired, but we all met up for a nice bit of food with Raymond, telling some stories as Raymond does.
Lovely.
Simon Harmer then. He comes in, bowls, is clipped into the leg side. A little too straight, good looking shot against the spin. But actually, he's played it very well under strict control there. As Burns, he takes the single, left hand, right hand rotates, so the score moves to 54 for 1. Harmer bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Pope. This is international cricket really here. Pope stands back, he waits and tries to play the ball late. Plays it with an open face into the offside. There is no run.
A bit different to when Harmer was bowling his medium pace on that last day last season, all this.
Harmer over the wicket, gives it a bit of air. It's driven up to Wesley at a long on really. Can't stop the single. He's back to stop the ball going in the air over sort of mid on. Good cricket there from Pope, takes the single. Score moves to 54 for 1. Round the wicket now to the left-hander. Burns comes forward, plays with soft hands. The forward short leg on the leg side, collects the ball, returns it to Harmer quite quickly. Harmer with buckets of hands. When you shake hands with him, he swallows your hands. That's a little bit quicker down the leg side. They go up for a little bit of a catch, but nobody else is genuinely interested. It's a little... No one's interested, not even the umpire.
Nice bit of work from Pepper though.
It was, wasn't it? Tall man Pepper. Century today. Clipped into the leg side. Take another single from Burns. Left hand, right hand, rotate yet again, but Burns will keep the strike because it's the end of the over. Score 55 for 1.
Yeah, Charlie Allison is under the helmet at short leg there. So he had to take a little bit of evasive action on that occasion. So yes, nice start from Burns and Pope after tea. 55 for 1 they are. And it's going to be...
I'm hoping they're going to come to for an update.
Well, I think we're going to have a bit of Sam Cook as well, aren't we? Down there at the,
Yep,
at
end
the
of the
Graham Gooch
football
end.
when they come for another update.
What's the big game today on BBC Essex?
Kevin suggested, was it you suggested Billericay versus Rayleigh?
It's Braintree.
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 Braintree versus Telford United.
Hey,
There
Colchester have done all right, haven't they?
Have they?
Yeah,
But,
they have.
yeah, it's good.
Brilliant.
Excellent news. There's going to be a leg gully man off the hip again of Burns, deep backwards square and that short mid wicket for Cook, then the mid on the mid off the cover, backward point, and then just a solitary slip in Simon Harmer. Cook first spell was impressive. He's into Burns. Burns is up on his toes. Tucks this into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. Jordan Cox does the fielding and there's no run.
This kind of wicket reminds me, do you remember when England had that test series in the West Indies without Broad and Anderson?
Oh, yes.
Where Fisher made his debut.
Test debut, yes.
Benign, quite slow, nothing in it.
As this is Burns looking to tuck down the leg side. It's well taken by Pepper. It came off the pad of Rory Burns. That was the noise. And half a shout, but very well taken again by Pepper.
The great asset that tall keepers like Folkes and Pepper have is that they have an extended reach for being so tall.
Long arms.
Long arms. So, that's the great. Sometimes they're standing up tall, but generally speaking, they have a greater reach than someone who's shorter and smaller naturally.
Yeah. As in round the wicket goes Cook, up on his toes goes Burns, pushes this one back up pitch, and there's no rubble. You know what they say. Tall, long legs, long arms.
Deep pockets.
Well, that's what they makes sense, doesn't it?
It does.
As Burns wanders off towards square leg, little twiddle of the bat as always. And he'll tuck himself over his bat. There'll be a bend of the knees. As Cook comes round the wicket to him, and Burns is clipping this neatly
misfield
into the leg side. There is a misfield, so Burns will get a single. One more to the total, one more to Rory Burns. He moves on to 33, and Surrey move on to 56 for one. Brings Ollie Pope back on to strike. So all change in the field for the right-handed Pope. Cook with a wicket of Sibley. Nice bit of bowling. Just got one to nip back at Sibley early in his innings and hit the front pad, and the finger went straight up. Sibley going for 3. That was 8 for 1 in the fourth as Cook is into Pope. Pope is forward, fully forward there. Ollie Pope pushes that one away to Cox in the covers.
Cambridge United. I've been to see them this summer.
Excellent.
For football, winter. They're beating Shrewsbury Town.
That's Kevin House's Shrewsbury Town.
Colchester. Bracegirdle will be unhappy. Our
Right.
friend. Colchester United 1, Notts County 0.
Oh dear. As over the wicket once again is Cook. That's way down the leg side. Pope gets nothing on it. It's tumbling take by Pepper. End of the over. Surrey 56 for 1, all in reply to the 582 for 6 declared of Essex.
Well,
I'm really giving away my lack of knowledge here, but this is League 2. League 1.
League 1 is
Thank
Cambridge
you very
United.
much indeed,
Cambridge
Sonia.
United, Shrewsbury, League 1.
No, it's League 1, is it?
Relegated teams were.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. But Colchester are doing all right. They could get into the playoffs.
To go up to the Championship.
To the League 1.
To League. Well,
So you could have Cambridge. Listen, that is a massive local derby. All right, you have local derbies in London every weekend. We don't. So Colchester could go up, but meanwhile Cambridge will come down.
so there wouldn't be a derby.
So they wouldn't. Harmer in, bowls, plays into the leg side. There is no run. Critchley does the fielding. I think I've just got a message here. It might be to do with the update.
Oh, excellent.
No, it's not.
Oh, Harmer round the wicket to Burns. Burns is forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I think I'm going to invite Sonia to come in. Is it Sonia?
It is indeed.
Because they haven't come to me for the update.
Well, if they do, I'll do what I did a couple of years ago and be you.
Would you?
Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Don Topley as this one's turned leg side by Rory Burns, and he's going to pick up a single. Moves
Could
on
you
to 34.
try and do it
57 for
a
1.
little bit posher for me?
Right.
Thank you.
Yes. What
Thank
to your voice? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you to Don Topley. He's off now to get excited about the fact that he does have a smart speaker. As forward is Pope, and turning this one into the the leg side. It was a little uppish, and Allison at short leg was just moving to his left there. Just sticks out at left hand. But in the end, it was pretty safe from Ollie Pope. Welcome back to Sonia Twig, as in over the wicket is Harmer, and Pope pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Started pretty well, these two, after tea.
Yeah, they have. We saw a few nerves before tea, but after tea it's been pretty straightforward for them so far.
Harmer bowling in his sunglasses, much the same as yours, I think, Sonia. As in over the wicket once again is Harmer, sweeping is Pope. It's not the most convincing of appeals from Harmer, and nothing given. And it's the end of the over, 57 for 1. Burns has 34 and Pope's on 20.
Yes, it's been a good start from them after tea. Obviously losing the wicket of Don Sibley just before the break will have impacted them slightly. And now it's just a case, I think, of batting as long as they can and taking this game as deep as they can. I think the chance of Surrey getting a win is diminished after Essex's first innings, but you never know in cricket.
Well, yes, I think what would have to happen is they'd have to sort of have a very solid start to this innings, and then they've got the players to accelerate, get as close as they could to Essex, and then I suppose knock Essex over cheaply and chase at some point. But I think actually, I'm not sure that would happen here, would it?
I think we've seen 7 wickets in the match so far, so it would take a big change. As Cook continues from the Graham Gooch end, and that's just played by Burns up towards mid-on.
Yes, I think we know what we're looking at here. I think this is just a case of just bat and bat well.
Yeah, you'll still be here at 7 p.m. on day 4.
On day, well, as long as the weather's like this, very nice indeed.
Of course.
Because again, it's been the most perfect day for cricket, hasn't it?
It really has.
We genuinely haven't had a cloud.
No, not today. Yesterday there were a few wispy ones, but today has not been any at all. Cook coming round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Burns. No run.
I was with the great Jack Russell once. I think I've told this story so many times, but we were talking about his painting, because he's the most amazing artist, obviously. And I said, I suppose what you really want is a clear blue sky to make the ground look lovely. And he said, no, absolutely not. And he said, no, I need clouds to add a bit of perspective.
Interesting, I'd never have thought of that.
No.
Cook around the wicket, Burns drives uppishly, doesn't entirely get control of that, goes to mid-on for no run, but Michael Pepper's got his gloves behind his head and knows how close that was to being a significant chance for him. As Cook makes his way back to his mark, just being given the ball by his captain, Tom Wesley.
But we genuinely have no clouds today.
No clouds at all.
Perfect.
The closest we get is the odd aeroplane trail, and that one is tucked behind square by Rory Burns. Played that one nicer than the last two, knocking the ball down to Allison there for a single. As the players all switch round for the left-hand, right-hand combination. Pope on 20 from 51 will be on strike. Surrey 58 for 1 off 21.4 overs. Cook walking back to his mark at the newly named Graham Gooch end. Turns and will come over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Pope. There's a short mid-wicket. Cook bowls, and that's just turned off his hip into the gloves, and Cook was celebrating there, thinking he had taken a wicket. Pope unmoved, umpire's arm crucially unmoved. I think that glanced just off the thigh pad there, but Cook was looking for the big scalp of Ollie Pope, even if no one else was particularly convinced.
Yes, just trying a bit of kidology there, I think.
I think so. Ollie Pope was unfazed. Even Michael Pepper wasn't particularly convinced by that one. Cook will run in again to Pope, who pushes that one through the gap in the offside. Just lovely, opens the face on that, guides it past point, and it will go away over the boundary rope to add another 4 to his total. That will take him to 24, move Surrey on to 62 as well, and that will just have relieved a little bit of pressure that was building up. There hadn't been a boundary for a little bit there.
And again, when you watch Ollie Pope practice, you see he tries to play everything as late as possible. Late. And again, with that one, he played it very, very late. And that enabled him just to guide it behind square through the offside for 4.
He also just opens the face on things, doesn't he? Sort of goes all the way to it, and then you think it's going to be a sort of standard dot, and he just guides it into a little gap and manages to keep the strike rotated, which is so frustrating for bowlers who know that that was a good ball, and yet they've still conceded a run or two from it.
Well, they always say, don't they, that the good players don't often hit fielders and manage somehow to find runs off good deliveries. That's what they say, the really, really good.
Joe Root, obviously the expert at that.
Absolutely. Simon Harmer from the Graham. Apologies, Sir Alistair Cook end, and this is tucked away by Burns into the leg side, and a quick single taken to Paul Walter. And this partnership now has moved on to 55 now. Partnership's worth. As over the wicket comes Harmer to Pope, who's going onto the back foot to play Harmer, and just has to quickly drop the bat on that.
He says he played it late.
Yeah, I think again he looks to play as much as he can off the back foot, unless he thinks he can get down the pitch or get to the pitch a bit and drive. As this one's turned into the leg side by Pope, because of course he played that extraordinary innings against India, didn't he? So remarkable innings. As Simon Harmer comes bouncing in over the wickets, and forward comes Pope, playing this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. A warm welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra, with Surrey 63 for 1 in reply to Essex's 582 for 6 declared. Ollie Pope on 24 is facing the off spin of Simon Harmer, and he is forward to a good length ball, smothers it. At the other end, Rory Burns, the captain, is 36 not out. The wicket to have gone before tea was Dominic Sibley. LBW to Sam Cook for 3. Hundreds today for Michael Pepper and Matt Critchley, who finished 145 not out for Essex, as Ollie Pope jumps onto that back foot again, opens the face, guides it away down through backward point, but won't get a single on this occasion. Still a glorious day here at Chelmsford. Blue sky, sun beating down. Sonia Twig alongside. Sorry, 63 for 1, and it's very interesting watching Pope and Burns at the crease together. Go about it in different ways, but they're ticking along nicely at the moment.
Yeah, they both look so assured, don't they? They look comfortable. They haven't been overly threatened at all so far in this innings. I think what we're seeing here, what we've seen pretty much the entire time, is we're seeing once you get in, it's quite difficult for bowlers to get you out, but that early bit with the new ball is still a little bit difficult to navigate, but everything else is just coming quite straightforward, I think, as the ball is tossed back to Sam Cook, who stands at the top of his mark from the Graham Gooch, and the shadow's just getting a little bit longer as we go more into the evening session. Cook round the wicket to Burns, who turns that one off his hip down towards backward square for an easy single. Allison throws the ball in, does the fielding down there, and now the field will have to switch around.
Yeah, and Ollie Pope's coming back on to strike. We've seen it so many times with Rory Burns gets across his stumps.
Let's check in and see how Surrey are doing. Let's check in with Don Top.
65 for 1 are Surrey in reply to Essex's 582 for 6 declared. Essex have had a very, very good day. The one wicket they've picked up, that of Dom Sibley, LBW to Sam Cook for 3 earlier in the day. There was 100 for Michael Pepper, 109 for him, and Matt Critchley 145 not out. So all about wickets now for the Essex bowlers. Sorry, 64 for 1 in reply to Essex's 582 for 6 declared.
Thank you very much. Don't forget you can...
Well, there you are. I've just been Don Topley again. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, but yes, so I've just... yes. So I've just been you toppers there. Sonia, back to you.
Cook over the wicket to the right-handed Pope, who guides this one up towards cover, where it's fielded by... Just looking at my...
Cox. I
Cox
think
it
out
is,
there.
yes it is, for no run.
But yes, now we were talking about Surrey's bowlers and stay patient, stay patient, stay patient. This is what Essex are going to have to do now. And if a chance comes along, you've got to hang on to it. And I hate to say it, but before tea, Matt Critchley put down Ollie Pope. So how costly that will
Yes.
be, we will wait to see.
Well, we were just having a conversation in our break, weren't we, when we saw that chance go down as Cook bowls, and that's again defended very late by Ollie Pope, who just jabs the bat down. We're sort of seeing the wicket flatten almost. We saw a little bit of bounce in the first innings, and it seems to have just got lower and lower as the game's gone on, which I guess Simon Harmer won't be liking the look of, because turn and bounce is more problematic than if you know it's going to stay low.
And again, I think it's that whole Ollie Pope thing of trying to plan it as late as you can. I watched his whole net this morning, and it's very interesting the way he goes about just getting ready for a bat before the day's play.
Cook bowls, Pope defends this one, this time into the leg side, just turning the ball off his hip to where it's fielded by Critchley, who was the player who put down Ollie Pope in that one chance just before tea.
I always find it very interesting watching how players get ready for the day in the nets when they have a bat. There's some that, you know, they have a proper full net, others... Remember Aaron Finch used to say that if he hit a couple and they came straight out the middle of the bat, he would say, right, great, that's me done, and just walk straight out. So they all go about it in different ways.
And some prefer to face the bowler and some prefer to face the dog stick, as well as Cook over the wicket bowls, and Pope plays that very late, just defends the ball up towards mid-off. At the end of that over, Surrey 64 for 1, Burns on 37 and Pope on 24.
Yeah, and another good over from Sam Cook. And Simon Harmer takes off his cap and jumper, hands it into Ian Blackwell. And Burns and Pope, little punch of the gloves between those two. But yeah, lovely innings from Matt Critchley, 145 not out. Pepper played very nicely as well. And of course yesterday the 100 for Jordan Cox, 95 for Paul Walter as well. So that all added up to the 582 for 6 declared by Essex. So Simon Harmer's got a slipper short leg in there, and he's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. Burns, quicker one, plays it off the back foot out into the offside. I always think with spinners, Shane Warne was like this, Harmer's a bit like this, but Warne in particular, every ball was an event, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Every single delivery was an event. As round the wicket he comes again, and Burns off the back foot once more, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I remember Shane Warne on commentary once saying, this is how I'm going to get him out, and this is exactly how I'm going to do it.
Yep.
He's going to do this, I'm going to do this, and just talked it through, and then next ball he got the wicket he just talked about.
Whipped it. This delivery, Burns straight to the short mid-wicket, and there's no run once again. Yeah, sweeping, wasn't it? I'm going to bowl him one outside, just going to turn away, then one that skids on, and then I'll get him sweeping and then bowl him round his legs. As forward again goes Burns.
It's all very
Plays
well
this
to
one from
talk about
Wesley,
it.
but actually to do it,
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think no, it wasn't Brendan McCullum, was it?
I'm not sure.
I think it might have been.
It might have been.
Yeah.
To be honest, I just remember it. I don't really
Yes.
remember who the batsman was.
As Harmer's in again, driving his Burns straight back up the pitch. Simon Harmer bends down to his right to do the fielding. Also got Snater lurking in there at short extra cover in case anything is uppish from the bat of Burns. Again, oohs and ahs as Burns just backs away and pushes this one out towards cover point. Tidy over again from Simon Harmer. Surrey 64 for 1. Rory Burns on 37. Ollie Pope on 24. We've got 16, I think, remaining in the day now. And
It says 17 there.
I can't see that in the sun. 17, thank you, Sonia. So 17 overs remaining in the day. It's been another interesting day of cricket. Some people will think, oh, what? 586, 64 for 1, and only 7 wickets have fallen. But it's sort of been interesting to see two very good sides, and also the way they've constructed their innings so far.
It has. I just wish there was a little bit more on offer for the bowlers. I mean, what you always want to see is that even contest between bat and ball, isn't it? And so far this game has been a little bit skewed in favour of the batters as Cook continues and bowls to Ollie Pope, who turns that one through square leg out towards the sweeper and jogs through for a single. I think what you want to see is you want to see that sort of excitement, and we've only really had that when there's been the new ball. And for the first sort of 5 or 6 overs around that, and occasionally something else on offer. But I think it'd be nicer to see a little bit more movement or a little bit more life from the pitch, just to keep everyone entertained and make you feel like something's about to happen. Because at times today, I know we've seen some great batting, but it has felt quite predictable. As Cook will change to around the wicket to Burns, bangs that one in short. That is a bit different, and that's just turned off his hip by Burns past the fielder on the ring at square leg out towards the sweeper again for another single.
Tough for the groundsman though, isn't it? 4th of April, warm weather, and I suppose actually probably would have, it sounds a strange thing to say, but he probably would have liked a little bit more rain. He's had the driest March, so it's going to be a dry pitch at this time of the year on April the 4th, but it's going to be slow, so it's tough for the groundsman.
Oh no, blaming goes to the groundsman, as that's just defended back to the bowler by Ollie Pope. I think it's just a combination of factors, and when you're thinking about what you like to see as cricket fans, you want to see that entertaining, exciting contest. I mean, I think this is quite interesting, watching Sam Cook against and Simon Harmer against Ollie Pope and Rory Burns. It feels quite a high level contest, and it's always good to see those. But I think at times today it sort of felt like the game's meandered slightly, and
absolutely.
Not that anyone in an Essex shirt who's made their way down to Chelmsford will be disappointed at all.
No.
As Cook turns and runs in, and that one skewed off the inside edge of Pope's bat, I think onto his foot, judging from the way he hopped around before skewing to a fielder.
But it was what Jim Troughton said to Kevin Howes yesterday at lunchtime, what Surrey have to know, and they knew this last year, and is that sides, when they go to their grounds, are going to try and negate what Surrey have got. So they know that as well. Surrey.
I think this has negated what everyone has got.
Well, yes, and I think as we've sort of been saying, it's the fact it's the first game of the season and there's been no rain at all, really.
It's not what you expect at all. Cook in bowls, that one is pushed out, sort of cut by Pope, but into the ground and fielded by Allison there at slightly backward point.
And getting pace into a wicket in April it's not straightforward, is it?
I mean, really? It is still England as well, we get these seeming pitches that are quite slow and usually helped by the grey cloud and moisture in the air, and it is rare that we don't have any of that at this time of year. I mean, obviously, last year there were hardly any in the first round of the season that games actually played, and here we've had all of them as Cook is in bowls, and that's just driven by Pope up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and at the end of that over, Surrey 66 for 1, Burn on 38 and Pope on 25.
Absolutely, and I think again Wesley's going to have the same sort of conundrums that Rory Burns had here. How does he wheedle out some wickets?
Well, what Rory Burns did was he went for a containment plan. So we're going to try and squeeze out all the runs we can, not give anything away, and encourage the batters to make a mistake. I wonder if Wesley will do the slightly more unorthodox approach, I guess, of going, no, we need wickets. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and set wicket-taking fields, and if the runs start accumulating, then they start accumulating, but our primary focus is going to be wickets.
He could buy a couple.
He could.
Wesley, with runs, I mean.
Yeah.
You do see that sometimes, don't you, as Harmer is coming round the wicket to Rory Burns, and this one's pushed away into the offside by Burns.
Obviously, we've seen some huge umbrella fields done by England and sort of stacked, and I guess it does force batters to change their plans in a way that a containment field, if they're happy to just bat all day, then they can.
As forward goes Burns. That's the pace from Simon Harmer. That's the pace. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Simon Harmer. Burns played the line of that. And that's the pace that Harmer wants. Got a bit of something on that, bit of bounce as well. Nicely bowled by Simon Harmer. Round the wicket he comes again to Burns, and does him again. Although Burns is just playing the line there. So Burns is not, that bat is not going towards the ball. He's just playing the line of the ball, and then it's just going away past that outside edge. Nicely taken again by Pepper. Good over this from Harmer. Burns forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there is no run. I do always enjoy watching Harmer bowl.
It's always feeling like something could happen.
Yeah. Now he is a guy that would buy a wicket. Might give you a short one that you can put away. This one's tossed up, and forward goes Burns. Will be part of the game plan. Maybe a shorter one that gets pulled away for 4, and then same again but quicker, and it skids through on you. So yeah, that's all part of the Harmer armoury. As here he comes again, and Burns clips him neatly and tidily up towards mid on. Here's Walter to the left-hander. Walter, the throw comes in, and they will pick up a single, and Don Topley is going to come in and take my place. Sonia? Well, no, he's pointing at me now, so yes, I think he's got an update to do. And he doesn't want me to be him again. So I won't be. They can actually have the real Don Topley.
I'm not sure they noticed.
I don't know if they did, really. I don't think they do. We just didn't. I didn't think we should not say anything at that point. Sonia will pick up the commentary. She'll be joined in a moment by Don Topley.
Yes, there's just a few conversations going on among the Essex fielders as they discuss. Wonder if we're going to see a bowling change here. Rory Burns is just retaking his guard, and it will be Critchley to take over. Matt Critchley from the Graham Gooch end, taking over from Sam Cook. So we're going to have spin at both ends for a short period of time here.
Leg spin.
Yes, leg spin.
He's better than a second spinner. Sonia?
Well, he is a second spinner because you got Simon Harmer as your first spinner.
We have, but he's actually a better spinner than a second spinner. He's done well whenever he's played and been challenged. It'll be interesting to see how he bowls and the pace he bowls on here, whether he needs to encourage the players to go on the front foot, so he needs to pitch it up. It's that slower wicket that Surrey might be happy to play him on the back foot.
Well, we'll see. Critchley's just had a couple of warm-up deliveries to his captain, Wesley, and is just tinkering with his field and setting up to bowl over the wicket to Rory Burns, who tucks that one into the leg side. Ollie Pope wants a single, Burns sends him back, and the fielding is done by Simon Harmer. So no run from the first delivery of leg spin in the match, I think.
This, isn't it?
So, spin from both ends. Essex will rattle through those next few overs as that one is carved away by Burns. Doesn't quite get hold of it, sort of toe of the bat just outside the off stump, but he manages to get it into the vacant gap behind the wicket and will pick up a single to take him on to 40 from 87 so far as Surrey move on to 68 for 1. Just a few more conversations around the field. Critchley just moving a couple of players, so yes, there will be one in that sort of short, well, third man sort of on the ring, exactly where that last delivery, well, fine leg moves around as Ollie Pope tries to tuck that one around. It goes past his leg stump and thuds into the wicket-keeper's pads, and there is no run. Yeah, Critchley just trying to figure out, he's got someone at sort of backward point now where that delivery to Burns went. Obviously different side because of the right hand bat of Ollie Pope, who defends that one into the offside for no run.
Update coming our way in a moment
as the ball is tossed back to Critchley at the Graham Gooch end of the ground, coming down the hill over the wicket. Pope defends that one again, gets a big stride forward, almost smothers the ball, and it trickles along the ground back to the bowler. Critchley making his way back to his mark. There's one slip in place. It was Jordan Cox as that one hits Ollie Pope on the pad. There's sort of half appeal, but nothing given at the end of that over. Surrey 68 for 1, Burns on 40, Pope on 25. And it looks like it's going to be Simon Harmer to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to continue for most of the evening. He's bowled well at Burns. Burns has sort of, well, he's played him nicely, but Harmer's actually bowling quite nicely at the left-hander. Little review here. Essex were good today. The only blip I think we've done is drop a regulation catch, which was one of our Centurions, but given Pope a life. It'll be interesting to see where he goes on and how much he makes Essex pay. Harmer round the wicket to Burns with a slip and a back pad in.
We've got to keep going and give it next week or it's the week after or whatever it looks like that we don't get points on the board.
Changing the field again.
Kevin Mayer, the head coach of Southend
Wesley
United, speaking following a 1-1 draw against Sutton United, which leaves them 2 places and
Moves
1 point
to
away.
the captain moves to mid off.
Let's catch up on some of the other sporting headlines that have been made this afternoon. It's Joshua Holmes-Bright.
In comes Harmer round the wicket, bowls, gives it a bit of air. It's driven back to Harmer on his follow through. He dives into the wicket, no run.
County Championship, watching at Chelmsford for BBC Essex is Don Topley.
Yes, good afternoon. 68 for 1, that's Surrey's reply. I'm afraid I've got no further wickets to talk to you about. Just to say Essex have batted very, very well, bowled tidily, but they've just dropped Ollie Pope earlier in the day. Hopefully it won't be too costly. 68 for 1, that's Surrey.
That's Don Topley at the county cricket ground in football.
It's the final update for the day. What are you doing this evening? What's on the agenda?
Go home and get an early night, I think.
Harmer in, bowls nicely, gives it a little bit of air, but Burns plays him very correctly and responsibly, no run. Being back at work like we are,
Yes.
I'm a little jaded as well, tired. It's been talking for most of the day is quite tiring, and this is played off the back foot, well bowled by Harmer, no run.
Well, I mean, I've been at work all week, so this is technically my day off from my job.
Is it? What do you do during the week?
I'm a women's sport reporter at the Telegraph.
Oh, right, yes, well, very good. But that's more writing, eh?
Yes, it is.
As this time it's driven from leg stump out to mid on, there is no run. What have you been reporting about this week?
Well, this week's been quite a cricket-heavy week, actually, with the appointment of Charlotte Edwards, so I've mostly been focusing on that and writing a few articles around what the players can expect.
Harmer, quicker delivery. Burns comes forward and just anchors his front foot, plays the ball and opens the face at the last minute, intelligently, disciplined and skillfully to negotiate the spin, and there is no run. End of the over, 68 for 1. Generally speaking, Charlotte Edwards, tremendous cricketer, tremendous person. Is it a popular appointment?
I think so. I think it's the one that everyone expected. There weren't too many other names as soon as I think she made it known that she was ready and wanted it. And obviously the ECB has made this decision without interviewing or advertising for it. So they clearly think it's the right one as well. And I think on Monday she said she'd be meeting the players and taking her first look at what she will make of her England squad and the players and how she's going to set up the team. I'm assuming she'll do it very, very differently to how it's been done over the last year and a half. That's what she was setting out. They're making winning their primary focus rather than the sort of inspire and entertain mantra that's been surrounding the team under John Lewis. It's just a different way of doing things.
Look, can I ask what is there was some talk about fitness and different things as
Critchley bowls, and that's just pushed into the offside by Ollie Pope for no run.
Is some of that criticism been fair?
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't out in the at the T20 World Cup when that was first sort of discussed, or the Ashes, but I think as that one's just defended by Ollie Pope again into the offside, fielded by Simon Harmer. I think she said she's going to make players more accountable for their fitness, and having spoken to some players who've played under her, I think they'll expect the shuttle runs and 2K time trials and all these things as Critchley bowls over the wicket, and that's just touched up towards mid-on by Ollie Pope, who races through for a quick single to move on to 26.
It's going to be an interesting change, I'm sure. Just looking at how many overs left, 12. Who else was in the vicinity for perhaps to be discussed for the job?
I think there were a few. I think Jonathan Bassey's done a lot of work in women's cricket. Obviously, Matthew Mott had huge success with that Australia side, and has worked for the ECB before, although he didn't last too long in the men's job before being replaced by Brendan McCullum. But I think there were a few. I mean, it's a very popular job. It's obviously well paid and high profile, so I think there's quite a few who would have wanted it. As Critchley just has a couple of warm-up deliveries while Rory Burns takes his guard again to face the leg spin, who has decided to come around the wicket to the left-hander. So I guess we'll see. It's one of those. The big challenge is going to be the 50-over World Cup in the autumn as Critchley bowls, and that's just again pushed up to mid-off by Burns for no run.
We were just commented about the leg spinner bowling against the left-hander. We've got to make sure, from a tactical point of view, you've got to get Burns coming forward.
Critchley bowls, Burns does come forward and sweeps, and that one has raced away to the boundary. That was a really nice shot by Burns, who instead of walking over and tapping gloves, walks over and taps bats with his teammate Ollie Pope. Yeah, really nicely got hold of that. Pepper was dancing about, but I don't think there was any danger. He struck that really nicely and it flew away to the boundary across this really quick outfield that we've got here at Chelmsford.
Do you want to stay on for a bit?
I think that's what our rota suggests.
Yes. Kevin's going to come in and take my place.
Critchley in bowls, and that's just touched by Rory Burns up towards long on, and they'll jog through for a single.
And then Mark and myself will finish off the evening.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
Thank you.
Plan to me.
Thanks, Sonia. We welcome Kevin Howes into the commentary seat.
As at the end of that over, Surrey 74 for 1, Burns on 45, Pope on 26 as we move around here, and it will be Simon Harmer to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Sort of rattling through these overs quite quickly at the moment. There aren't too many left in the day, just 12 remaining. As we switch around in our commentary box, and as I wait for Kevin Howes to come alongside me, Simon Harmer just having a look and ball and polishing it while he tinkers with his field and everyone just gets to their rightful positions. Harmer coming around the wicket to Rory Burns, who plays this one off the back foot, looks to cut the ball but plays it straight to the fielder there.
We were full of so much optimism for pulsating, compelling.
We were.
But it is actually compelling still.
It is compelling. It's a good battle.
I think Neutral may have wanted a few more Surrey wickets to have fallen.
I think Essex would have wanted a few more Surrey wickets to have fallen, as that ball is just tapped and defended into the leg side by Rory Burns.
Tom Banton's 306 not out. So he's the first to a double century and now the first to a triple century.
Well, he's having a great day then.
He's having a good day.
Harmer round the wicket to Burns, who defends this one off the back foot, this time into the offside. Another dot ball.
560 for 5 is their current score, after Worcestershire made 154.
Wow.
James Rue was out for 152.
I was going to say 560 sounds like here, but not with the triple century, as that one is defended and skews off the bat into the leg side, fielded by just behind square. No, it's been a good day, and it's really good to have all the fixtures being played and no weather anywhere other than fake weather, as you were mentioning earlier. The sprinklers at Nottinghamshire that affected Sprinklergate as Harmer bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side by by Burns, who will run through for a single. Just found the gap there between mid wicket and mid on. Manages to take his total to 46 from 101. So it's not been particularly slow or well watched. It's just been, I think, as we were saying before, if you don't get wickets with the new ball, it becomes very difficult for these bowlers to try and find any breakthrough with, as we've mentioned, no cloud in the sky and not a huge amount on offer for the bowlers, as Harmer was in bowls, and Pope taps that into the gap just wide of point and races through for a single. Pope's been quite good at that, I think, just tapping the ball into a gap and running and trying to keep the scoreboard ticking along at the end of that over. Surrey 76 for 1, Burns 46. Pope moves on to 27.
It's not due here in Chelmsford tomorrow and Monday to be as warm. Top temperatures of 11 degrees, but there is expected to be equal amount of sunshine on both of those days, for days 3 and 4 of the contest.
You enjoyed your trip down south?
Yes, of course. I mean, it doesn't matter whether I go down south in the Midland or up north or wherever in weather like this. And also it's been a long wait, 6 months. Is there another, no, I don't think there is, another sport domestically which has such a long off-season? Think about the other sports. You know, your rugby unions, your footballs, your rugby leagues. They've got, what, the rugby league finishes October, they've got November, December, January. That's a 3 month before they start in February. I know we have cricket during the winter because it's overseas and franchise and all that sort of stuff, but domestically it's a long time without seeing any live cricket.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to be playing in March or October, really.
Well, you say that. This one is worked into the offside for no run. This is Critchley doing the bowling, and he's bowling to Pope. And at the moment Pope is on 27. We've got 10 overs left after this one towards the close of play. Obviously I know the reasons why. However, the next ball is bowl and driven. There's enough space out there before the fielder comes out of the shadows in front of the pavilion to do the fielding. One more run for Surrey. They move to 77 for 1 and Pope on to 28. But nevertheless, whatever the reasons, it's a long wait.
It is. I suppose the only thing that has a shorter season potentially is grass court tennis, but obviously you can play tennis on the other surfaces all year round, but the grass court season is quite compact and quite short.
Tennis.
There is tennis, but not on grass. And
in terms of what really gets, I mean, people watching, I mean, that's
Wimbledon.
usually just June and July. Am I being a bit harsh there, maybe?
Well, people watch the French Open, and they
do, but that's not in this country, obviously.
No, in this country, I guess it really is just Wimbledon and the grass court season.
Yeah, and this one is steered down. I mean, they do have indoor stuff in England. Great Britain play in that, of course. Another couple of runs here, but it's. I think the bottom line is there isn't anywhere. There isn't another sport really. But maybe I've got to acknowledge tennis. Maybe. Anyway, it was a long wait, and therefore it doesn't matter whether I'm north, south, in the Midlands or wherever, west or east. It's lovely to be back at a cricket ground. Round the wicket, Critchley in, worked onto the onside by Burns for no run. Simon Harmer doing the fielding. So 79 for 1. Burns and Pope was dropped on 10, and he was dropped by this man as well who was doing the bowling, Critchley. However, Critchley, as this one is driven into the knee there of Allison, who's doing the fielding at forward short leg, has otherwise a very good day because he was just batting beautifully and brilliantly earlier on and helping set up that declaration at 582 for 6. Round the wicket and punched back up to the right hand side of Critchley on this occasion for no run, and the completion of that over. 79 for 1 after 32 overs of the innings. Got 10 overs remaining today. Burns 48, Pope on 28. They trail by 503, and the score that I need to tell you about from Matt Critchley was not out, 145. Michael Pepper 109, and also we saw yesterday the Jordan Cox 117. I think Matt Critchley and Pepper also this morning was the fact they got through that whole morning session, the first session of the day, didn't lose a wicket. It wasn't necessarily that quick, but they didn't lose a wicket.
No, we might have another session here where we don't lose a wicket. Who knows? It's quite hard work out there for the fielders, I think. And the quick outfield doesn't necessarily help. Harmer round the wicket to Burns, who tucks that one into the leg side and ends up hitting the fielder there at short leg. There's a short leg and a slip, and a sort of catcher a little bit inside the ring there at mid-wicket.
So we're talking about, at the moment, looking at maybe only 3 wickets fall in the day.
Harmer bowls. Burns pushes that one off the back foot. It's fielded by Point, and there isn't a run there. Yes, I think it's not a huge amount on offer. Ollie Pope there just trying to find the gaps and keep the strike rotating, but against a spinner like Simon Harmer, there's not a huge amount of width on offer. He doesn't offer a lot as Harmer's in bowls. Pope does get tempted into the sweep. It goes up off, looks like off the glove behind square. It's fielded by the fielder at sort of short fine leg, and he races through for a single, but that's not really what Surrey are after at the moment. They want to be scoring these runs quickly to try and give themselves time in the match, but it's looking already, and I don't like saying this on day 2, like it's sort of heading towards a draw.
It's looking that way, isn't it? Yeah.
As Harmer is in bowls, and that's just defended by Burns back up to Harmer. Yeah, I think there will be a few around, I'd imagine. Obviously some of the games are a lot further on by this point than we are, but it's looking that way currently as Harmer bowls, and Burns just defends that one again. Back to Simon Harmer.
The one that's making the most progress is Div 2, which is at Northampton, where Northamptonshire need 260 to beat Kent, and they're 44 for 1.
As Harmer round the wicket to Burns, who again defends that one straight back. And the Hampshire-Yorkshire games motoring along a little bit, isn't it?
What's the latest one there? Well, it is, although a bit of a fight back from the Yorkies. 156 for 3 second innings. They lead by 28 runs. They were all out for 121. Hampshire scored 249 in their first innings. And it's the very experienced pair of Adam Lyth and Johnny Bairstow. For Yorkshire, they're not out pair right now. Lyth on 45, Bairstow with a 56 off 101. Balls 5, 4s and a 6. The reports we were picking up initially were that he'd been, by Bairstow's standards, quite cautious and careful, and then something
annoyed him.
Well, whatever, and he got going. Although that's 56 of 101 isn't too extraordinary.
No, that's not.
And extravagant, but doing a good job. As we see the next delivery, as we see Critchley continue to bowl, comes over the wicket. The start of this over, bowling to Pope, who's on 29. The Surrey score at 80 for 1. So that's the situation. A fight back from Yorkshire against Hampshire, but with work to do. Drilled, falls short of the man who's doing the fielding out there in the offside, Simon Harmer. T20 captain, of course, Harmer. You're at the club.
You're just looking at our little sheet that we've got in front of us.
And this one is worked well. Does he find a really nice gap, a cute gap, to the boundary out there on the lakeside? I think he does. He beats the fielder, trying to chase that one down. Can't do so. And therefore, I think that was Wesley who was doing the chasing. Couldn't get to it. So that's perfect placement, isn't it? Lovely place shot to the boundary for Pope.
Yeah, he didn't overhit it at all. He just sort of found the gap and just almost guided the ball into the gap, and the outfield here is so quick that's raced away even up the hill to the boundary.
So Critchley again into Pope. He works it lakeside, this time square. It's a short boundary out there, and it's a single. There's a man out there as well. So that's one more for Pope. He's on 34. Surrey 85 for 1 and trailed by 497 runs, which is a long, long way behind. However, it's really difficult to get wickets here. At the moment, we're standing at 3 for the day so far. We've not got a lot left today. Angled away by Burns this time for a single. So Burns will move to 49 and the score to 86 for 1.
Well, you mentioned that we might see 3 for the day. Of course, Noah Thane, I think it's worth saying, came out with intent to score rather than survive. So he was looking to push it on. Same with Michael Pepper. Once he brought up his 3 figures, tried to sort of take the bowlers on.
Critchley almost gets a leading edge from Pope. No, that's a fair comment. You know, talk about the context of the loss of wickets. If not, that we may have not even had any. Oh no, that because in fairness, that LBW decision which
that was a good ball from Sam Cook.
Might have just been one, in other words. Anyway, about 86 for 1. Burns 49, Pope 34. With 8 overs remaining today, they trail to Surrey by 497 and 96. The other Division 1 scores, if I've time here to tell you about, well, Somerset 580 for 6, lead by 426. No declaration as yet. It's a bit of a surprise. Warwickshire 179 for 2 after Sussex made 528. Nottinghamshire 225 for 3. Trail Durham by 153. So I think we've been through all the Division 1 matches.
Harmer round the wicket to Burns, who turns that one again into the leg side. Another dot ball. Yeah, we're not Surrey aren't racing away with the score here. They're going on at, well, you'll be able to, with your book, tell me how quickly they're scoring, but it's not particularly quickly as Harmer continues, and that one is pushed into the offside, but fielded by Noah Thane at just in front of point.
You say in my book, I'm just quickly doing some calculations in my head. I think it's going to be somewhere like 2.52.
Yeah, so it's not particularly quickly, it's not particularly slowly. The game's just sort of meandering along there as that one is cut by Rory Burns, but straight into the midriff of Charlie Allison at short leg, who goes down with a big yelp.
He's going to be all right. Look,
and he's up already. It looked quite painful, but he seems to have got up remarkably quickly. Just as you said, that looked nasty.
Well, he made it look nasty as well. I mean, it's close hit. It's a nasty fielding position. But he went, and then I think the young lad thought to himself, well, I'm here, I need to bounce back up and make out it didn't hurt. But that's going to. Oh, unless it really did hit, perhaps it was a bullseye. If it was a bullseye, well, no, he would have been no longer.
Harmer in bowls, and that's just defended straight into the ground off the front foot by Rory Burns. I think it's sort of hit in the thigh.
Yeah.
Which will be quite sore and will probably bruise significantly,
but 25,
not
a 50, if you're into your darts.
If you're into your darts, we can go with that as Harmer is in bowls, and that's just clipped into the leg side by Rory Burns. The ball is racing away towards the boundary and will just beat the fielder. So again, similar to what we saw from Ollie Pope in the last over, just guiding it and the ball and finding the gaps which are on offer, and that will bring up Burns' 50. A nice way to do that. Rory Burns moves on to 53. From 114 deliveries, so sort of hasn't, well, it's about the strike rate you expect from an opener, really.
He's done a Burns job out there, terrific job for Surrey.
Harmer around the wicket. Burns takes a big stride forward and smothers the ball into the ground at the end of the over. Surrey 90 for 1, Burns 53, and Pope going nicely as well on 34, having been dropped on 10. By Critchley, who I think will continue from the Graham Gooch end.
Looks that way. Division 2 score updates. I told you about Northampton, where the home side are now 46 for 2. Need a further 214 runs to beat Kent. That could prove very interesting. Gloucestershire 94 for 2, second innings. They trail in Derby by 75 runs. Lancashire 320 for 6 in front of Middlesex at Lords by 60 runs. And Leicestershire 381 for 8 lead Glamorgan in Cardiff by 152 runs. So those are the scores. All those matches to be followed on the BBC Sport website and app. BBC Sounds, the smart speaker. Critchley in and leaning back and carved away, square on the offside. The shadows now getting quite extensive from the buildings away to our right hand side. 1 run for Surrey, 1 for Pope. He moves to 35, and it's 91 for 1 right now.
Yeah, the temperature's just dropped a little bit as well. I'm seeing more jumpers come out, whereas before it was sort of all t-shirts, other than one bloke in front of us on the balcony who wore a gilet all day.
It's no surprise down here, to be honest with you. Somebody's got to wear a gilet. Anything south of Northampton, you've always guaranteed to see a gilet. As we see Critchley bowls in and driven nicely there towards fielder Wesley, who's fielding at mid-off.
Goals just starting to appear as the sun goes a little bit more down towards our right and the shadows get a little bit longer.
They do indeed. Critchley past the umpire now, a little quicker. Burns is equal to it, punches it back. There's a slip fielder in there, a forward short leg. And I think just having a look at something. Who we're going to see? Noah Thane might be coming into the the attack shortly by the looks of it. He's going through a few stretching exercises. Harmer fields that one in the meantime on the leg side for no run, so it's still 91 for 1.
I saw Jamie Smith doing the bowling motions earlier, and obviously he wasn't going to bowl. I think he was just trying to keep himself entertained in the field.
Next ball. That's punched. Oh! Now that was close. The ooh was for the fact that Critchley got fingertips to it, diverted the ball that's been struck to him from Burns back onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Pope was in his ground and needed to be.
Yes, Pope sort of stayed there defiantly.
Critchley again drilled just out of the grasp of the bowler, but still no run. Fielded at mid-on. So that is now 91 for 1. Burns on 53, Pope 35 here, trailed by 491. Sonia, this is your end to bowl from, so I shall move out and make room for one of the fine blokes at the back, and then both can come in towards the end. Nice to see you.
You too.
Good luck if we don't speak and meet again before your London Marathon.
Thank you.
At the end of the month, but a few overs to go here. What will happen? Sonia Twigg, and he'll be joined by Mark Church, and then it'll be Don Topley eventually.
Yes, Simon Harmer will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook, and a few more jumpers just coming out as players blowing slightly into their hands. It looks a little bit blustery out there, although it's hard to tell from our protected position in the commentary box. Harmer in bowls, and that's just touched by Ollie Pope, I think straight into the shins of the short leg, who's taken a bit of a battering so far, having been hit quite hard by a Rory Burns cut shot. But Harmer walks back to his mark, coming around the wicket to both batters, and he will come round the wicket to Pope, who takes a big stride forward and pushes the ball up towards Wesley at long on and jogs through for a single to move on to 36. Surrey 92 for 1, as I'm joined by Don Topley.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sonia. So you're having a quiet evening tonight. Where have you got to get to?
East London.
Okay, not too far.
No, not too far. Although the A12 was shut on the way, so hopefully it'll be open now. As Harmer's in bowled, and that one's just pushed into or defended into the offside by Robert.
West Ham were at home, weren't they?
I think so, but I think it was just really bad traffic. I think there'd been an accident earlier in the day or something, and obviously there aren't too many main roads out here. Harmer in bowls, and that's just defended off the back foot by Burns, who plays that straight into the ground. No run. Surrey still on 92 for 1. Burns on 53. Overs remaining today 5.2. Surrey trail by 490 as Harmer continues. And again, Burns just plays this back to the bowler, as he's done so often in this evening session already.
Yeah, he's played really well. Dropped sort of a bit of an anchor. He's played well. What is it? 36 overs for his 53. That doesn't matter. He's still fighting. Quicker delivery there.
Yes, it was, and just skewed off the inside edge out towards backward point. That's given them a little bit of life, and I think we'll get a few more words from you, and I'm going to swap places with Mark Church, who will see you through alongside Don Topley to the end of the day.
Well, thank you very much, Sonia Twigg, and Kevin Howes, who have been part of our commentary team and are much appreciated efforts on their part. So Mark Church will come back in, BBC London, particularly well known for his commentary with Surrey over the years. He'll be back in the chair. In the meantime, it's going to be Noah Thane from the top end, the Graham Gooch end. What can the young man do? He batted nicely, scored a runner ball earlier today when he came in and batting at number 7. He was given the opportunity mainly because of the lack of availability of Shardul Thakur, the Indian cricketer. But in comes Noah Thane, bustles in, he bowls short, outside off stump, or it's cut down to Charlie Allison, who was the first wicket to fall yesterday, LBW to Dan Lawrence. He's fielding beneath the Tom Pearce stand. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Topley. Yes, it's my first sighting of young Mr. Thane.
Didn't used to bowl too much. Came from Cambridgeshire just like. Tom Wesley and indeed Michael Pepper. So their pathways obviously producing cricketers. Good to hear. The national counties, the old minor counties, there's loads and loads of cricketers over the years that have come through that system. So Thane around the wicket to Burns. So Burns clips it off his hips. This time it goes down the leg side, but to the same fella, Charlie Allison, who is fielding beneath the Tom Pearce stand. One more run, 94 for 1. Surrey in reply.
Yeah, and Burns and Pope have done it pretty well so far, haven't they?
Yep, they
Kept
have.
that scoreboard moving round.
They have the left-hand, right-hand combination. I will say there was that drop catch regulation. Silverwood won't dwell on it. A bowler might, as this is well bowled. He was bowling to the mitt of David Masters this morning, and he had a newish ball, but it was just a little bit quicker than you think. Bowls a heavy ball. One slip poised next to Michael Pepper, who scored 100. We nearly had 4 Essex hundreds in this fixture. Walter made 95. This time it's driven out to mid-off, which is a good-looking shot, well fielded, 1 run. Pope gets off strike, brings his captain on 54 to face the left-handed Rory Burns. Are you driving home tonight?
I am.
What do you have food on the way home? Do you have food?
Oh no,
waiting for you?
I won't have any more today. I've had
You
me.
and Kevin have hardly eaten.
Well, I don't know about that. We had some of your cheese and baguette, and then I had a chicken burger.
Oh,
Yes. I didn't have chips though.
good boy.
Thank
This
you.
is played off the back foot.
I
Decent
must
mate.
admit, I've had a couple of naughty custard creams as well. In
Custard
written
creams?
press, yes, naughty custard creams. Yes.
Well, listen, our butchers won't be open on Sunday morning,
Oh no.
so you might have to just make do with whatever I
Yeah.
bring in.
Oh, well, what you brought in today was amazing. That cheese was lovely.
Was
Yeah, very nice.
yeah, red wark
Yep.
from Bungay in Suffolk.
Yes, lovely.
This is driven into the offside. Good delivery. End of the over. Good over that from Noah Thane. Has a younger brother. Forgotten his first name, but he's in the pathway. He is a decent cricketer too.
Good family credentials then
Yeah,
for
very
the
much so.
Thanes.
Yeah.
Got
No-
4 left today now.
No-
4 overs left.
Still no cloud, eh?
No, we
We've
haven't had a
seen
cloud today.
More wickets than clouds.
Yes, well, genuinely we haven't had a cloud today. It has been a cloudless day here in Chelmsford, and it's been a day of good hard-fought cricket again. But it's hard work for the bowlers, isn't it?
It
It
is.
really is hard work.
Yeah. This is only the first game, and we've got 8 of these, I think, in succession, haven't we?
It's a block. I think it's a
you've-
block of 7 first up.
Is it?
Block of
You've
7.
you can rotate
Hmm.
a few. Essex can't really.
No.
We need that overseas bowler.
As Harmer is in, to Ollie Pope, who gets fully forward here, playing it away into the offside. I suppose it's who's available as well, really. isn't
Correct.
it?
Chris Silver was talking about that to me. You know, there aren't many. Shardul Thacker was going to be a cracking
He's ideal
signing.
as well, wasn't he?
Bat and bowl, bustling bowler.
As in comes Harmer, and this is turned by Pope down towards long on.
Yeah,
Test Championship final as well. That
Yeah.
always helps. Get a bit of cricket under your belt before that.
yeah. So you know, finding an all-rounder's really tricky, and I think he might even think about plummeting for an overseas quickie. But Essex need a little bit of help covering to make sure they got enough bowling options.
Quicker ball this from Harmer. It's played back up the ground by the left-handed Burns.
But-
And there's no run.
Quality bowlers, you know, you can earn some good salaries. Don't have to come to county cricket anymore. You can, but you don't have to bowl the overs. You could play some domestic or franchise cricket elsewhere.
Left-handed Burns is looking to cut here. Bounced on him. Hit the gloves of Pepper. Nicely bowled by Simon Harmer. Burns looking to cut. It's Jordan Cox in there at slip. And he was already rolling backwards. Harmer's in again, and Burns back on his stumps, tucks this one into the leg side. Critchley does the fielding.
With a little bit more traffic tomorrow, I mean, I'm trying to be the eternal optimist here with Essex. They're hoping 1 or 2 keep low. I think we've seen 2 in Essex's bowling today.
That one really tossed up wide outside the off stump by Simon Harmer. End of the over. Burns had nothing to do with that whatsoever. He's 54 not out. Pope is 39 not out. 3 overs remaining on this second day. Surrey 96 for 1 means they trail by 486.
Long way to go. 2 days, halfway through this 4-day Rothesay County Championship Division 1 fixture here on BBC Essex, BBC London, the BBC app, smart speaker, website, yes, and on Essex County Cricket Club streaming, YouTube streaming.
A lot of platforms.
You are all most welcome. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. In comes Thane. Thane bowls. This time Pope comes forward. What a great moment for Noah Thane to be bowling against England's Ollie Pope.
Yeah, they're 2 good ones to bowl. Burns and Pope.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, he's running in. Nice approach, quite athletic. Bustling seamer, running in. Turns, small strides into his run-up, into his bound, delivers. This is a decent ball, which is nice and straight and respected by the England man on a forward defensive. Comes down, does a bit of gardening. Does Pope?
He looks a strong lad. Naturally strong fella, Thane. Whippy action.
Used to have a bit of hair. I think he had a little bit of a mullet.
Ah.
But last week he took it all off.
Right, eh?
And slimline, his hair. This is cut through backward point, vacant. Allison does the fielding. No, he doesn't. It's left to Snater, who fields. They come back for 2. And it wasn't a bad bit of fielding from Snater because he got rid of it quickly, but they were already on their second run, so easy 2.
You have to be a bit careful doing that, though, especially with the weather like it is.
Yeah. Chris
Lewis on that West Indies tour as well, where he got sunstroke, poor fella.
He did. Thane on his way in. Bowling to Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope, inside edge, it misses the stumps. They take a single because Pepper's missed it as well as he bent down to pick it up and the ball just lollied away. So one fortuitous run in many respects to Ollie Pope. He moves to 42.
Not that to jag back.
I tell
you what, that is not far away. That's gone off the inside edge, hit the turf and gone straight over the top of the leg stump. His heart would have been in his mouth for a split second there, Ollie Pope.
Well, if I was Ollie Pope, I'd put a bet on tonight. He's having a little bit of fortune in respect of his drop catch as well. This time Burns comes forward and rocks solid as he plays it into the offside to Paul Water, no run. A couple of people have texted me or written to me, emailed me in and said, Paul Water, worth giving him a go? Of course. But change of angle, sometimes he bowls over the wicket or around the wicket. He mixes it up, but yeah, I'm happy with the proper bowlers, your designated bowlers bowling at the moment. Noah Thane bowls, this is forced back down the wicket to mid-on where there is no run. End of the over. 99 for 1. We're in the 41st over now. And in terms of the runs, Ollie Pope has 42 and Rory Burns 54.
Yeah, and we have 2 overs remaining today. And are we going to have Simon Harmer bowling? Or yes, we are. We're going to have Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground, or are we having Critchley from this Sir Alistair Cook end? I'm not sure it is going to be Harmer, actually.
No, I don't think it is.
He's kept his cap on. Yeah, so we're going to have leg spin from the Sir Alistair Cook end. So there you go, Matt Critchley to have a bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's had a good day bar the drop catch with his 145 not out. And it will be Ollie Pope on strike. Burns down at the non-striker's end. And he's going to have a slip in there and a short leg and a short extra cover catching for Ollie Pope. Pope on 42 now from 98 deliveries. Sun's beginning to go down over the back of the pavilion to our right. But I think the weather's meant to be pretty good again tomorrow, so we're being blessed.
Shall I research that?
Yes, indeed. But I think it's meant to be pretty good again tomorrow. Sunday, of course, a day of rest for many. As Critchley then, with his leg spent, in he comes, all to Ollie Pope. Gets that one just to bounce a touch outside the off stump, but Pope fully forward and just smothers that down into the offside, and there is no run. Bowling in his sunglasses is Critchley as he's in. That's very short, and that's cut by Pope behind square on the offside. Just be a single. Jamie Porter is out there, so one more to the total, and that's the 100 up for Surrey. So 100 for 1 Surrey in reply to the 582 for 6 declared of Essex. And it brings the captain Rory Burns into strike for the first time in this over from Critchley from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground.
Do you know what? We have got in Chelmsford CM2.
A day of sunshine tomorrow.
We have, but let me tell you, we've got no rain for another week at least. At least. So tomorrow, slightly lower temperature, 13 degrees. There will possibly be a ground frost, beware you gardeners.
Right.
Tomorrow night, there's a possibility of tonight it's not, it's a low of 3.
So get your spuds covered.
Yeah, but a little
yes.
bit of covering. Yeah. Please do. You don't want anything to go wrong.
No.
But 13 degrees and full sunshine tomorrow.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And Monday and Tuesday.
Ooh,
a little
super.
bit of cloud Wednesday.
Critchley tosses this one up to Burns. He's had a drive at that, has Rory Burns. I think it's gone past everything. And Cox has had to go back because it went past Pepper as well. Has that hit a bit of pad or no buys? That has. That's missed everything, including Pepper's gloves.
Monday the 14th is when it's planned.
To have a bit of drizzle.
We might.
Week on Monday then.
Yeah,
a bit of
Monday
drizzle.
Week. Gosh.
Oh dear. As in round the wicket again goes Critchley, sweeping his Burns. It's a pretty firm and confident shot that from Rory Burns, and that's going to head off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. And Burns will move on to 58 and Surrey move on to 106 for 1.
What was so impressive with that particular shot was the execution. He got down early, got down low, and he just smothered the spin or the bounce. That was a great shot.
Took it from way outside his off stump as well as he turns this one from Critchley into the leg side. And there is no run.
A bit worried we might have a hosepipe ban.
Already? Only in April? As forward goes Burns and plays this one back up the pitch. He'd be very British.
End of May.
He would be very British though. End of the over, 106 for 1. We're always complaining when it's a wet April, aren't we? Oh, it's raining too. Now we got the sun out, we're all, oh, we need a bit of rain.
I can't remember if we were talking on air or off air, but it was with Kevin. And he was talking about, he was saying last year, the weather. And do you know what? Club cricket and schools cricket, they couldn't get rollers to do their pre-season rolling. They couldn't get them anywhere close to their own squares because it was so wet.
Yeah.
This time last year. I mean, I think a lot of club cricket was delayed. They put the first week's or season's week's cricket at the end. They postponed it right to the end of the summer because it was so wet they couldn't do the ground preparation. Where this year, wow, they're probably a bit of irrigation going on. Noah Thane into Ollie Pope, who opens the face, runs it down to backward point. Essex haven't got a backward point. I don't know if that's a good ploy or a bad ploy. Now, they've got 2 on the offside save and 1 in front of the bat. They've got a man on the boundary and they've got a third man on the boundary. but they were giving Ollie Pope a free single by just running it into the offside. There's a man back on the hook on the offside and the leg side for Rory Burns, and they've also given backward point free. There's no fielder there for Burns either, as Thane bowls. Maybe that's a modern.
I think it is. You see them go out there quite quick, don't you? It's someone who's set, sort of defend the boundary.
Yeah.
Easy single though.
God, it's a forward defensive for a single.
But you see
For
it.
me,
You
it's
see it
too
a lot.
easy.
You see it a lot in international cricket as well, don't you?
I mean, you've got to bowl a baddish ball to go through backward point for 4, I think. Thane, first slip is waiting. This is played into the offside. They look for a quick one. And again, if there was a backward point, would they have got a single, Mr. Church?
I don't think so. But as I say, it's sort of the modern way of doing it. That's the 100 partnership between these two as well.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
The
Done it
drop,
very nicely.
was the drop somewhere here 20 odd?
Yes.
26, 28?
Yeah, it was around about there.
It would have been 28, 26 for 2.
It was just before tea, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Well, he's making the most of it so far. Ollie Pope facing Thane. Pope this time comes forward, plays with a forward defensive, allows the ball to hit the bat, and there is no run.
It's tidy stuff this from Thane though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Into his 3rd over. Last one of the day. Going to be hard work for the bowlers tomorrow as well, I think. Finding ways to take wickets.
I would imagine the Surrey boys will have a quiet night resting up. Thane in bowls, and this is a little bit lower, just keeps a little bit low. I'm interested. That's what Essex badly
They want to see a little bit more of that tomorrow.
Day 3 and especially day 4. So Chelmsford can do that. Just a little bit of up and down once more and more traffic goes across this pitch. Very long shadows now coming across the square diagonally from the executive offices. In comes Thane. He gets to the crease. Harmer at slip. This is going for a quick single into the offside. Sensible shot. Good cricket from Surrey, rotating the strike, and that is the end of the day's proceedings, with Surrey in reply to Essex's mammoth total. Well, they've moved on now to 108, is it 109 for 1 as the scoreboard ticks over. And at the crease tomorrow morning, recommencing their innings, will be captain Rory Burns with 59 not out, and with him his England colleague Ollie Pope on 45. But it's been a great day's cricket, not one for the purist. Surrey didn't have it their way. Essex were good, but Surrey kept fighting, and Essex eventually declared. They got an early wicket, but to be fair to the Surrey batsmen, they have been stoic.
Yep, and they played very nicely tonight. Have Messrs Burns and Pope. Well played Matt Critchley, and well played Michael Pepper with their hundreds. And yes, tomorrow will be all about the bat again, and all about how Essex pick up some wickets, but a thoroughly enjoyable day of cricket once again.
Well, we quickly just have a quick look at the bowling figures once again, and just to mention here the batsman at the crease. Burns not out 59, Sibley went early doors LBW to Cook for 3, Pope had a life, but he's there on 45 not out. 109 for 1 is the Surrey score. Porter 7 overs 2 maidens 0 for 16. Cook 9 overs 1 maiden 1 for 28. Harmer 13 overs 3 maidens 0 for 16. Snater 4 overs none for 16. Critchley 6 overs 0 for 22, and Thane 3 overs 0 for 9. The wicket fell at 8 for 1 in the 4th over, but from here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, may I thank Mark Church, Sonia Twigg and Kevin Howes, and from me, Don Topley, may I wish you all a very good and safe Saturday evening. Good night.